Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Are we never satisfied? Are we obsessive? Is it never enough? Do we dream further? Maybe. But every gust, every wave, every effort, that's what drives us. It's our journey. We won't stop. This is Duotone.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde. Visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, que agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo dificuldade para morrer, me derrubar arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é ter pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante que entendem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 here in the beautiful location of the island of Sal, Punta Preta, Cape Verde. We have had free action-packed days, and we already are looking at about 20 to 25 knots of wind, and the swell has hit. It is looking bigger than yesterday, meaning that this is the D-Day. We are going to be having turns left, right, and center.
Good morning, everyone. Great pleasure to be here in Cape Verde, Sal Island, Ponte Preta wave, and we are kicking off with a massive heat for you. We're expected to see this heat at the end of yesterday, but instead, the legend of Sal is coming. Before we do so, though, here's a little feel of this magnificent island.
And what a beautiful location it is there with the town of Santa Maria, Punta Preta here on the southwest coast of this island, where this beautiful peeling right-hander has been giving us with some waves throughout the whole competition. Going to be starting off heat number 14, round number 2, heat number 6. Mitu Monteiro, the runner-up of last year and multiple champion, the godfather of the strapless kitesurfing discipline, up against the younger of the Casati brothers, Leonardo Casati. So let's see how the little grasshopper goes up against Mr. Miyagi here.
What a big heat to kick us off on this third proper day of action. We have beautiful conditions out there, pretty regular waves, not quite the same wind that we saw in the middle of yesterday, but we are expecting it to blow up and cause a little bit perhaps of a mess of that water. The women yesterday got through their competition and we crowned a new winner in Cape Verde as Mitu Monteiro drops in 1 minute on the clock already, and this is his first wave. The first wave of the day, we imagine big scores from this master.
And already getting slotted as soon as he comes down. Barrel already here for Monteiro. It's almost like he's got those on tap.
Amazing. We're barely even 9 o'clock in the morning, and he knows exactly what to do and where to place. He spent all day waiting for this heat yesterday. Unfortunately, the sun beat him to it, and we had to stop the competition before he got out on the water. But Monteiro lays down a massive run for this little Leonardo to chase down. Leonardo and his brother, both here, Italian parentage, but live on the Tenerife Island, and that is where they get all of their kite surfing. But he got a good wave as well behind.
Yeah, very nice open face turns, really pushing on those fins all the way at the top. One of the super impressive thing about these Casati brothers, they have, you know, multi-discipline. You name it, these kids can do it. Obviously, you know, Leonardo, he is the younger of the two. We saw Lorenzo Casati, who has been a multiple-time king of the air of the Red Bull Quota over there in South Africa, and now going to be doing the full tour as well. So looking forward to seeing more action from then. We can already see some sets out there. Like you mentioned there, Ben, it is a little bit choppier because let's not forget that high tide is going to be at 10:30. So we are at that mid-tide on the push. So that is why we are seeing some of the nicer waves already early on. Hopefully we're going to be seeing the wind pick up like it did yesterday. And that way, hope it will be flattening it out a little bit because you can see a little bit choppy out there right now.
26-year difference between Mitu Monteiro and Leonardo Casati. Monteiro effectively invented this sport. The idea of strapless freestyle kite surfing is very much something that's come out of this island and out of his innovation of the sport. And Leonardo, at 15 years of age, has benefited from that in his few years on the water. Goes for another wave and has been watching the master. Unfortunately, gets taken down there.
Yeah, just going a little bit too close under the lip and getting hit on the head. And Mitu almost having the same problem as well. We'll get a replay of that because that did look like he might have even got covered up again. The good old hair flick as they go down the line, but Mitu just a little further behind this one, and is going to be starting it off with an air. He has an 8.0 for that first ride, 6.43 for the first ride there of Leonardo, so good at first two scores, and it looks like we've got lines starting to come in at the back as well.
Judges are feeling generous this morning. Here's the start of Mitu's run, and look how he finds himself right on top of the wave there and then dropping down into the foam wall, but getting crucially out of it. Goes for a barrel, and that was where we came in, him just about staying on his board.
Yeah, you can see Mitu. He knows this wave like the palm of his hand, and it is in that section where he kind of does do that pull back, breaks himself, makes sure he can get covered up. And as the waves start to get bigger, they will get a little bit more hollow as well. So hopefully we'll be able to see them coming out with the spit. So completely coming out with without breaking through the wall. And that is when some of the big scores are going to drop. But like you mentioned in there, judges are generous. We got 8.0s and an 8.50. So Monteiro 16.50, throwing down the hammer early on in what looks like will be the final day here of the Cape Verdean event. We saw yesterday Capucine Delamar take her first ever win here in Cape Verde over Muna White, the multiple times champion. And who is going to be the king, we will soon find out. There we can see the Aussies, Woodley and James Carew. Always a laugh, these two.
Wooders got through yesterday? Or was he one of our...
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So
yes, he did.
We never saw... We only saw Arsenio Diaz, the Cape Verdean, get through of the heats from round two that were already played out after the women's competition. So Artur Moraes in the first of the heats going through, beating Titi Lopez. Yaris Del Olmo getting an automatic bye through his heat too, because Galitaho took a flight back home to Morocco, having got a board in his face on the day off. They all went off down to Kite Beach, and unfortunately he went down and smashed his face with the board, so he's gone back home. Get well soon. And then we saw Simao beating Kelton Lopez in Heat 3, so that was a second Cape Verdean to be knocked out, and Woodley Hall knocking out Nathaniel Barros in Heat 4. Arsenio Diaz knocking out Charlie Martin, giving something for the Cape Verdean crowd yesterday evening to cheer about. Mitu Monteiro and Jordi Sancta coming up. There he is getting warmed up, but he's going up against the world champion, Gabrielle Benetton. So he's going to have a really tough one to battle it out. But some good representation from this little island in round 2. And then Ayrton Cozzolino in round 3, flying the flag, of course, for Italy, but is Cape Verdean at heart.
Yeah, let's not forget, Gabrielle didn't have the best start to this competition. Only a 7.90 in that round number 1, hence why he's here in round number 2. So, you know, every athlete can have a bad day, and it is all about throwing down and getting the scores in the moment.
Don't forget that the reason for that was because he was penalised for interference when he was stuck in the water, having gone down on a wave, and unfortunately fell in front of another competitor and got penalised for that. So that's why he ended up at third in his group. It was a low-scoring Heat 8 in round 1. Barros was marginally behind Lorenzo Casati, who took the victory in that heat, and Benetton was third. But he would have won that heat had he not been penalised.
Absolutely, he would have won, but still not big scores. No, even though getting penalised half on that second wave, still not the kind of numbers we're used to seeing from Gabrielle. But I saw that he was out on the water already this morning just as the sun started to come up. So obviously trying to get synced in. And, you know, he is one of the few backside riders who are also at this wave and one of the best backside riders there are on the planet. Hence why he is the current world champion. So let's see as the action goes on. But right now, Mitu Monteiro is the man who has given us a show with a 16.50. Not a bad way to wake up.
There's the chop. That's what we were talking about as they continue to go further out into the middle distance. Monteiro 16.5. That's a solid start, and that's a good gauntlet to lay down to everybody who's slowly making their way to the beach. There wasn't that many skippers at the skippers meeting this morning.
There definitely wasn't. I think a few skippers still had the old sheets stuck to their faces when it was on, but now they are going to wake up as Punta Preta is the good old straight coffee early on here in the morning. 10:30 is where we will have that full tide, and I will say it, the wave and the ocean, it seems a little bit rawer out there today. There is a lot of chop happening, so obviously the swell direction has shifted ever so slightly. What would you say, about 2 to 3 sets we've seen kind of every 15 to 20 minutes, so the consistency is there. But obviously first heat out here on the water, idea is to go all the way along. We've got about 6.5 to 7 hours of competition, and heat number 14, so that's round number 2, heat number 6 out here on the water right now. Leonardo dropping in.
Right in the foam wall for one of his first turns, and now has to straight line to escape the break of this wave that dies out quite early for him. Monteiro's got a better wave. Whoa, I thought he was going off the back there, but saves it.
He did. It did look like he was going to go off the top. Monteiro, straight handbrake turn, letting go in the bar, making sure he stays into position. Right in the pocket one more time. Every single time is timing all the way down the line. And now here waiting for this wave to get a little hollower. But this is not going to be improving that 8 and an 8.50, if I'm not mistaken, that we saw before, because the other ones were bigger, better, and let's not forget having that little shampoo, the early morning shower.
Wonder if Leonardo, in the position that he's in, can pick up one final wave of this set. Has he turned? Difficult to see. But 2.6 on the board, probably going to improve with that last wave we saw, but potentially could have picked up another one. Always going to have to wait a couple of minutes before the next set rolls in. The chop also making it more difficult to spot the sets coming in as well. We saw that yesterday. Lots of sets rolling into the beach, but not always taken advantage of by the riders out there on the water.
Yeah, you can see it's kind of, you've got that little side push going through the competition area. So definitely a little bit of a rebound or a shift there. So making it, especially when they're coming down with speed on the face as well, it is a little bumpier. It isn't as clean as we saw yesterday. Let's see as with the tide difference, or as the day kind of continues on, it will flatten up and we'll be able to see those perfectly clean peeling right-handers that Punta Preta is known for. Today, forecast-wise, we have 25 to 28 knots at 2.4 and at 10 seconds. So a little bit bigger than yesterday. Still isn't quite there. So let's see if that forecast is on the money. And it would be the best day expected here for the Cape Verdean event.
Just over the right shoulder of Leonardo Casati. A wave rolls in. He's pretty high upon it. Quite high in the competition area, but look how it builds. Beautiful drone shot showing exactly what he's looking for. That's a lovely wave. Now he's got to maximize it. Boom, first turn, gets in the pocket, gets in the foam wall, and stays on his feet. Goes again, the 15-year-old. Half Italian, half Spanish, running under the Italian flag. His brother runs under the Spanish flag for this event. And that is good so far from the youngster. Not quite as dynamic, perhaps, as Mitu Monteiro. Oh, and he goes down. Loses the board right at the end there. But the judges will still like it. He's been given a 4.7 for the previous one. Monteiro with the air. A nice little grab.
Yeah, now Mitu is starting to mix it up. I mean, he knows he has those two big scores, so now is when he can start to get creative, be a little more patient, go off on some of the big waves. 10 waves count, top 2 waves are the ones that are going to be giving them the numbers that you do see appearing on your scoreboard. But here you can see Mitu again, and that's what I mean, coming out right with the spit, so coming out open face, not breaking through the cover. That is a beautiful barrel there for Mitu, and also a few turns. Is that going to improve on his score? Because without a doubt, improving on the barrel section, and then a little air to just mix it all up. What a first heat here for Mitu, runner-up of last year.
A very different kind of a run to what we saw with the 8 and the 8.5s. With the barrel, with the air at the end, less of the precision turns. That gives us such a good indication of what scores well with our judges today, and an idea of what you can get if you've got the precision turns in, and what you can get if you've got the barrel and freestyle. So we wait to see those waves. There's a couple of waves owed to us by the judges. As we saw yesterday, can take a little bit of time for the information to roll our way on the screen on the left-hand side, and also onto live timing if you are following along on the website. You've got every single wave score displayed up there for you, and the heat bracket, the heat tree, the dingle. And it gives you a good idea of where your favourite rider is when they're coming up. We do pretty much run in chronological order, and now we've got rid of the women. It is just focus on the men, heat after heat, all the way to the finals, which we're hoping will be around 4 o'clock today. A little bit earlier than we saw yesterday. Better light for the athletes, for the judges, and for our cameras.
Yeah, a little bit about equipment also out there. Mitu Monteiro, you can see, is on a 7-meter. He's out there on the Addict, that new kite from F1, and also on his Pro Model 5.6. Then we can see the youngster Casati out there on the Harlem 5. And he is out there on a 6-meter and the Apple Tree board. So both of these athletes getting ready for that strong wind to come in. And here we can see that Sansa getting ready with a 7-meter Rebel. So small kites already out on the beach as the wind is forecast to pick up, and you can see the 9 behind it as well. Sansa definitely one of the bigger athletes, and here we can see Casati already increasing his score with a 12.43 and dropping in. Here's a nice wave. Already the 3rd set we've seen of this heat, so frequency is there. Big carving hack there from the youngster. Very nice indeed. Beautifully goes under. Oh, but got clipped by the lip. What a shame.
In our shot with Sancta, I think he also had an 8. He's got a 7, an 8, and a 9. So all possibilities ready for him. And he can react nice and quickly then to exactly what is needed. A bit smoother here from Mitu Monteiro. Not the aggression we saw on some of the other waves. Have we got that score in yet for his barrel? We do not. So we're still waiting on that score to come in. And we are pretty much up to date with Leonardo's waves. A 12.43, a really good score. Interesting to see with the conditions like this, whether we are consistently scoring above the 10s. We were not in round 1, but that was a lot harder conditions. These more frequent, bigger waves, and the wind there too. This is Monteiro's last run.
And you can see the size is definitely starting to roll in as well. Probably got, overhead, so a decent 5 foot on some of these sets, 4 to 5 foot so far. We've been predicting 2.4 meters. So let's say, above the 6 foot to 8 foot is what Cape Verde is supposed to provide for today, the D-Day, where we will be crowning our champions. And Mitu, already he has 1, 2, 3, waiting for 3 wave scores from Monteiro, and in amongst that was that perfect barrel that we saw for him, one of the best we've seen in the competition so far. Woodley yesterday also getting a little cover up, who made it through to that round number 3. And there, Theo de Manis, the athlete, the French athlete coming all the way from Saint Martin, getting ready. And then, of course, Jordi Sansa there, who is up next. Is it going to be a 7, an 8, or a 9, mate? We will soon find out, because he is definitely one of the bigger boys on tour.
Bigger the athlete, more power needed from the kite. Pretty much, it's not quite as simple as that, but because you also have the line length as well, which plays into consideration. But effectively, the heavier you are, the more power you need from the kite to keep you out of the water.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Hence, when I go kite surfing, as somebody who is quite short but very heavy, I always get given the wrong kite size.
You know, things happen, mate. Things happen. You're going to be coming down to Tarifa and getting on the kite. There'll be kites in the morning and cold ones in the evening.
Oh, sounds good to me. Interesting that the barrels come in and it's less score than his main wave. So it's 8.07. Yes, it had a barrel. Yes, it had in air. But judges are saying it's not scored as well because we didn't see those surfing turns.
Yeah, I mean, judges, you know, barrel in the end, it's an individual maneuver. Judges there are looking for the whole picture, the painting, what they are going out there. And, you know, as you're mentioning, getting those carving turns, going back to the face, roundhousing, and keeping the flow. That is what the judges want to see. He has increased ever so slightly with an 8.07, but that is literally a hairline. So I think judges, especially where today it does look like the wave is opening up a little more because we've already seen multiple barrels. It is needed that they mark that difference to make sure that, you know, the judging is already on point because it is a very long day. If they go too high early on, what happens when the barrels start to become imperfect? It's always, you know, getting that criteria and getting, you know, the consistency is always those first heats. There we can see Teo is going to, looks like he's going to be going out on the 7-meter drifter. Your Cabrini athlete, fist bump means he's on.
Yeah, Teo coming out in the last of our heats against Santiago Lima. So that's the only heat in the second round that doesn't have a Cap Verdean. Every single other one, an opportunity for locals to progress. Early morning, not so many people out to support them as we saw last night. Big cheers from the beach and the MC really bigging them up. But fair enough. I mean, it's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Absolutely. We're still just waking up, mate. Getting it on. You can see Santiago, your core athlete from Portugal, getting ready with the Nexus, the wave-specific kite there from core. Looks like he's putting up a 6 meter. So it looks like 6s and 7s seem to be the weapon of choice. And behind him, Gabrielle Benetton, also your current world champion, ready to brush off those cobwebs and get back into action. As I mentioned, he was here even before we got here, as we were just driving down to the beach at 7:45 in the morning. We could see a core kite flowing and riding down those waves, and he is out there on the 7-meter section. So Gabrielle getting ready, 90 seconds to go. Mitu Monteiro still does hold that lead, but it looks like Leonardo right now is going to be dropping in on another set wave. Here we go.
Looks good, building up nice and big behind him. Oh, just mistimes that first turn a little bit. Not quite precise in the pocket as we've seen from Monteiro, and almost decides to bail out of it. A little bit of an air, but there's nothing else really to this run. And a little bit disappointing because the wave looked good. Now a nice turn at the end there, but the fluidity from start to finish missing slightly. I mean, he has a huge opponent here in Mitu Monteiro to try and overhaul with 45 seconds remaining. A great experience for the 15-year-old to go up against the legend, but unfortunately we are eliminating in round 2, and it will mean Leonardo Casati will have to support and watch his brother, the older brother, in the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and he is already comboed out as he had his top score is a 6-0, so he would need to increase on both sizes. So Leonardo Casati, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated, like you say there, meaning that Mitu Monteiro will continue on, and he is going to go through to round number 3 of the competition, and he will be joining Pedro Matos in that round 3 heat. Huge heat coming up there. And the timer is done. And it is time for these guys to come out to play as we continue on. But before we go to the action, let's have a short break.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
We've been here from the very beginning, created by athletes, designers, and engineers, defining the sport. We stand proud of our legacy, but we won't stop here. The journey continues. This is Duotone.
What a treat to start the day with the legend that is Mitu Monteiro taking victory in the first of our heat. It was heat 6 of round 2. We move on to heat 7. There's the massive smile that we come to expect, and Joe's going down there to do an interview. Gabrielle Benetton next on the water, high-fiving Jordi Sancta, our world champion from last year, finding himself in an unfamiliar position in round 2, as we've already explained. But now we get a chance to see how he can respond, because Benetton will really want to take a victory. He won the world title last year with no victories to his name. And I think there's a little bit of bone of contention there that actually, to prove his world championship worth, he needs himself to be on a podium. Benetton on your right. He will be going in white and Jordi in blue. Monteiro putting down the big score of the morning. And everybody else will be looking to try and beat that. A 16.57 is the target for the remainder of our day. And dropping in already, Jordi Sancta with his first wave decides against it. The frequency is there though. Lots of opportunities. Benetton riding backside. We saw a couple of the women adjusting themselves to ride front side. Very stylish, but quite challenging. Kelton Lopez, another of the riders, he just can't quite spot exactly where you need to be when you're looking over your shoulder. Not a great wave there from Benetton, but just gets his eye in. As they head back out onto the water, let's go down to Joe on the beach side with Mitu Monteiro, sorry.
Mitu, bon dia. What a way to wake up. You were firing out there.
Bon dia. It was so nice, man, to be out there. I don't like to be the first one on the heat because you don't know what with gear you can use it. But, man, the wave was really nice. I have some barrels. Man, like, this heat was for fun, you know. So I have a lot of fun there with Leo. And, you know, like, Leo, I met him, like, when I was a really kid. And to compete now with him, so, man, like, it's so nice to be there on the water with him.
One of the things, just as I was coming out for this interview, all of the riders are saying, you must have a little button in your back paddle, because every heat you are getting barrels. How do you do it?
Man, like, I love barrels, you know. I'm a surfer, so if there is a wave, you make barrel, I go in, you know, because I love it. And here in Punta Preta, you know, like with this wave, when you see this condition like barrel, it's impossible to don't go in. So I love it and I have fun. So yeah, I still try it.
Wow, you are moving on to the next round. Pedro Matos will be your next contender. Very powerful Brazilian surfer. How are you going to take him out?
Well, I'm going to do my best, you know, like I'm at home, like I say here, I'm here to have fun, you know, so I'm gonna be out there and I'm gonna have fun with Matos, and I hope you know, like, I'm gonna have some good result. And I want to say also thank all the guys here, like, support me on the beach, because for me it's a lot of pressure, you know, like everyone expects a lot from my side. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna make a good show.
Well, congratulations, Mitu. I'll leave you to it. Look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you, boys.
We saw Mitu in business mode yesterday, sunglasses on, watching Capucine Delanois and supporting her to victory. But look at the change in his face today. Beaming smile. He absolutely loved it out there. And that showed in his surfing, because the score of 16.57 reflects a big, big effort from the local man. Kite school, clothing brand, board brand. Mitu is so much more than just a competitor in this. He is effectively the man who came up with the concept in the first place. Benetton and Jordi Sancta heading back out onto the water. We've not seen a wave yet from Jordi. Just Gabrielle with a 4.07. But something may be developing behind Jordi here. Decides against it. And interesting that we've gone about 5 minutes and nothing really at the moment has come their way. I'm not, it's too early in the morning to comment on what we're seeing here.
Cue the Baywatch music.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Cue the Baywatch music. Ladies, enjoy.
Yeah, right. Let's just take a moment's break while we enjoy the sights of Cabo Verde.
Oh, great to catch up with Mitu down on the beach.
I was just saying, his face completely changed from yesterday. Yesterday he was in business mode, serious, focused. As soon as he comes off the wave, there's that beaming smile.
Yeah, no, he is very happy. And, you know, let's not forget, going up against Pedro Matos next, that is going to be a very, very big heat. Gabrielle Benetton already dropping in, so 4.07 for that first wave. Nice turn there off the top.
Saying though, definitely at a disadvantage being backside. We saw a few riders yesterday in the women's competition deciding to switch so that they rode front side. And we saw Kelton Lopez backside, and it just, to me, just looks like an added challenge.
Yeah, definitely one of the past champions here in Cape Verde. Mitu Lopez, he's missed. He backside rides this wave, and he won it 1 year, also going backside, and just unfortunately cannot be here at this competition. So wishing him the best of luck and seeing him soon. But yeah, like you say, it is such a complicated wave to, you know, not completely see what it is doing and to be able to get that timing right. But, you know, when they do, it does look nice.
It looks more stylish for sure.
So I wonder who is the coach today.
Yeah, right. Capucine down the beach nice and early. Dad's here as well, 9 o'clock. Mitu explaining again to our world champion on the left and now winner of Cape Verde for the first time. She should have been out celebrating.
You know, I asked her, just as I was coming up, I asked her to put her sunglasses up to see if the celebrations went on. But she says she hasn't partied yet, as of course she wanted to come down and help out Mitu from the very beginning, which, I mean, that's what you would expect after he was helping her out heat after heat yesterday.
Let's see if the helmet goes on, shall we?
Wow, you never know. Will the student become the master? We will soon find out.
If you weren't with us yesterday, Capucine Delanois using a helmet and comms device for a couple of her heats. It wasn't the semis or the final, but she was getting fed information from Mitu Monteiro, apparently only scores, in which case, if that is the case, then she should be able to do the same thing. because she's able to at least just repeat scores into his here. But maybe the legend, 41 years of age, multiple winner here, maybe doesn't need that. Chooses a different path.
I got a feeling I reckon he's got this covered.
Yeah,
I don't know. I do reckon he's got this covered, but still, you know, every little helps. And also saying hi to a few people here on the stream. Willow, it has been a long time, all the way from Mauritius, a core athlete supporting his teammate here, Gabrielle, and once again, Alimau. Hope you are enjoying. Waves are looking very nice, but a bit of a low in this heat.
Yep, just a couple of waves on the board each. Gabrielle with a 6.23, that last wave that we saw. But the frequency not quite there, and Geordie being knocked down by a couple already. Building behind Gabrielle here. And this looks like a better wave for him. So dropping in. Got to get that precision. First turn, safe, perhaps not quite close enough, and slightly stalling on the top of it. Hard to spot in the swell. Again, second turn, perhaps a bit further away from the pocket than we saw from Monteiro. That's a better one from the Brazilian. Goes again, trying to spot where he needs to be. And again, safe. Safe turn. Quite far along the shoulder. That's better as it's getting a little bit smaller. The rotation is there on the board, but considering the precision that we saw from Mitu Monteiro and exactly where that top turn was taking place, and every single time dropping down the wave in the foam wall and then also managing to recover out of it, that, I would say, looks to be the difference between Gabrielle and Mitu. But certainly Gabrielle going to be doing enough to get through. Now, has Jordi come onto the beach to... No, he's literally just going to go and say hi to his mates. Thought he might be coming in for some sort of a change there with 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, going all the way down there. Not quite sure why he did this. But after this wave, you can see the replay of this one. Jordi Sansa. Medium turns down the line. Nice timing. Is hitting that wave right on the lip. And going back every time, you can see how they push themselves in front of the foam to be able to make sure that when they do that arcing turn, they are right in that sweet spot. That is definitely a better wave from Geordie. Going to be improving over the 0.5 and the 0.6 that he has. But not quite sure why he actually came all the way into the shore.
Just carried on.
Breakfast, maybe?
Look at that. The camera's properly panning left now. And he was still making use of the wave all the way to the very end. There's another one. He's down on the public beach there. Get a couple more turns. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the judges think of that, because it just went on forever. Benetton in another one, waiting for that last score to pop up.
I love Benetton's style. You can see how he's just crouched and everything is engaged. That kite goes forward. Where the head goes, the shoulder and body will follow. Now speed line it to get past the foam ball. Here is where the wave starts to get vertical. Benetton, boom, powerful hack off the top. Very nice. Keeps it going down and maintaining that speed. A beautiful flow throughout this wave. Now he is stalling a little bit while he waits for it to start to get a little bit more hollow. But this is a nice ride here from Benetton. This is more like it.
A little bit more precise with those turns. Judges are going to like that. Again, he's able to go really far down the beach. The waves are really opening up right now for our athletes out there. But as we saw with Mooney yesterday, don't necessarily need to ride the whole wave to get a big score. She did
very much so.
One particular wave was, I seem to remember, 3 turns, but 3 very precise turns, and then she surfed out of it. And she let the wave do its thing. Here's the replay of Jordi's on another wave. So we saw that they were waiting around, but now quite a bit of action for them. Way! Oh, an ambitious trip through the foam wall there.
Yeah, you can see him just losing a little bit of control there. But Gabrielle on his way out there on that 7-meter section. Your core athlete hailing in from Brazil, current world champion. If you are just joining us, good morning and welcome to your day number 3 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup down here in Cape Verde, Punta Preta. All right, Gabrielle doing a little switch, turning in.
Claiming that wave, because Jordi... Oh, that's interesting. I would say Jordi wasn't there yet. They both bailed out of the wave anyway. But Gabrielle kind of claimed it. He was on the wave before Jordi. No, Joe?
Sneaky business there. I reckon he just baited him.
Okay.
I reckon he just baited him for Jordi to come power in to see if he was on that wave, because now Gabrielle is out the back and will have a choice of that first wave. Sneaky business. I'm gonna put my money on that. I like it. I like this kind of stuff.
Didn't look like Jordi was on that wave, though.
Yeah.
He was just a little bit behind it, but then powered up to drop in from behind it and saw that Gabrielle was there.
You got to love a little bit of drama. And actually, just been told we have an interview of Gabrielle Benetton. And while it's a little flat out there and we're waiting in this lull, let's see what he had to say.
Last year I was like world champion. My dream just came true. And it just kept me more like motivated to keep going, keep pushing, keep training. Like now this past month I've been training more than I've trained it, I think, in my whole life, you know. So I'm ready for this year, and I won the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th world title, so let's do it. I'm ready for it. Yeah. The feeling of like winning at my home, like basically my home spot, it's in Biraquera, Brazil. Like I usually train there a lot. My family was there, like all my friends were there. It was just such a good feeling that I just want to do it again and again and again. And I've trained it a lot, and let's go. I can't wait for the year to like develop. So we have good conditions for the first competition of the year. I like wave riding. I love backside wave riding. So I feel really confident and ready to give my all. It needs to be like this. You need to have the confidence to like keep pushing, you know. You can't just think about, maybe I can lose, maybe I can win. No, you just need to go like full on, like I can do it, I will win it. And that's why I think I became world champion, you know. I was like, I wanted that so much. I was like, okay, I'm going to win. And everything, like in Ibiraquera, everything came together, you know. Gilly won from Ayrton, like Pedro won James, and like everything just starting like came together. And I think big part of it is just because of like my mindset, like I would do it, I can do it, and then the things just like align, you know. So I have the same plan for this year, and let's go.
Read an article with Gabrielle about his world title, and it was interesting that he said it didn't feel like he really trained very much for it last year, but over the winter his plan was to take this more seriously, to plan and be a world champion, behave like a world champion, so that he comes into this year even more prepared than ever before. And still with a big smile on his face and still clearly loving his riding. It was a slight improvement, 7.33 on that last wave. So he still leads this heat with 5 minutes remaining. They both have done another wave, but neither was a particularly strong score. And looks like Gabrielle dropping in on another one here.
Yeah, it's good to see now. It looks like Gabrielle, those are more the scores that we're used to seeing from this athlete. You know, the 7s, the 8s. He is one of our top riders, hence why he is world champion. And yeah, really looking forward to see some stuff. There you go, vertical, making sure that board goes up and points to the sky. Gabrielle Benetton, just getting caught up on the edge there. That first turn was beautiful. And let's have a little look at some of the replays of his best waves of this heat.
This is what we missed whilst we were watching the interview. It was scored at a 3.7. Yeah, not much to it. And this was scored at a 2.4. So I saw this out the window, actually. And there was a little bit of something going on at the end of it. But you see, one turn, better score than a full proper wave. There was a little slide. That's what I saw out the window, a little slide for him. But that gets scored less than Gabrielle's single turn. So it is I mean, it's very clear, I think, in the judging criteria. It is quality rather than quantity.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. That is what the judges are looking for. We'll be catching up with our head judge, Paulino Pereira, as he was going to explain exactly that judging criteria once again. So all of our viewers can know what is needed to get those top scores. But at the moment, Gabrielle Benetton with 13.0. Let's not forget Mitu Monteiro above 16 points. So already setting the bar high. Having a look at his watch, as you know, he is just approaching the final 3 minutes. Maybe enough time for another set to hit before the end of this heat number 7.
What I'm loving about the footage this morning is we've got the sun kind of, well, opposite to where it is in the evening, which is behind them. So we are getting to see their faces. We're getting to see the expression on Gabrielle Benetton's face, looking at his watch, seeing there's still 2.5 minutes remaining. But we're getting the colours this morning here that when the sun goes higher in the sky and when it goes round the back behind them, they become silhouettes. And we then don't get to see those grimaces, those frustrations, those big smiles.
Yeah, seeing the fear in their eyes.
There's Gabrielle looking pretty chilled, looking over his shoulder, sees what Geordie's doing. Geordie needs a pretty mammoth score to get anywhere close to Gabrielle Benetton's. And maybe Gabrielle expecting this kind of result. Looking pretty chilled at the moment with 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
And we can see a little selfie moment happening down there at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Everybody wanting to get a shot out here with your champions. 2 minutes, under 2 minutes on the clock, and Gabrielle is, let's say, in the better position of the two, waiting to see if that set comes through, as Geordie at the moment just not comboed out, but he would need something big. He'd need a 9 plus if he wants to be taking out Gabrielle Benetton here, as he has that 443, so definitely going to be a very hard task for the Cape Verdean. We have seen 9s dropped in. We got 9 3-3s from Muna White yesterday. Second position here in Cape Verde. And Geordie, catapulting himself into the face.
Unfortunately, one too many of those runs from Geordie. Now it looks like he's trying to get himself out of the way of Gabrielle Benetton. I thought there might have been a wave there for Gabrielle, but pulls out. 55 seconds remaining. He's got this one in the bag from a competition point of view, but these guys just want to surf cool waves, right? And if they get scored well for them, then that's even better.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go, so this is definitely going to be the close out of this heat. And you can see Gabrielle, yep, he is going to be coming back to the shore, saving his energy as he knows it's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
And Geordie on another wave here.
One last opportunity for Geordie in this competition. Another local Cape Verdean, unfortunately being knocked out in heat round number 2. A little bit better from him this time, but it won't be enough to take the victory. Gabrielle Benetton, your world champion from Brazil, wins and progresses through to round number 3. And whilst we wait for the last of our heats, let's have a look at what happened yesterday.
Are you ready for the madness? Bring the marching band for the champions.
Decent sets rolling in, decent wind as well, and promises to be a full day of competition for you.
And everybody's starting to get excited because Punta Preta is really starting the fire.
Congratulations. It's the final four who want to take.
Turns are classic Muna White in this round 3.
You can hear the cars honking and the horns are going, making sure Muna feels the love here on the beach. Rail to rail and making it snappy off the top. Great riding here from the defending champion, Muna White. 0.33 already increasing. Muna White is making a point here. 2 of the biggest scores throwing down in her first heat, a second day, 18.33. That is getting very close to picture perfect.
We are getting ready to see the 4 best in the world here in Punta Preta. The first of the matches will be Serena Luis and Capucine Delanois. Serena Luis out in the waves already. First of our semi-finalists is confirmed, Capucine Delanois. Out of the murk comes Muna White into her first wave. And whereas everybody seems to be so intimidated by these big breakers, this is Muna's home.
And here we have Camille dropping in off the top. Nice first turn to start it off. This wave is opening up very nicely across the bay. Great timing here from the Swiss athlete. Can she hold it together? Yes, she does. Speeding away across. Time for that bottom turn to hit that section. She does. And again, oh, too much speed. And unfortunately, that is going to be it for Camille Lasseran, because with that, it is going to be Muna White who is going to make it into the grand finale. Terena Luz, Camille Lasseran are the athletes that are going to be battling to see who will be 3rd and 4th position overall at this event. Terena Luz, oh, gets caught up. Here we have her Cami dropping in with a first very nice, beautiful turn. Selena, oh, with her kite down, this is not what she wants to see.
And that is Camille Lasseran from Switzerland, who takes 3rd place.
Coming up next, we have our grand finale. France on the left, United States of America, the Hawaiian Islands on the right. Muna now is really starting to get some momentum. Look how this wave is opening up. Powerful turn, even slackening out the kite so she can get that verticality. This is beautiful here from the Hawaiian. Capucine Delanois, 8.17, 14.74. Muna White, 6.83. So Capucine is throwing a nasty punch. It is going to come down to the wire. This is what we wanted to see. But now Capucine has definitely set the tone.
Waiting for those judges to make their final calls in the women's competition. Capucine Delanois is the victor, and now she punches the air. For the first time here in Cape Verde, the world champion has become winner of the Punta Preta first round of the championship. 3 times she's been defeated by Muna White, and now she is the victor in the first round of 2025.
Wow, action-packed we have had here already. And just there seeing Capucine Delanois taking that first position. First time she's ever won that event. And I think her smile says more than 1,000 words, Ben.
Also reminding us just how good the conditions were for the women. Some big sets rolling in. And that is the sort of what we are expecting to see in this next couple of hours. The final heat of round 2 is between Santiago Lima, the 15-year-old wild card, and Teo Demanes, who we also saw in the wing foil. Scores on the board and boys in the water.
Oh, getting a little airtime there as well, looping that kite out. Teo Demanes dropping in. Teo, as you mentioned, in one of the most complete athletes we have here, doing pretty much every single discipline.
Yeah, because of course he'll do the surf foil as well tomorrow. Potentially coming up tomorrow, by the way, if you're interested in the new surf foil world tour. Expecting conditions to be right for them. That is a better run score from Santiago Lima coming through at a 5.1. Was that the one that he wiped out on? No, it wasn't. It's a previous wave to that.
Let's have a little look-see at the replays of those last waves, so we can see some of those better scores. 5.1 top at the moment, Lima. And here we can see him going to be dropping in. Looking out the corner, no action coming our way, so enjoying... Oh, getting caught up, having to go behind the foam ball here. This is where he's really going to have to speed there. You can see him looping that kite. And now the action begins, but going down. So that is going to be his last wave. Just going to be waiting for the replay of that 5.1.
Yeah, so that was the last one. The one before that was the good score. Waiting for the score from the judges on this Teo de Manas. I mean, the idea of just waiting around like that. So 3.3 for the Santiago Lima. Now, is this the better score, the 5.1? Let's have a look. It looks like a better run. Yes, okay. That's either the last wave that's just come in, or that is the 5.1 that happened earlier. But more control than we previously saw. And this kid, and a bit of a wonder kid to be honest, already junior world champion in under 14s, under 15s, under 16s. He's always been on the podium over the last couple of years. At just 15 years of age. He is also half Cape Verdean, so I wondered whether that Portuguese flag meant he was partly from here as well, and indeed he was. So we have had a Cape Verdean in every single one of our round twos, but unfortunately most of them have been knocked out. Can Santiago Lima continue to fly that Portuguese flag, or will it be Teo de Manas for France? France very well represented in the women's category. What, 3 or 4 different women? But
Absolutely.
Only Teo in the men's competition.
Yeah, we had a lot of French athletes in the wing foiling, or the GWA Wing Foil World Cup. But on the kiting side, we need to get some more French athletes, as it is Teo flying that flag high, but also coming from the island of Saint Martin down there in the Caribbean. And as you mentioned, only 2 Cape Verdeans left in the event. Mitu Monteiro, who, no surprise, usual suspect. And then also Arsenio Diaz, as Mitu will be going up against Pedro next. And then Arsenio Diaz will be going up against Hendrik Lopez, who Hendrik is flying the Swiss flag, but also Cape Verdean by heart.
Ayrton Cozzolino.
Exactly.
Similar situation, flying the Italian flag, but spends half a year here in his home. So many of the athletes across all the disciplines with at least 2 passports.
Yeah,
so many of the people who work behind the scenes also with at least 2 passports.
Maybe there's a 007 amongst us, mate. We never know.
don't declare it, though. Just don't tell anybody.
So just under 15 minutes to go, a 22-minute heat at the moment. Rumour was that when that round number 3 starts, with that man on your screen, Gray Foster, the heat duration could be dropping to 20 minutes. I will get that info to you as soon as we have it. But, I mean, the sets are quite consistent. We're seeing quite a lot of sets coming through the heats. Wonder if they will be swapping that time and shortening them ever so slightly. But still, again, here we have Santiago Lima. He is slightly ahead. That 5.1 and put him on the map.
Yeah, just 0.8 of a point between the two at the moment. Santiago leading this one. Not quite halfway through yet. There's a big wave developing behind him here. And he drops in. Let's see how he can perform. A little bit ahead of the pocket. A little bit in the safe zone. Now has to power past the foam wall. That's a better turn, although perhaps a little bit mid-face from him. And the kite not quite as sort of settled as we see from some of the top riders. Having to work the kite quite a lot more. Hasn't got it sort of sitting in that sweet spot that we see from the likes of Mitu Monteiro, whereby when you're watching them, you hardly know that they've got a kite attached to them at all. Such is their precision and style in the surfing element of it.
Yeah, it almost becomes like an extension of their body. You can see they know it is at all times and just park it perfectly to be able to get those big scores. And there you can see going up the reef, and replay of that wave from Teo.
So the Frenchman was on a wave behind. Well, not really. From some. Okay, so that's interesting. Pulled out of one and then dropped into the one behind. Didn't want to waste his positioning. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Wave choice there. I almost say that the judge will judge him down for the fact he kind of swapped waves. You're like, well, that counts as 2 waves as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question because, like you say, it did kind of drop out the back. But if he had that intention, which is kind of the marker, that is when they will count it. So waiting to see that one come up on the screen because I'm not quite sure if he did kind of put that intention to. It would be a waste of one. But then, you know, obviously saw something better behind, which is the wave we just saw here, and liked it a little more. And he's going to need it because Santiago is 663. A 5-1-0, and here we can see our judges getting ready to rumble. It's the long day ahead of us. 7 hours of competition approximately is what we will have, and the idea is to crown those finalists. That final heat will be happening around 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Third day of competition, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup down here, Cape Verde, Punta Preta, the beautiful island of Sal that we saw before on that postcard. Little fishing town there of Santa Maria, but wow, has this play grown in the last 10 years?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't consider it little when I went there the other night. I was quite impressed at how big it was. And so many developments either up or going up and going down. Santiago Lima. That last wave, though, was a 6.63, so that really lays down the gauntlet for Teo.
And there you can see Artur Moraes, your Brazilian, coming out of Taiba. National champ as he gets ready for his heat. Beautiful surfing from this guy yesterday. Rail to rail and pure power. I love his style. And looking forward to see as he is going up against Gray Foster, who had a very good round number 1. And slotting himself straight off as he had a 10.80 against Charlie Matana and Gali Couture. And there's the other Portuguese athlete, Simão, as he gets ready for his heat that'll coming up. Looks like everybody's starting to wake up.
Interestingly, judges did like that last wave from Teo de Minas, so he did improve to a 4.2, 8.37 total. And Teo needs to improve, really, both of them, if he wants to not be knocked out at this stage of the competition. Santiago Lima, the 15-year-old, as I said, the organizers' wild card. Half Cape Verdean, half Portuguese. And with plenty of youth titles to his name already. A big challenge for Teo to match up against him. From San Martin.
And there we can see the young Casati. Harsh draws for him going up against Mitu so early on. And unfortunately, the end of his competition, and he's going to have to watch from the sidelines and give his older brother all of the hype and love that he needs to go forward in this competition. So forget, had a 3rd position over there in Silt. So let's see how he will do here as Cape Verde is already starting a fire.
Leonardo had a horrible draw.
Up against one of the worst.
Artur Moraes and Hendrik Lopez in round 1. and then you get drawn up against Monteiro in round 2. Always helps to up your game, though, that's for sure, when you're drawn up against the very best. Waiting for something to pop in for one of our 2 athletes with 8 minutes remaining. Jimenez making a late decision. Santiago Lima to drop into this one. Nice positioning. Don't think he's too compromised by that late decision. Now, let's see about the turn. A little bit too safe. Mid-face and also far down the shoulder. Waits a while before going for the next turn. It's a better positioning, but maybe not the aggression. Needs to now start getting the flow. Well, the wave breaks behind him. That's a better position of the turn. Still fighting against the kite, though. Just said with those top riders, they don't look like they have a kite. Santiago really having to fight the kite at certain moments. Can that be an improvement of his 5.1, his backup score, as Teo Jimenez also on a wave on that set. So they're getting 3 or 4 sets in per 22 minutes, so quite potentially dropping this down to 20-minute heats moving forward. And our MC on the beach is now here to try and hype the crowd up. It's starting to roll in. An improvement potentially from Teo Jimenez. We didn't see the whole of his run as we were watching Santiago Lima. Lima with a 5.1 and a 6.6, probably unlikely to improve his score. Already wave 8 for Teo though. We did see a few of our female, or actually only one of our female competitors, max out her waves on 2 separate occasions. Big set rolling in here, neither of which our athletes are taking advantage of. They're both in the wrong position. Maybe Santiago has something in the distance. Yes, he does. Right. Looking to improve on that 5.6. 5.2, sorry.
Oh, he's got some very nice... hitting that with all he had. But Lima, 11.90. Teo.
This is his 9th wave for the Frenchman. Needs to make it count, otherwise he could run out of waves to try and take victory here. It's nice. It's much more flowy, but how did he get on at the beginning of the wave? That's probably, as the judges said this morning in the skippers meeting, it's critical to start off well, catch the attention of the judges. If those first couple of turns aren't interesting, then it's almost no way back.
Especially at this early time in the morning, you want those judges getting the hype as soon as you're in. Gray Foster here, your round number 3, heat number 1, getting ready as he's coming up next. As we continue on with this 3rd day of competition, just about an hour away from that high tide. And waiting, as like you said, there looks like there might be a little hiccup in the system here, because if I'm not mistaken, and what it seems here, Teo could be counted out. We're going to have to wait for this to upload, a little old refresh. But Teo might have had all of his waves, which would mean a devastating situation for him, because he will not be able to continue on, but we'll soon find that out.
Possibly got one more wave left, but the wave count seems to think there are 2 wave 8s on your live timing on the website. One more opportunity then, with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Got to make it really count for Teo Jimenez. Got to go big. He's got 8.37 as his total. Playing 11.9 for Santiago. That's a good score for the Portuguese.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so. But yeah, so it is official. Teo has one more wave, and he is going to have to make this 7-ish if he wants to have an opportunity. There we can see our judges' tower. The boys covering up from what I can see at this early hour of the morning. And then we can see walk around over there on the left-hand side, our cameraman. Big shout out and props to all of the cameramen as they are out here from dawn until dusk, and covered in dust.
Yep, absolutely.
It has been a very long competition so far. And here you can see a little bit of the event setup. Down in the desert that is Punta Preta, But what a beautiful right-handing peeling wave it is. Just under 3 minutes to go. And then we move on to round number 3.
Is there something left for our two athletes out on the water? Jimenez really could do with a big one. A 25-year-old from San Martin. 3 times a GoPro $1 Million Challenge winner. 3 times. I don't know if they have different judges every year, but that's pretty impressive. Also, parents running a wind and water sports school out in San Martin, so has all the kit available to him to practice and get out on the water whenever he wishes. But unfortunately, it hasn't helped him in either competition here in Cape Verde. The wing foil, I think he made it to the quarterfinals if memory serves, but it looks as though he's going out here in round 2.
What a place to call home down there in San Martin.
Yeah, right.
Not too shabby at all. 90 seconds on the ticker and 8:37 versus 11.90. Both of the athletes are in position. They're all the way up on the right-hand side of the reef, waiting for that set to come through, but I can't see any lines coming their way. This could be it for Ter.
One minute remaining. It really is blowing out there. Even this morning when I was just trying to take a video on my phone, the phone was being pulled out of my hand. So a 7-meter kite attached to your body, that's really going to power you up. Hasn't really helped the sets roll in on this one. 41 seconds remaining. Is there anything left? Santiago happy with the big waves as Moraes gets himself ready to go back into the water for the big heats. Remember, round 3 is where we see our big seeds from that first round, our winners from the first round going again. And so we are expecting to see big performances. There's Gray Foster. He is going up against Moraes in the next one. But it's Santiago Lima who's gone through in round 2, heat 8, eliminating Ter Jimenez. And we can take a short break while we catch our breath and reset for round 3.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Cape Verde is the home of the first round of the GKA Kite World Tour. This is round 3, heat 1. Our winners from the round 1 going up against winners from round 2. Gray Foster taking victory in the first heat that we saw, 3 days ago now? And he goes up against Artur Moraes, who was absolutely spellbinding in the big waves yesterday. This should be another great show of what kite surfing, strapless freestyle is all about. Duration, I'll just have a quick look to see if we have changed anything. But on our graphics there, it looks like we're staying at 22 minutes. The transition period of 2 has not changed yet. Joe's going out to go and search for an interview partner for him. Gray Foster progressing from the first heat of round 1, beating Gali Tahor and Charlie Martin, or Charlie Martin, with a 10.8. So he's had to wait a long time, the American, to get back out on the water. Interestingly, a student of the world-class Kite Academy, literally a school for kite surfing that travels around the world. And aged 18, he was at that school. Pretty cool. Now aged 23 years of age. Mariah, 33 years age. And in white, he is the first to drop in. National Brazilian champion with exquisite Brazilian style. Pulls himself across the face of the foam wall. Then brings himself back into the pocket. Just a little bit off balance on that second turn. Once again, maximising the top to bottom, rail to rail. Perhaps a little bit safer on that last turn, but beautiful at the top of it. And there is a nice display of what the Brazilian can do. Gray Foster on a wave further back. Getting himself across the foam wall face. Lovely turn at the top there. Showering water into the air. And now putting on another couple of turns at the end of it. But good openers from both of our men out on the water. Still goes, actually. All the way down to the beach. All the way onto the beach. Goes and says hello to everybody down there at Beau's Beach Bar. And the restaurant Punta Preta, which is basically home for our competitors. It's either that or in their cars. Let's have a look at how that started for Gray. I think we picked it up pretty early, but these critical early turns, very, very important. Trying to get upwind as much as possible, trying to reposition himself. Yeah, wasn't ideal position for the first turn, was he? Wasn't quite as close as to where he wants. It was a better second turn once he'd waited for the wave to catch up, then accelerating past the foam wall. And it got better as the wave went on. There's no doubt about that. Scored at a 5.07 from the judges. 6.7 for Artur Mariah. So it is advantage Brazil, but just the one wave each for the moment. So once again, as we saw earlier on, going all the way down to the beach there doesn't really benefit you. Might be a pleasure, but the judges don't give you much extra points for running all the way down onto beachside and using the smaller of the wave. They want to see the big stuff. Is that Santiago?
That is Santiago. One thing I can tell you about just going outside, it is windy. It's starting to pick up. We almost had a camera tower flying away. All right, here we have Mariah dropping already, so a 6.73. Beautiful bottom turn. Look at that powerful bottom. Draws the line, sets the rail, and rides it all the way through. Off the back and letting that tail loose as well. Mariah, double pump on the bottom. And a beautiful set wave for him. Already saw him yesterday getting some top scores. And he is looking very dangerous for this competition.
Just 3 turns in that first score, but a 6.7. I would say that one equal to it. At the same time, Mariah was on a wave. So was Gray Foster. This is Gray's. Better positioning from him on that last one. First wave, he was a little bit too downwind. Oh, but loses the board and goes down. That's a shame.
Definitely looks like sets are starting to come up. We are just about coming to high tide in about half an hour. Here we can see Santiago. Ah, there you go, breakfast. He's got breakfast.
He went through, eliminating Teo de Menaz in round 2. Now Gray just trying to reposition himself. It was a better score on the first wave than the second. And here we go.
Oh, 2 nice open face turns here, timing it perfectly, just a little bit underneath the lip here. The Americans starting to make this happen. There you go, little airdrop there as well. Beautiful here from Gray. Pushing and throwing water across the sky. And he's going to be riding this one all the way to the inside as this wave is rolling down the reef and starting to reform here at the bottom section. He's just going to start to appear in front of our commentary booth. And all the way down to the end. Great ride. That's better from Gray.
That should improve that 2.7. It's a 7.7 score for Mariah on his last run. Very different styles here. Mariah getting 3 or 4 perfect turns in, and that's all he's doing. Foster insistent on running the full length of the wave. Cool drone shot. Really low over the water. Need to be careful when the waves come in, but Robbie, our drone pilot, also a very accomplished kite surfer, so he knows exactly what's going on out on the water. But Mirage with a 14.43 total. That could be very tricky. Oh, what a pleasure to see Gray Foster heading back out. I tell you what, we might not be watching wave surfing, but that's still really cool.
And James Carew, here you can see him getting ready. Your duotone athlete. He's been a world champion himself, was out last year for injury, coming back in silt and taking a double win. But then unfortunately Nibi Dakera not able to close off and regain a world championship title. He's hungry, he wants it, and he has never won this event, and he has come here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to be crowned king here in Cape Verde. But there are a lot of contenders, as we have seen throughout the initial heats of this competition. But today, if Mother Nature stays as it is, we will find out who is going to be on top of that throne. 40 minutes to go, so there you can see he's pumping up a 7. I do know that the kite on his left-hand side is the Neo D-Lab, his 8 meter. And I reckon probably going to be pumping up a 6 as well. James, one of the bigger athletes on tour, the Australian powerhouse. Close to 90 kilos. And then also he is one of the few riders that actually rides a stubby noseboard in these conditions out there on the whip. Likes it for the smaller and medium waves. Just gives him that little extra float, not needing as much speed. But, oh, everybody has their arsenal. Everybody has their weapons. Let's see if it works for him. At the moment, Mariah's firing squad here in Cape Verde. Gray going down.
I'm guessing that there was something more to the wave at the top of that, because kind of awkward position when we picked him up. He has improved. That last wave of 5.67. So total of 10.7 is equal to what he managed in the first heat. Mariah making it difficult for himself, having to go through that second heat. Coming second to Hendrik Lopez in heat 5, didn't he? That's what meant that he had to go through round 2. But looks in control of this heat 1 of round 3. Still got 12 minutes remaining. Juan Antonio back with us. It's not had much fun overnight, I'm afraid. Feeling a little bit ill. So a trooper to be back out and in command of our competition. And now we wait for another wave to come in. 10 years age difference between our two competitors out there. Mariah, 33 years of age. Gray Foster, 23 years of age. But probably equal experience in kite surfing, because Mirage, obviously from a surfing background, whereas Gray has grown up as a kite surfer from an early age. You say that Gray probably has 8+ years worth of experience as a kite surfer, despite the age of 23. But nothing quite like going to school, Joe, and being able to kite surf every day in that kite academy that he went to a few years ago.
That's what I call extracurricular activities, mate, right there.
Well, it wasn't. The whole point, the whole thing is it wasn't. It was just part of the syllabus.
I mean, that is what you want. Schools on the beach and recess in the water.
Well, that's what you want from your parents. Parent goals to be sent to a kite surf school, kite surf academy.
So 14:43. And it is getting windy, to say the least. I have been told that we are tying down the camera platforms as the wind is really starting to pick up. Got about almost 30 knots right now. I can see some of the gusts, and you can see the white horses on the screen here. It is getting very windy. 10 minutes to go in this heat, and you can see just by how the kite is kind of flying through the sky as well. It is getting a little bit on the gusty side. Waves are there, wind is there, and our athletes are fighting it out to see who continues on in the competition. If you just join us, welcome to Punta Preta, Cape Verde here, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And on the water, we have heat number 1 of round number 3. Let's not forget elimination rounds now. Whoever loses is with a one-way ticket home. And here we can see James Carew is starting to rig up his gear, as his heat is going to be coming up very shortly. Already seen Mitu Monteiro out there this morning with some beautiful turns. And James is going to be going up against his fellow countryman Woodley Hall in that heat number 4.
Oof. Compatriots, friends from the same part of Australia, and one will knock out the other.
I always remember an interview with James early on in his career when I asked him, you know, having friends off of the water, how do you feel when you go up against them and compete out there? And basically his answer was, I just want to rip their heads off. That is the competitive man and the competitive mindset this guy has. And this is why he is one of the best in the world so far, multiple world champion, and looking for the comeback year here of the 2025 season. Little bit of a lull, but looks like we're finally getting some sets coming towards us. Beautiful wave here for him. Artur Moraes dropping in. Here we go.
That's really built nicely for the Brazilian behind him. An exploration into how big his score can go. Looks in control of this heat generally, with that 14.43 already on the board. Nice turn there. Got himself right in the sweet spot, and again, great flow.
And I can hear the Brazilian supporters, wow, on the stream here, Ben. They're going wild with these waves from Moraes.
Only his 3rd wave of the competition as well. Just shows the class to already have 14.4 on the board. And that's his 3rd wave. Foster was on a wave as well. Oh, I think he's just perhaps dropping in. But positioning-wise, not really there. Too far down the shoulder, too far away from that sweet spot. You want the wave curling and breaking around you. And Gray giving critical points away here.
And that's better timing there from Foster at the end. But yeah, as you mentioned, a little further out on the shoulder, a bit of a foam climb now at the end section of the wave. Starting to get busy. This is better. He needs to start going above those 6s and 7s if he wants to have a chance out here against the Brazilian. Both of these athletes making it all the way onto the inside. Mariah's being a little bit more selective. But it ain't how you start, it's how you finish. As we continue on here, just over 6 minutes to go. And let's see the scores of those last waves from these two athletes.
Waiting for the judges' scores to roll in. Beautiful blue water here in Cape Verde on the west coast of the Sal Island. Kite Beach on the east coast. If you came here on holiday, that's where you'd be taken. But this is where the action's really at.
You can see thumbs up there from the locals, liking what they see. I will say the waves have lulled out a little bit. We're seeing a little less frequency in between the sets. People starting to turn up as we get into those future rounds. Just coming up on 10 o'clock in the morning down here, Cape Verde, Punta Preta. And starting off round number 3. Let's have a little look of who we have coming up. So Gray Foster, Artur Moraes now. Ayrton Costolino against Yaris Del Olmo next. Then Sebastian Ribeiro, Simão Bilro. James Carew, Woodley Hall. Hendrik Lopez, Arsenio Diaz. Pedro Matos, Mitu Monteiro. Nicolas Davjev, Gabrielle Benetton. Lorenzo Casati against Santiago Lima. That will be your round 3 athletes. And James Carew here starting to get ready as he is going to be coming up in 2 heats. Kites are ready, wetsuit on, and time to play.
Still waiting on that third score from Artur Moraes. And what is wave 5 for Gray Foster. Quite sure why the system is a little sleepy this morning.
Pre-coffee, mate. Pre-coffee.
Unfortunately, though, we don't have a runner on the team to be able to go and get coffee. Can't really ask the boss of the tour manager to do it again.
Team player, mate. He's a team player.
Bigger score, though, from Moraes now comes in. 15.77 the total. That means there is an improvement on the board from that last wave that we followed. Gray Foster's an improvement as well. He's got a 12.14. As Lucas heads out onto the water to get some of those epic photos that you see on the GKA Kite World Tour website. Our official photographer. He had his coffee this morning. He was bouncing. He was flying the flag for half an hour heats this morning at meeting.
And he was knocked down.
And he was knocked down, yeah. It was...
He was knocked down. Lucas getting very excited as the action and the images are on. Ayrton Costolino there getting ready. He's going to be going up against his good friends. Yaris Del Olmo stretching it out, making sure those service are nice and ready. And there we can see his girlfriend Marta as she's supporting him at every single event. Just as the sunset was hitting down yesterday while we were waiting to go back for the hotel, Ayrton was out. One of the things the judges were saying is that in pretty much a space of 10 seconds, he would already have 3 huge hits on a wave. It's incredible the intensity that Costolino brings to every single one of his turns. And let's not forget the winner of last year and wants to take the win again this year.
Really is some big players out on the water today. A little bit slow this last heat. The scores are big. 15.77 for Moraes. Eliminating a 12.14. So a good 20 minutes of work from Gray Foster. It looks like he's going again here. But it's only a little wave. And he does need to go. He needs to get an 8-point score. And even then, it wouldn't be enough. He needs an 8.5 to beat Moraes. I just don't see that as a possibility. Decent white horses out the back. Big, big wins to fight against. Remember, as they're coming in towards the beach, as they're trying to ride that wave. The kite is trying to pull them downwind, away from the critical point. They are having to fight it to get themselves into the nice pocket.
And Yadi's getting ready. You can see our RD athletes
got a big
lighting
one.
himself up.
Got a bye through the last round. He should have been in round 2, but was drawn against Gabrielle, and unfortunately Gali having a bit of a shunt on Kite Beach on our day off, and unfortunately flying home. So Yaris getting a bye through to the 3rd round, but ending up against Ayrton. The battle of the Italians.
Yeah, 40 seconds there. We can see the boys behind him. Hyping him up.
Do you need big bouffants of curly hair to be a kite surfer?
You do need them to be Italian.
Yeah, very, very Italian style from Roma, just the coastal town that I'm not going to attempt to pronounce.
Oh, look at the wind off the back of the wave. Do you see that? It is absolutely howling down here, and it looks like Gray is going to be going for a last chance here on this wave. Needing to improve. Already got a 6.47, but needs something big if he wants to make it happen and continue on. Gray going down the line, eyeing up maybe a section for an air. No, deciding against it. You can see the frustration in his face. He knows that is not enough. But it is going to be this man on your screen, Artur Moraes, who is going to be making it through to the next round and just head planting in celebration.
Only 4 waves, that being the 4th. A 6.7, a 7.7, and an 8.07. 3 scores, 3 big waves. That's all he needed to go through. And that is a reflection of the class of the man. He progresses through to the next round.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde. Visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo a dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para chão, quando vem, depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evolui, é um pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
Ele é importante quem tem que as muitas condições de financeiras que gostar mesmo de correr e é exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar essas sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with round number 3 of the competition. Next out on the water, we have some very serious heavy hitters. Ayrton Cosolino, your champion from last year, flying the Italian flag, but Cape Verdean at heart. And Giadis Delonima, also a duotone athlete. And he is coming all the way from Roma. 22 minutes of action. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. 10 waves for each one of these athletes. We've seen a couple of athletes wave themselves out. So you do have to be selective. But then in that previous heat, Artur Moraes as he achieved a 15 plus total, 1577, only with 3 waves. Selection is key, and making the most of every single little gem sent to him here on this beautiful Tuesday morning down in Punta Preta, the first event of the season of the GK Kite World Tour, and the opener here of the wave discipline. Mitu Monteiro and Muna White took the win last year. This year, Capucine de la Noir was crowned champion yesterday. Muna White in second, Camilo Lasalal in third. And as it stands, round number 3 of the men, we are already starting to see a few paths come out. I see you can see your gong athlete. Corsolino's going to be in the blue lycra or dark lycra. And then Yaris del Olmo is going to be out there in the white. Has changed up to move to Roberto Ricci Designs. Corsolino starting off with power. Oh, big hack here from Ayrton. Sinking that round. Look at the power. He is not leaving anything up for chance. Looking for the barrel, looking for the air, and pulls. Here comes the air off the top front roll, landing it right in the pocket. Ayrton was one of the athletes to pretty much put that move on the map here in Cape Verde, pushing the air game. Behind him, Yaris also with a nice set wave. Both of these guys already starting off, and the firing squad is out. Oh, Del Olmo going down. Let's check the replay of those last 2 beautiful waves. And a big shout out to Elena, as I know she's tuning into the stream, enjoying the action down here. Cape Verde. What a beautiful location this Punta Preta is, and the conditions are coming in as we expected. We got 2.4 meters at 10 seconds is what they're calling for the day. Not quite there yet. Probably about 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters. Occasional solid 5-foot sets coming through. But the forecast is calling for 8 feet. And we have about 25 to 30 knots of wind. It is getting very strong. And Mitu Monteiro, 2nd place last year. Ayrton with the win. Getting people talking to me from all different sides right now. As you can see, the 2 Italian flags. But Ayrton here on this beautiful set wave. It is windy. Look at how the water is spraying off the back here. Ayrton also out there on a 7 meter. And just move after move. Look, no stop whatsoever. Rail to rail, turn for turn. Up the top, boom. This is why he has been a champion down here and pushing himself along. Oh, and gets slotted. That looked like the barrel from the drone. We will see that come up a little bit later in the replay. But Corsolino pretty much doing everything you can on this wave. We saw 9 O's and 9 3-3s from Muna yesterday. The biggest scores we've seen here so far. Are we going to be seeing that from Ayrton? With a beautiful wave, already a 9.07, and I reckon that next wave has improved on that. We will soon find out. Yaris is definitely going to have his work cut out for him. Let's have a look at the replay there on that one. And he did get covered up, but coming out a little bit further face. Not as clean as the one we saw from Mitu But beautiful rides. Yaris just going in front of our photographer. Not as much speed, not as much power as Ayrton, but I mean a very harsh draw for that young man going up against the reigning champion. 9.07 so far. We've had champions of Machu Lopez, Mitu Monteiro, and Ayrton Corsolino down at this event. And we caught up with Ayrton a little bit earlier down on the beach to see how he feels about trying to do the double whammy and win this event for the second year in a row.
Listen to some chill music, you know, to keep my emotion calm, because I'm so energetic, you know. I want it so bad that I always have to let go some energy, you know. Since the event started, I've been kiting every single day, in the late days too, all day, because I have to release some energy. And yeah, it's been a really difficult year last year. I mean, I won here the first event. I was super stoked. After that, things wasn't going my way. But this one, I'm gonna give it all. You know, I feel it already. I've been training. I think I'm the most complete rider on here. So, just have to be like at the moment. And yeah, let's go. This one's gonna go for Cabo Verde, my family, for everyone. Super on, Will. Super on. Focus.
Well, there you go. That says it all. Yeah, let's go, and let's go down the line like so. Corsolino, oh, getting slotted, but the kite goes down. And 9.63, highest total so far. Ayrton is on fire and showing the teeth, showing his competitors what he has come here to do. And with an almost perfect score, your Cape Verdean with the Italian flag, with that huge score, 2 waves and 2 nines. That is how you do it.
And the judges being very clear that in that first wave, the air 360 was what made the difference. And on the second big, the barrel, this, coming out of it. Not quite perhaps as cleanly as you've experienced and suggested, Joe, but they still gave him a 9.63 for the barrel.
Yeah, I mean, just for the whole performance, you can see that wave from Ayrton. It was, you know, big hacking turns, taking the wave selection all the way from the back, coming all the way down, making sure he get it slotted, timing it perfectly, and then ending it off with another few big, carving, powerful turns. And Corsolino, again, he is just, you can see, I'm a big fan of body language, and you can see he's engaged. He's here for a reason, and look how far forward he is. Almost going on the left there and deciding against it. But yeah, I mean, Corsolino 18.70. He don't get much better than that.
As we said in the women's competition, it's sometimes not necessarily the person you're going up against, but it's all the people on the beach watching. The likes of Monteiro, the likes of Benetton, those people who would like to take victory here, being shown the heels of Ayrton Corsolino for the moment.
Because, yeah, let's have a little look back.
We've not had anything like that, that's for sure.
The biggest score so far has been a 16.70 from Marias and a 15.03, which is Ayrton in his first heat. So he is already pretty much 2 points, 2 points exactly ahead of the biggest score of the competition so far. So Ayrton really showing why he is the reigning champ and how he wants to become champion one more time.
He needs to update his headshot, like a few of our athletes do, I think.
Boom.
Once again, going with the aerodynamic style. Nice to get tight in. And yes.
You can it's just the energy in his body. You can see he's pumped, he's amped, he's hyped. That guy has definitely had a Red Bull or coffee this morning. I can tell you that.
8.03, the last wave. An improvement from Yarish. He's up to 5.6 now. Look at that. Running along the beach, getting the beach pumped up as well. Love that.
The showman. Ayrton, the showman, making sure. And there is the Cape Verdean vibes. Hands in the air, and Cosolino is on this point. I mean, when you see an athlete like the caliber of Ayrton, having a good time, enjoying himself, he's amped, he's pumped, he knows that he has already a very good position in this heat. That's when these guys start to become dangerous, because then that little bit of pressure has already gone and they start to create.
Yeah. Would be hard to improve on an 18.7, but for a man like Cosolino, perhaps there is still an opportunity in a window with around 10 minutes still remaining in this one. The waves are coming in again. Yaris Delormo has got himself a set. Oh, he goes down before he even tries a turn. I think he got a big gust of wind there.
Yeah, he got kind of pulled off. It looked like he was going backside then instead of going switch. But yeah, Yadis, unfortunately, at the moment, waiting for those gems to come in. But he has an Everest of a mountain in front of him with that 18.70. Ayrton throwing down the hammer and pretty much almost putting all of the nails in the coffin before we are at that last third of the heat. I can see a lot of people here on the stream. Malo Genole also saying that he reckons hair can go out of the water already. Absolutely killing it out there. I mean, he is on fire, and Ayrton to already be performing like this in the early heats just shows the motivation and the determination this young man has.
Doesn't give him much scope.
Behinds.
It's got to go through the quarters and the semis as well. It doesn't give him much scope to improve, does it?
No. Setting the bar high for the other competitors and for himself as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if there is one thing about Ayrton, he is definitely not known for holding back. That is for sure.
Adopted at just 10 years of age by his now Italian father. And the two of them sharing the love for kite surfing as he grew up. Spending half his year now here in Cape Verde, his kite school, and then the other half of the year in Sardinia, in a kite school on the Italian island, and with dual nationality, Cape Verde and Italian.
Little bit of a lull now, and I tell you what, there is dust flying left, right, and center down here. Wind is already hitting 30 knots, just saw on the old wind reader, and it is even saying that it's going to increase even more. We don't want it to increase too much, because you can see the water is getting ever so choppy. But look at that. He's crouching like a tiger, this guy. Airs away and lands. No, just not quite getting the landing. He's having fun. He's starting to, you know, mix it up and starting to try things out, as he is already in a very, very good position to be moving through to the next round.
Delormo getting himself a wave. Came off the board on that last one. Going backside. Going backside and then switching.
Variety, showing the judges that he can do it both ways, but
boom,
not going to be giving them the score he needs. He needs to be picking up on a set wave and going crazy. Ayrton, you can see, using that wind to keep that board towards him and just landing a little bit too far on top of the lip and goes down. As I said before, he is just trying things out. Maybe some moves that we will be seeing in the future rounds.
Are we expecting the waves to increase again throughout the day, or they're slightly die off.
Forecast is saying that we're starting off around 2 meters, which is not there yet, and then going up into about 2.4. We are right on that high tide now, meaning that the tide is going to start to go out. But I reckon we're pretty much going to be probably seeing a little bit of the same throughout the day, and then further into the afternoon. We've seen every single day a bit of an increase. So at the moment, yeah, solid 4 to 5 foot on the occasional sets. It's saying it's going to be even bigger than 7 to 8 foot. I'll believe that when I see it, but still Punta Preta showing a grin. And here that air attempt from Ayrton, just flying along, but getting clipped by the lip there.
You could see something was happening when he had the kite really low over the water. He was getting himself ready for something big. As I say, this is now a test session for the future for him. This is now him experimenting, seeing what's possible. We should stay, the competition should stay with the best of the conditions. We did see yesterday, after about 4:30, on the last 2 days of competitions actually, we've seen the wave frequency definitely drop off. And for a couple of our heats late into the evening yesterday, it was quite tricky to select the right wave. But with the forecast for the competition to end around 4 o'clock, that should give us really strong conditions for the finals of the men. 4 minutes remaining in this one. Ayrton is on a small wave here in comparison.
We're going to be seeing some airs at the end of this. I can see him 2 hands on in the center of the bar. This is where Ayrton's going to start to try stuff. As you mentioned, just getting, maybe getting ready for some of the moves that he's going to want to see. And just letting go and putting everything into it. Airdrop there as well. You blink an eye and you will miss 2 turns from this guy.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that wave.
And he goes switch for a couple as well.
That wave needs a physio after that. It's been beating to pieces. And you can just, Ayrton knows he pretty much has this in the bag. And he is just rounding up and making sure that the crowd get up on their feet. As he is giving a little glimpse of what he has prepared for today. The idea is we will be pushing forward. We got about 6 more hours of competition, so finishing around 4 o'clock is the estimate guess for those grand finales. And who will it be? Which will be that final baton of the titles down here on Punta Preta? Yadi's dropping in here, going backside. Again, almost losing his feet and going off the back. Just not really being able to get the performance that he wants.
It is tough, and I think if you don't have exactly the right kit, exactly the comfort zone you need with this kind of wind, it can really throw you off. We've seen a couple of times Yaris kind of having to battle the kite when he really should be focusing on the wave. If you go a bit too big with that kite out on the water, you're going to be struggling. And of course, they can't go out and check and test. They just really have to be learning from what they're seeing others doing. They can be on the beach and get a feel for how it is on the beach, but out there, as you can see, and as we've seen over the last few days, around the beach area where they're launching is protected. As they go out into the water there's definitely a larger blow.
Yeah, and you can see it's a lot windier than yesterday just by looking at how the water goes off of the back of the wave. Obviously, as it being offshore, Yadi's here. Just look at that. Look at how it is absolutely pounding it. That's a better turn from Yadi's almost going off the back. He needs to keep it a little further in if he wants to be able to get some better scores. But no, just straight lining this one all the way to the end until it gets down to that bottom section. But kind of a bit of a one-hit wonder and trying to mix it up, going for the air, landing off at the back at final 60 seconds. Yadis is comboed out. It is going to be Ayrton moving his way through to the next round, and in what style?
Question is, with this last minute of competition, what will Ayrton do to show the crowd he's boss? I feel as though he'd like to do something in front of the beach just to sign off this mega run.
High five to the crowd right on the wave before he gets barrel as close as he comes to those rocks.
There is something rolling in. So our next heat gets ready. Shimao on the beach there. But I think Ayrton's coming in. I see the kite out of my window. What's going to happen here? He's won it already. Now this is just for show.
A beautiful set wave already, you know, launching and parking that rail all the way down off the top. Boom, and look at the power. Spraying us even all the way down here at the commentary booth. Ayrton just literally turn after turn, move after move. He just links them together. There's so little space in between. And having that kite pull him like a freight train. And then switches it up here just to add a little bit more of flair. What a heat, what a run, what a guy. Ayrton Cosinino through to the next round.
You'll be out the door within 2 seconds, won't you? Going to talk to Ayrton? Yeah, absolutely.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
We've been here from the very beginning, created by athletes, designers, and engineers, defining the sport. We stand proud of our legacy, but we won't stop here. The journey continues. This is Duotone.
Beautiful conditions here in Ponte Preta. Big winds, big waves, and we move on to round 3, heat number 3. Sebastian Ribeiro and Shimao Bilu. Shimao winning his second round heat against Kelton Lopez yesterday, so had a bit of experience on the water yesterday. But Sebastian coming from heat number 3 of round 1, where he was the winner with a 12.3 over Woodley Hall and Jordi Sancta. So, potential advantage Brazil as we go into this one. Sebastian, 32 years of age, from the windsurf capital of Brazil, Florianopolis. Against young charger Shimao Bilu from Portugal, the 19-year-old. Shimao there in the white, in the shot, and getting himself a nice warm-up wave to kick off. Good first turn. Needs that intensity. Oh, comes off the back of it. Once you've watched someone like Ayrton or Mitu on the water, got to get yourself recalibrated when you watch the others. Here's Sebastian. Nice turn. Right in where he needs to be, in the power zone of the wave. Good again, gets a bit of a shower. And that is that for that first wave. Scores on the doors, on the board, but plenty of opportunities still to come with 20 minutes of this heat. Winner progresses, loser eliminated. There's Lucas in the water. A little yellow blob. And definitely a day here in Cape Verde to be out sailing. I mean, look at that. Just the foresail out on that boat and it's already flying along. That gives you an impression of how much wind we've got out here. Unless they've got the engine on, in which case, boo to them. Absolutely should not be motoring in any shape or form. Right, whilst we get the scores on the doors for those first waves and reset for a next set, let's go down to Joe with Ayrton on the beach.
Congratulations. Talk about starting off with a bang. First two waves, first two nines of the competition. You are definitely the man to beat out there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Thank you so much. I go with the flow, you know. Marta did a great breakfast for me this morning. You know, yeah, but man, I want it so bad. This visualize thing every day since 2 months. Training in the morning till night. Shady day, good day, whatever. I was every day here, even small. Everyone knows. I'm not here to play, man. For sure, I'm gonna do all my best. And yeah, I will do everything, bro. Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt, we can definitely see that you want to do checkmate early on and also showing the competitors where that level is. One of the things judges saying is you are so fast. Pretty much, if we blink an eye, you have already done those 2 turns. The power, we can just see you have that hunger.
Yeah, man, I think you can see I have, man, this year what I learned is put the emotions behind, you know, because I had a lot of emotions here with the crowd, with my family, but I see nothing, man. What my grandfather said in Italy, don't look behind, man. Go look in the front and just go for it.
Well, you were definitely looking down the line. Ayrton, congratulations. Moving through to the next round. Let's continue on with the action.
Yeah, so much support here in Cape Verde for Ayrton. And with that extra kind of intensity from the family being here to watch, the extended family, the community, the pressure of that, he has to put that all behind and just remember it's him and the waves out there on the water. Small scores for those first waves, but kind of what you would expect. 2.5 for Shimao, 5.6 for Sebastian. There is Ayrton's girlfriend here to support once again. And they will be probably spending a long day down here on the beach because it looks as though Ayrton is going to be looking to repeat the success of last year. A win last year. And then 2 semi-final knockouts. Came 3rd in Dakla, but ultimately ended up 3rd overall as Simao goes for a swim. And it really was that 5th position, that quarterfinal knockout in Germany, which cost Ayrton the title. And everybody out there, an interested spectator as to what is happening out on the water. Shimao with another 2.4, so got 2 scores on the board, but he can do better than that. An 8.2 in heat number 7 of round 1. And it was a 13.6 yesterday afternoon. So whilst we wait for the waves to come back to this heat, let's go and hear from Sebastian Ribeiros on the beach earlier on.
Last year my ranking was number 7. I think it was my worst year for the last 10 years, I guess. I don't know, I think a bit of unlucky, I would say, because last year I had the highest score of the competition here in Cape Verde, but somehow in the quarterfinals I just didn't connect it with the waves and didn't find the good ones like I did in the previous heat. And you know, I try to be, for this year I'll try to be more relaxed and enjoy more the ride, enjoy more the competition, try to, you know, have a bit more fun. I think last year I was too focused on good results, and I think good results comes with a bit of fun. Right. So the trick to find a good wave, I think it's 50-50. So 50% is always watch the previous hit, try to find the good ones, like, oh, okay, so the second or the third of the set is the best one. But I did that, and I was focused on getting always the second wave of the set, because all the hits before the second wave was better. Then in my hit, I don't know what changed, I don't know if it was the tide, but in my hit the third one was better, and then the guy who was against me always got the third one, and then yeah, everything just like starts to roll. And then the following set I tried to get the third one, and then the second one was better. I mean, it happens. I mean, it's Mother Nature, and things like that happens.
Sebastian sounding pretty chilled in that interview.
Yeah, definitely sounding relaxed, isn't he? 5:33, 5:67. Someone who is not relaxed is that man, Ayrton Cosolino, on the beach. I can tell you can feel the hype coming off of his body.
Right, so this is the wave that we missed whilst we were watching that interview. 5.6 from the judges.
God, and you can just see the haze as well. There's so much water flying through the competition area off of the wave behind them. It's almost like they've got a little shower curtain in front of them.
Shimao on the first of the waves by the looks of things. On the perhaps not a full set wave, looks relatively small. And the judges giving that a 2.4. So just 2 waves each so far. Halfway through this heat, 12 minutes remaining. And opportunities. We know Shimao can get himself into the 10s.
And there we can see Hendrik Lopez's family. Didi Lopez with the smile, getting ready. Make sure her son starts to throw down here. Looking forward to seeing Hendrik out there. He's going to be going up against Arsenio Diaz. And we've already got 2 quarterfinalists. Artur Moraes and Ayrton Cosolino will be the first 2 quarterfinalists. That is going to be a big heat.
No doubt a little bit of information shared between Ayrton and Hendrik about the conditions out there at the moment.
But without a walkie-talkie.
Without a walkie-talkie. Oh la la, that is going to run and run, that controversy, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I actually see Patricio De Mattia saying here, watching James, there's 2 things he wants to point out. Pumping up his own kites, and you can see that he is anxious to get out there on the water. James Carew, also one of the favorites for this event. But every single favorite has just watched Cosolino rip Punta Preta apart. And there is obviously, apart from physical warfare, there is psychological warfare being thrown out there by the Cape Verdean.
Yeah, absolutely. That, as much, as I said before, it's much a battle between the 2 on the water as it is with those watching on the beach. For those later rounds, there is James trying to keep cool, but you're right, there's a little bit of anxious tension in that body language.
I do like the face though. He's just, just chilling with his music. Question would be, what tunes do you reckon he's listening to there in his earpiece? Oh, Simao going down very hard there. Just going over that front edge, unfortunately. O's own athlete. 10 minutes to go.
Not been the performance from the Portuguese as we saw yesterday. He's gone through first and second rounds. We saw him yesterday in a really strong round to get him through into round 3. But the scores are not coming this morning. He had that bigger wind yesterday as well. It's not as though, you know, yes, round number 1 was definitely in lighter conditions, but yesterday was really blowing as well. And he did perform, but against Sebastian right now, those scores are not coming through.
Yes, don't forget the winner of this heat will be going up against the winner of the heat in between Woodley and James. So already the quarterfinals are starting to come up. There we can see. So James is going to be, that's his 8 meter. Neo D-Lab of the Alula there from Duotone Kiteboarding. He's also out there on the whip. So getting ready to rumble. As maybe he's going to be going out on the water before his heat starts just to loosen himself up.
Nikola Abadjiev helping launch the kite, the Bulgarian, who we will see a little bit later on. Now our 2 participants starting to head back towards the beach. The frequency not there in some of these heats. I'm not necessarily going to blame the water. Seems to be a bit of an insistent to wait for that perfect condition, when actually for Simao he just needs to get himself a few decent scores and a run that doesn't end in a bath. And there he goes again.
Yeah, he keeps getting caught up on that front edge, doesn't he? He does keep clipping it. Unfortunately there for him. And we have to see if he can improve on that, because that is starting to cost him very dearly.
So still waiting to launch James's kite. Has that been a switch, or is Nicola now helping Woodley? Maybe he's...
That is Woodley.
Yeah,
no,
right.
my bad. I do apologize. So it was Woodley. So they're both going out on the same kite. So Woodley looking like he had to trim that off as he is getting ready to go out and fly it into the sky. But right now, it looks like something is going to start to form here for Simao. Having a little look-see.
Needs something big. Needs a big score. Capable of doing so. Yesterday, a 13.6 against Kelton Lopez. But so far, his best score, a 2.6. And he goes down again. Maybe he's overpowered with his kite. I mean, that didn't even look like he was being caught out on the water. Sebastian goes hard. Yes, nice dynamic. It's not the big wave that he would have been hoping for, but good style points for Sebastian Ribeiro. He doesn't really need to do too much. It looks like he's going to be able to qualify pretty comfortably unless Simao can start getting things on the board. Look out to the horizon. Dark shadows rolling in. Our 2 athletes getting themselves back up into position to maximize the possibilities. James still on the beach, still listening to his music. I think Woodley now launched, or certainly getting a feel for the kite. They'll launch the kite up on the beach to get a feel for the power. Is it right for the conditions? It's about as much kind of practice as they can do. There is Woodley. Now kite attached. Question is he happy to, is he in a position to eliminate his mate?
And you can see him also out there on the blur. That is the SLS from Duotone. A little more traditional surf style board. A nice faded yellow. And getting ready and seeing if it is feeling right. He does seem quite chilled, calm, cool and collected. But he is going to have to be if he's going up against a multiple-time world champion James Carew, and also a good friend of his, fellow countryman, as the 2 Aussies are going to be battling it out.
Fellow Victorian as well. It's not as though they come from the same country, but one's on the east coast and one is on the west. They are both from around Melbourne. This is better for Sebastian. Is he going to drop in here? Yes, he is. Down the face. Hacks down the bottom to the top. Having to wait a little bit, hasn't quite got the fluidity there whilst he gets around that foam wall. Big, beautiful balanced turn there. A little bit of air as he came off it. Turns back towards the wall. This is going to be a better run for the Brazilian. Nice once again. Now the fluidity is there in the second half of this wave. Maybe the enjoyment in there as well. So much nicer. Shimao has also got himself a wave. Is he inspired to improve his score? We're already pointing away and watching his back, which means he's halfway down his wave. We'll be able to get a chance to see what he did in the early part of it.
Yeah, looking like he was picking off a nice set wave as well for both of them. There's some big scores going to be coming through. Simao pushing hard against those fins to be able to get that spray out. Little bit of a fumble or wiggle and a wobble on the downside. That is going to cost him dearly because gets him out of position and he had to straight line it all the way along as it is a little bumpy out here on the face. Getting a few turns in, so definitely going to be a better score for him. But it was the wave there of Sebastian Ribeiro. The thing I really love about Sebastian is how he stays on the face of the wave. He isn't going out in front of it. He really is pure surfing. And I got a feeling judges are going to be dropping a very big number coming his way.
Do you think from even that better wave from Shimao that he is overpowered and the kite is pulling him away from the ideal position? It's an improvement of a 5.27 for the Portuguese, up to 7.8 total, and an 8.27 for Ribeiro. So 13.94. You definitely need to be up there in the teens if you want to progress. With 2.5 minutes remaining, is that the last set that's rolled through? Is that the last opportunity for our two competitors? Shimao comes steaming towards the beach once again. But just look how, with each gust, he gets blown to our left as we're watching him. And when you want to precisely place yourself in the good position on the wave, you don't need the kite pulling you away. That's wave number 9 for the Portuguese. Just one more opportunity with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Probably isn't the opportunity from the waves. And it is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro who is going to progress through. The judges watch on. One more score to come in. One more wave available to Shimao. But since the beginning, feels as though Sebastian Ribeiro has got the control of this heat. We wait for that one last score to come in for Shimao, but unlikely to be able to be an 8, which is what he needs if he wants to win this one.
And also 13.94 there for Sebastian, so much better than what we saw from him before. And that last wave, an 8+ ride. Those are the kind of scores we're used to seeing here from the Brazilian, and always one of the favorites when it comes to a wave event. He is definitely going to be moving through to that next round with 30 seconds left on the clock. Simao is almost comboed out. Anything can happen if a set comes through, but it doesn't look like there's much energy out the back, and I can see Simao already trying to look for something. Maybe off to the left-hand side, but 10 seconds to go. I reckon Sebastian's got this one in the bag.
Shimao's possibly on a bigger wave coming in than Sebastian ahead. Is there something forming for the Portuguese? 5.6 for Ribeiro. could be an improvement, or could be improved, I should say, but choosing not to. What about Shimao behind? Oh no, that was Ribeiro. So dropping in then, Shimao for one last time in this competition. Needs this to be an 8 score, so it needs to be a really big score if he wants to progress through and knock out the Portuguese. But again, needing to straight line past the foam wall. Not a bad couple of turns, but possibly not enough to qualify. We'll wait confirmation, but it looks to us as though it's Sebastian Ribeiro who goes through from round 3, heat number 3.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on here. Your day number 3 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Cape Verde, Punta Preta. We have just seen Sebastian Ribeiro is making his way through into the next round. And now Aussies out here on the water. James Carew on your left, repping out Duotone, and Woodley Hall on your right. Also, Duotone teammates and fellow Victorians, as Ben said, they are getting ready to rumble. Only one will survive. Only one will continue. Who is it going to be? Looks like the forecast you got up there, mate. What's it looking like?
Yeah, continuing to keep this kind of pressure on the wave, on the wind, sorry, all the way through today, gusting up to around 30 knots. Suggesting a wave height of about 2.5 meters, probably not there yet. But interesting to see how the wave period is going to change tomorrow. You have bigger gaps between the waves over today's 8-second period, and the direction going to slightly change as well to become more inland, slightly more east. Right then, Woodley Hall in the whites, James Carew in the blue. Haven't had a chance really to enjoy James's riding so far in this competition because he progressed straight through from round 1 to round 3. Dynamic from Woodley. This is nice stuff. Can't say for the Australian because they're both from Australia. We did see Woodley eliminate Barosh this morning. No, that was last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, taking out one of the few Cape Verdeans that are left. And now starting off with that first wave. You can see him there on this Neo D-Lab as he makes his way back out. Nice little run all the way down. And it looks like I can see that James is out there on what looks like a 7-meter normal Neo, the SLS. And as he mentioned before, he's always riding the whip in these conditions, contrary to the Blur SLS that we can see there, the yellow, more traditional shaped board from Woodley. It's the stubby nose, so a little better in smaller wave conditions. But in the end, it's all about finding that magic stick. And it looks like James Carew has some set waves just about to come towards him.
Some nice waves coming towards the beach, so unfortunately Woodley's having to hack his way through. Has James got himself a wave here? Let's let 3 or 4 of the set roll through. But he is ahead of another one, so first opportunity. It's a 4 for Woodley Hall, and James Carew drops in.
Yeah, now let's have a little look at this because this is a very nice set wave. Powering all the way, a little bit of a fumble there mid-face, losing a bit of speed. We've seen big scores from Cozzolino. James has also seen them going to be wanting to equal them in this heat to make a standout point. Big carving, powerful hacks all the way down the line. And making sure he is hitting this wave left, right, and center. Foam climb as he makes his way down to the bottom section, looping that kite. And pushing everything the Australian has. And those fins going loose. Nice opener.
Again, the intensity is there. That is what we've seen from our biggest scores so far. And James has the intensity too. Both these two with a 12.5 in their previous runs. There was the scamper from Woodley Hall. And he's just a little too straight for the majority of that wave. And then at the end, there's a few more turns. But ultimately, these two friends now heading back out to the reset position at the top end of our competition zone.
Look at those colors, Ben. I mean, it is about as blue as it can get. The sun is shining. It is now hitting 30 knots. Athletes are out on 7-meter kites already. And let's not forget that Karoo is one of the bigger athletes we have out there on tour. So it is howling. There we can see Lucas Stiller, our photographer, in the water, getting all of the shots you can see here throughout our social media. And once again, thank you for tuning in here on the stream. Any questions, any info you want about the athletes, what's happening, where to have dinner, where to have breakfast, like Ayrton, to make moves like that, give us a shout, throw a comment down on the stream as we're enjoying what looks to be the final day here of your GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Cape Verde here at the peeling right-hander of Punta Preta.
5.7 for that second wave for Woodley Hall. 7.5 for James Karoo. And now waiting for that second set to roll in. And whilst we do, let's catch up with James a little bit earlier on.
Right, here we are, day 2 of competition for us. Surprisingly, there's actually some pretty good waves. Thought it was going to be flat and it's super windy. But yeah, it looks good. Feeling good for this competition. Got a couple waves this morning. Ready to rock it. I want to win this comp. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, the first day was tricky. It's a bit slow. You know, when it's tricky here, there's not many set waves in the set, and it was like that. So I just had to make sure I was on the set waves. I got a couple, nothing special. But yeah, hopefully get some more today.
Worth remembering that that first round was held in much lighter conditions than we are now seeing, and a different challenge. So when we do look at the scores from that round one, taking that into consideration, 12.4 for James on that occasion. Woodley was able to do a 12.5 as well yesterday in the afternoon, just before the end of the women's competition. So it's been a couple of days since James was out in competition. I know a lot of them went out to Kite Beach on the day where we didn't have a competition, which was, what, Sunday or Monday? What day it is today. Sunday, I think it was, where we were all on hold.
Yeah, Sunday, exactly. Oh, airing across and right back into the pocket. Now we are talking, James. Couple big powerhouse turns to start it off, then airs that section. And here it looks like he's going to be going for it again. Are we going to see that rotation? No, we're not. But still mixing it up down here for the Aussie. Has a little look back. Great wave there from him.
Haven't seen too many air across that big zone where the... oh, gone down on the way back out again.
Tightrope.
But there is an area, isn't there, on this wave that it breaks ahead of the athletes. And James choosing to air that rather than just straight line it. So many other athletes straight lining in front of it. But James getting a bit creative. And then the second one as well. Landing them both. Let's see if there was enough turns in there as well for the judges.
Yeah, that was a very nice wave. A couple good hacks at the top section of the wave. And that air was very perfectly positioned because as he took off, he landed right back into the power section of the wave, keeping that speed. Second one, not so much, but definitely mixing it up down here. Now, this is the wave we missed there from Woodley as he is looking to improve on that 4.0. Oh, but letting that tail a little bit too loose and sliding down the face.
1.6 score for that one, so ignored. And an
8.1.
8.1 for James Carew. Gauntlet laid down for his mate Wooders. It's going to have to go big now if he wants to stay in the competition.
I mean, let's not forget Ayrton Cozzolino, we saw getting the highest score of the competition so far, as he had an 18.70. But then the top scores are in the 15 to 16 range. So James definitely right in the middle of that. But everybody has seen, if you want to take out the champ, you're going to have to get to 18. And here we can see James coming back towards the beach, as he is already up top in position. They are very far to the right-hand side here of this Punta Preta wave, and he has seen something, because I can definitely see some energy out in front of him. It is going to be Carew dropping in for yet another wave, looking to improve on a 7.53. Having a look at it. Yep, there's the motion. He is going to be engaging. Here we go. Oh, he gets tucked. Does he come out? Does he come out? Oh, it was a long one, but goes down. He was looking for that.
Oh, and now he's got those two big scores on the board. Absolutely wanting to start to experiment, like we saw from Ayrton Cozzolino. Here is what he tried again. Directly went for the barrel.
Yeah, look at this, just trying to get slotted, and he does. Inside, 2, 3, 4, almost comes out there. But the foam ball got the better of him. Nice try.
Half of this heat remaining, and James knowing, he may not know exactly what kind of score he's got, but he will have a good feeling that he's had a couple of good runs. And now can start to experiment, can start to play around, knowing that he will go up against Sebastian Ribeiro in the next round. But obviously, it will get tougher and tougher and tougher as the day progresses for those that qualify through. Not writing off Woodley Hall as yet, but Carew has the titles to his name. Woodley almost the apprentice at just 24 years of age. Drops into this wave. Just not quite in the right position. Hasn't been able to get the turns in.
Oh, bails out underneath as well. Yeah, like you're saying, he just wasn't in that position, not getting the timing. 9.70 so far, but just not picking off the gem.
Something brewing here for Carew. And here he goes again. It's not a big wave, but it's not the size that matters.
It's the motion of the ocean. And James, oh, letting that tail out on the lip. Now going down, looking for yet another hit. He does. Look at the speed, carries it all the way along. Little bit of a float of air there from here as well. This is he's keeping his busy. He is starting to get loose out there. James Carew, ladies and gentlemen.
Very, very nice. This man means business. He wants to take away that title from the locals. A reminder that he was not here last year. Came back in Germany and took victory in Germany and in Dakar. Could have been the champion had it not been for a lack of points by missing this. Is it Brazil? Is it Cape Verde? Or is it Australia to take the victory here today?
It is going to be a question, that is for sure. Because these boys are starting to bring out all of the heavy artillery. This is a better wave here from Woodley. Let's see what he can do with it. Already a good little check turn. Going a little bit far out on the face. Mid-turn, needs to get up to the top if he wants to be getting those high scores. Good speed. Pulls himself down. He is flying down the line, but the lines get caught in the wave. And I hope that is not going to be in the middle there. Carew drawing himself, and that kite is there. As he is able to continue, so there will not be interference. That is fine. And making it all the way down the line, James Little bit of a foam climb here. And just managing to stay on his feet. Cat-like reflexes there.
Absolutely off balance at the end of that, but that strength of the man dragging himself back onto his board. Let's see once again from the top. Didn't waste anything of this wave. We saw with Woodley spend a bit of time sort of getting him psyched up for his previous wave where James is straight into it. The intensity is there. He's lucky that there's the timing just about allowed him to get around Woodley in the water. And at the end there, recovers in the foam.
$15.63, 8.10, 7.53 here for James Carew, waiting as the judges. Wow, that is a face of concentration over there if I have ever seen him.
To say every time, I was chatting with him last night, I said every time we come to you, you don't look like you're doing anything. We're waiting on a score, boys. 7.37 comes in, so equal to Carew's last waves. 7.33 for the one before that, but neither an improvement on the first two. So the judges hard to impress in the second half of this heat. Woodley needs to get a better score than a 4. Can he do it on this one? He's recovered from his kite going down in the water on the last. This is better.
Wave is opening up as well down the face. Let's see what he can do with it. I lost that back foot. I'll give it one thing. These boys, these Australian athletes, they can get it back together.
Yeah.
Get themselves out of a sticky situation.
Gotta lay it all down. One last opportunity against your best mate.
He was breaking and looking for a little bit of shower time, but the wave just didn't go as hollow as he needed. And here we can see James on the one behind him. Had a little look-see. Here we go. Just look at him out of water, flying across the sea.
Oh, big, big air. Can he land it? No.
Getting the height, that was for sure. All right, so scores are saying the same. If I know James well enough, he is looking to get a big number coming his way to kind of get that confident boost, as he has already seen what Cosolino can do. This is only round number 3 of the competition. Winners will be making their way through to the quarterfinals. We have already seen. Waiting, we have Artur Moraes, Edson Cosolino, Sebastian Ribeiro, and the winner of this heat. And then 4 more heats to go. Hendrik Lopez, Arsenio Diaz, Pedro Matos, Mitu Monteiro. That is going to be a battle. Nicola Dagieva, Gabrielle Benetton, and Lorenzo Casati and Santiago Lima, as we continue on here for the 3rd day of competition.
Big Capverdean battle coming up in Heat 5 then, between Lopez and Diaz. And then our world champion Benetton against the Bulgarian Abadchev, and then the young chargers in Heat 8 of Casati and Lima. But whoever wins this goes up against Ribeiro in that second heat of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, let's not forget that last heat from Ribeiro, 13.97. 9.4, excuse me. So 13s, 14s, and 15s at the moment seem to be the top scores, and then a little bit of a difference when they get to the 16s and 17s. Woodley, look at the wind, how that water is flying off. Great 2 turns here from him. This wave does look like it's opening up down the reef very nicely, as he goes and makes it all the way around, throwing that body into the turn and getting down to the power section, laying literally on his back And I can see that a wave behind him, James Carew, was also engaging. We will get the replay of that as these boys are here and they are here to stay. All right, let's see that wave. All right, James dropping in. Nice outside reef. Big carving, powerful first turn just to set himself up. Another pushing out and getting water all the way across the sky. Linking those moves together, there is no downtime. It is literally rail-to-rail surfing. Speeds past the hollow section and starts to get busy. What is that, 7 or 8 turns already?
That's the intensity that we saw earlier on from Cozzolino, from Monteiro at the start of the day, and James Carew now equal to it. Will the judges score that better than a 7.5? Woodley goes again. It's 10 wave maximum, 2 scores count. At the moment, he's only got a 4.3 in there. But every kind of run looks kind of similar from Woodley Hall. There's not a big development in what he's able to do out on the water.
That was a nicer turn, though. We could see him going a little bit more vertical. But yeah, like you're saying, those scores very similar throughout the board.
Carew with an air into the foam wall, gets back out of it. So he's done a big, intense carving surf run, and then a slightly more freestyly. We saw that with Monteiro as well, didn't we? He did a couple of pure surf runs and then started to mix it up to give us an idea what the judges were impressed with. And here is the top of that run.
Huge under the lip there from Carew. That is a much better opener than we've seen in the previous waves. And then making his way down, gets this air, lands right back in the pocket, and manages to foam climb his way away. Check turn here and now. This is where he starts to get busy again. I mean, Carew is definitely mixing it up, and great timing on that second and fourth turn there in that wave. 7.43 for the one before that, and we're just waiting, and a 7.4, so not going to increase on his score, but quite consistent, Carew.
Judges hard to impress. 5.28 improvement from Woodley Hall. The last 2 waves of 5.02 and then a 5.28. This is wave number 9 for him. But with just 1 minute remaining. Carew on one last attempt. He goes for the barrel. Gets it! Now he's got to combo a few more turns in there. Something a little bit different. Goes for the 3. Lands that as well.
Now this is going to be interesting. The landing of that front flip was on the back of the wave, that 360 rotation. Have the judges counted that? As he did not. If he hadn't had a kite, he wouldn't have been able to come back on to the wave. But a nice barrel there from James. He is going to be happy to see that as the closer of this heat, as he is going to be going through to the next round. And he was waiting for that big set wave, and now here's the break. Boom. Oh, that is picture perfect. Straight out through the funnel, spitting behind him. Now, what is the score going to be? Judges are definitely going to have to like that one. I'm going to say that's the best barrel of the day so far.
We saw the pure barrel from Ayrton Cozzolino was not hugely judged in comparison to the pure carving turns from before. Wave number 10 for Woodley here. His last run back to the beach. It was a beautiful barrel, but there wasn't much else to it. There wasn't the carving turns. He had obviously the air as well. But that's exactly what we saw from Ayrton. He did the pure carve, and then he did a barrel with an air. And Woodley goes for a little barrel at the end too. And they've given James a 6.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I mean, in the end, it was pretty much a one move, like you're saying, wave. He didn't have many other turns, and then what that means is that front wall was not landed on the wave. But still, if he can, you can see what he's looking for. If he can get that bow at the beginning of his wave, get some turns, and then end it with an air, that is when you start to link those big scores together. But James Carew moving through to the next round.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Village.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer, me de ruber arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é ter pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
Ele é tão importante porque entendem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr. E é um exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Hype on the beach for this next one. Hendrik Lopez against Arseno Diaz. Local man versus local family legend. Lopez with the Swiss flag, moved to Switzerland when he was 10 years old, but is born here in Cape Verde, much like Arseno Diaz. And big family support to Hendrik from his uncle, the mighty Mitu. Sorry, Ayrton Coslino, not Mitu. Mitu. So Uncle Ayrton surely sharing a little bit of support for Hendrik Lopez. Lopez growing up watching Ayrton kind of invent and establish himself in the world of strapless freestyle, the whole of Cape Verde being put on the map thanks to this sport, thanks to Ayrton and Mitu and Hendrik, the next generation. Missing a few years of kite surfing when he initially moved to Switzerland for better education. But as soon as it was an opportunity to jump back on the plane, he was out and practicing this sport. Won his first round against Moraes and Casati. It was a big heat 5, and he came out on top, and that put him directly through into this third round. Arseno Diaz eliminating Charlie Martin this morning. Sorry, the last thing last night. Diaz was last in Heat 6, defeated by both Pedro Matos and Yaris Delomo, and already taking a pretty hefty bath out there on the water. Here goes Hendrik though. Bam! Getting caught a little bit on the lip of the wave. Not quite the fluidity needed on that first attempt. But wiping out the cobwebs for Hendrik Lopez. And whilst we get this heat underway, let's go down to the beach with Joe and James Carew.
James, congratulations, making it through to the next round. Nice little warm-up out there, mate.
Yeah, it's good out there. Nice to get out there, warm up a little, get some waves. It's pumping, and the wind's super strong. The waves are really good. So yeah, just good to be out there, throw it down.
One of the things we can see is you're looking for that barrel at the top section of the wave. You've got a 6.0 pretty much only for that last barrel and then trying to link it with other maneuvers. That the game plan?
Yeah, I like the barrel on the top. You know, you saw in that last one, it was a small barrel, but I got a little deep. Yeah, I want to get one of them and then just come out and fucking smack it. So that's the plan.
We already saw Ayrton Cozzolino making a statement in his earlier heat. All of you guys, we can see paths are starting to form. What did you think about Ayrton? Obviously a good friend of yours, ripping out there.
Yeah, I mean, Ayrton's a legend. He's always ripping. You know, this is his spot. He grew up here. He knows how to ride it. So yeah, you just got to get out there and throw it down. That's it.
Well, there it is. I wish you the best of luck, mate. Congratulations on making it through to the next round. Back to the action.
And even this is Ayrton's spot. James wants to take the win away from Ayrton here. I say, yes, backside, bang, hard into the wave. Gets himself popped out of it. But knows they need to lay it down here. They need to go big if they want to progress through. And especially against Hendrik, who has so much experience, not just here in Ponte Preta, but across the competition as a whole. Knowing what the judges are looking for, very, very important. And Hendrik comes off the top of it there. Isn't able to complete that run, but we're seeing good intensity from both of our competitors. Lopez trying to keep out the way of Dias. Doesn't want to get done for interference. I think he managed it there. Nice slash turn from Dias. Oh, just about holds on to it this time. Once again, hacks the lip. Nice and direct back down. And now looking over, choosing where to turn again. At least get something on the board that is not a massive smash. Lopez out in the quarterfinals of this event last year. Way big air, doesn't quite land it though. They're putting on a show, that is no doubt about it. He was also out in the quarterfinals in Dakar, and in the best 16 he was eliminated in Germany and in Brazil. This is the big air. Looked good, but didn't quite get his feet under him enough to support him on the landing. So big show for the moment from our two locals out there on the water. There's Mitu getting himself ready for his next one. Obviously the score's not particularly great right now, but maybe they can calm themselves down a little bit, land some of those tricks, stay up on their feet. At least one of them has to progress. There are nice sets rolling in though. More opportunities here. And Arsenio steals a wave. Is he going to be in the right position for it? Looks like it to me, and it's a decent set. Whilst Hendrik heads out the back, Arsenio goes again.
What did I miss? Because the crowd was going wild out there in that interview.
They were all supporting their locals. And lots of big air attempts and big smashes so far. This time Arsenio staying on his feet. Some good turns as well. And that is better. He's got a 3.2 and a 4.9 on the board. 4.9 for the last attempt. Hendrik Lopez.
Oh, powerful carving hack here from the Cabrina athlete. Out there on a 7-meter drifter. Oh, but gets the old tightrope and goes down. Insane the support these two have out there on the crowd. I'll tell you one thing for sure, Ben. athletes are starting to get confident out there.
Yeah.
We just saw it there with James Carew. We've seen it with Sebastian Ribeiro. They are here to win. And you can start to see those roads being paved. And a beautiful turn here by Hendricks. Look, boom, off the top. Smacks out that tail. But it was a little bit further down where he just, hit that tightrope and went over that front edge. And a beautiful little air. I think, if I'm not mistaken, was that his 5.83?
No, I think we're waiting for the score to come in on this one.
Oh, okay.
Just unlucky to be knocked down at the end of it. Because actually, top to tail, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, very nice. Bow and all. Get that sun. Oh, definitely get that sunscreen on. That is a British tan if I have ever seen one.
4.87 for Arsenio on that last run. So 2 consistent scores, just below a 10 now.
I didn't know we had lobsters on the beach, mate. Did not know we had lobsters. All right, Mitu Monteiro getting ready to go out. A very big heat coming up. Heats that could pretty much be finals. It is going to be Pedro Matos from Brazil versus Mitu Monteiro from Cape Verde. And everybody is starting to stand up because they know who is about to come out in the water and throwing down the boys, the youngsters, here with Hendrik Lopez and Cunha Arsenio Diaz. It's a Cape Verdean standoff.
Let's wait to see what Lopez has scored on that last one. We still haven't got the judges' score in. Hendrik goes down towards the beach just to absorb some of that atmosphere. The music's pumping. The MC is out in force, making everybody aware on the beach that there are 2 Cape Verdean athletes out there on the water. I'm not sure Switzerland will be claiming the victory as much as Cape Verde for Hendrik if he can take this one. Still waiting on that score. Expecting him to take the lead, though, when that comes in. I mean, apprehension. That is, the system loves a little bit of apprehension, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. And we're just coming up, just gone past that halfway point. Still at 22-minute heats. There was rumours that we might be going down to 20, but sets are a little far and few between. There you can see just on the back, there, Guilherme Brandão together with Pedro Matos as they are getting amped and pumped for that next heat.
6.97 for Lopez. So he moves ahead, 12.8 the total now.
Beauty.
Got to agree with the judges on that one.
Shame that he dropped off at the very end of that. If not, that might have just hit that 7 point. But still, a couple of turns, a little bit of a cover-up. And mixing it up, both of these guys. Hendrik Lopez, your Cabrina athlete. Arsenio Diaz, your duotone. And it does look like something's coming towards us. Here we go. Hendrik dropping in. What's he got for us? Can already see the crowd getting their hands in the air, and he hasn't even started. All right, dropping in, coming down. Hendrik eyeing up this first turn, dreaming and setting that rail off the top and goes down again, back into position. Tail loose, similar to always getting bubbly out there as he is very close to the reef, but that doesn't matter. Cover up and throwing the fins around, even hopping a rock there at the bottom as he knows it like the palm of his hand. Another great wave there from Hendrik. Not sure if it's going to improve on his scores, though, because it wasn't really a set wave.
Looks like Hendrik riding switch today as well, changing his feet once he's finished the run. Got to beat the 5.83, which I'm not sure he's able to do. But that was his 5th wave. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining. Arsenio can get himself out there and lay some more runs down. We saw in the early part the 2 of them coming out strong. And now Arsenio running in towards the beach, but is there anything over his shoulder? I don't think so.
Having a look out the booth here as well. People are starting to rack up on the shore. You can really start to see people coming along and everybody standing up. Even helmets on in the shore, mate. It's that radical down there.
They do say that outside of sitting at the beach or sitting beside the pool, all water sports, there's not a huge amount to do here. And so something like this pops up on the horizon, gives you a good opportunity to absorb what I would call is local culture here in Cape Verde. Kite surfing surely has to be associated to local culture here.
Very much so. And then when the sun goes down, you watch out for Calema and for Piratas, as you can really see what this island is made of. 7.5 minutes to go. 5.03 for that last wave there from Hendricks. 12.80. So looking to improve on those scores. And there, Mitu Monteiro is getting ready. He's also going out on that 6 meter Addict F1 kite. And that is his pro model, the 5.4 Mitu Pro. Nice little swallowtail there at the back. Fine-tuned and dialed in for Punta Preta. And the eternal question, is it blue, is it green, or is it mint?
This one's blue. The wing, mint. But if that water is not blue, then the F1 is not blue.
Very true. Now that's a good comparison. There's some Pantones right there. All right, so waiting for another set to be making their way forwards as we continue on. Hendrik Lopez in the lead so far, but it looks like Arsenio Diaz is about to drop in on a set wave. This is looking very nice.
Got to make this one count, get himself above a 10 with 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Goes backside. And here we go. Really powering up the kite. He's got to line up something big here. Wasted quite a lot of the early part of that wave again.
Oh, did that board break? It did that board break, and Hendrik go into the sky. I reckon there's a little bit more than just this heat up for grabs on here. I wonder what they've betted.
I mean, this is what was happening when you were coming into the booth. The two of them just flying in the air and unfortunately not landing. Here's Hendrik's attempt. Carving up the wave to get the position for that first turn. Boom, first turn. And he wasn't interested in doing anything more. It's all about the air. Lining himself up. Goes nice and high. The wind taking him along. But, yeah, there was no landing, was there? It was a mess underneath his feet.
It was the good old power bomb into the water. A little bit more wax on the board here for Matos. And also you can see difference to some other athletes. He's actually riding the truss bar, so not the click bar. And here you can see him out there on the blur, getting ready to go. He's smiling. That's always good.
Replay of Arsenio.
Oh, beautiful slow-mo there. Board on top of him, then board pulled towards him. And it hits him again.
Just timing slightly late there, and the wave was curling over him. So as he hit the lip of it, it was just turned upside down.
Yeah, unfortunately, because that would have been, a fraction of a second before, and that would have been a beautiful turn. But hey, you got to leave it all out on the line if you want to make it into the quarterfinals of the GKA. And both of these boys, local from here, from Punta Preta, they know this wave off by heart. And as I mentioned before, I reckon there's a lot more up for grabs than just continuing on in the competition.
Still advantage to Hendrik Lopez. Nephew of Ayrton Coslino. Swiss flag from a good 10 odd years in Switzerland, in Lausanne, where he was educated, but the heart in Cape Verde, and definitely the kite in Cape Verde.
All right, here we have Hendrik looking back. Is he going to go in this one? Yes, he is. He's stalling to grab some speed. Lopez dropping in. Not the biggest set wave, but it is opening up nicely. Look at that, nice and hollow under the lip. But gets slapped on the back of his head and goes down after the first turn.
The ambition is there, isn't it, from these two? They are happy to go big. They're happy to put themselves in the ideal position. But the consistency of continuing afterwards, not quite there in comparison to the likes of Carew and the likes of this man. So chill on the launch.
Yeah, Pedro Matos, he knows he has a very, very big heat coming up, going up against Mitu Monteiro, and to the contrary as well. Mitu knows he has a very big heat going up against Pedro Matos. Those are the kind of likes of heats you would see in a final.
He cannot let a Brazilian beat him, not in the third round.
He's got the crowd behind him. He has the crowd behind him. And just getting a little extra grip, some extra sand in between the toes, so he can hold on to the board with everything he's got.
The bass pumping out on the beach for all of those watching, all of those waiting to see this master in the next round. But the young pretenders are out there right now. Surely one of them is going to meet him in the next round if he qualifies. Is that not the case? Oh, gifts. Gifts in the booth.
Camille Lossaran, I love you. Red Bull has been arrived here in the stream. Thank you very much.
Literally only one on the island. So Joe is getting them. A grapefruit sugar-free one. It's but there's nothing else left. You got the only one yesterday, didn't you, Joe? And he gets the only one again today.
I did, yeah. I tried to get some in the supermarket yesterday, and it was non-existent. I've asked Bruno, and she hadn't got any of the Red Bull athletes, and Cami sounded like a last can. So thank you very much.
Problem is, the athletes have been here too long, right?
Very much so, and you just watch out, because when I make this noise, it means action is on. Wings are released.
Nice. Yeah, so I reckon the winner of this is going to go through to face the winner of the next one. So we could see a master and a pretender. We're definitely going to have a Cap Verdean in the next round because it's either going to be Lopez or Diaz going through. But we're just waiting. With 30 seconds remaining on the clock, can Arsenio Diaz get anything more on that point score to defeat Hendrik Lopez? Flying in to the competition area, the next heat. But is it all over? Is there any waves that either of these two are on? Diaz working hard, but I just don't think anything's going to come to them. The clock is hitting 0. There is a wave there for Hendrik, but he doesn't need to do anything with it. And that is, I think, clock 0. Hendrik Lopez is going to go through, defeating Arsenio Diaz, but he's going to go through to face one of the masters of this competition. Either Mitu Monteiro or Pedro Matos. We'll find out after this short break.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
We've been here from the very beginning, created by athletes, designers, and engineers, defining the sport. We stand proud of our legacy, but we won't stop here. The journey continues. This is Duotone.
welcome back, everybody. Hold on to your hats, get a cold one, get a hot one, and get to the edge of your seats. A very, and I'm going to say it again, very big heat is coming up. Pedro Matos from Brazil up against Mitu Monteiro from Cape Verde. This could be a final at any given event, and probably one of the first big elimination heats we've had. We saw Cosolino go up against Mitu in the first round, but nobody was going to be going home. But now, whoever loses is out of the Cape Verdean events.
Matos has been on the tour for a good 10 years. Monteiro also a master of this discipline. The beach unbelievably covered with wind and... Okay, so not the most pleasurable conditions to be out there on the beach watching, but epic conditions to be on the water.
Yeah. Wow, there we can see Hendrik Lopez, Ayrton, high five. Nephew, you did well. Keep on going. But now, the battle of the beasts, these two men, Mitu Monteiro, Pedro Matos. Who is going to fire off the first bullet? I reckon it is going to be Mitu. He's looking behind him, but no. Here we go. First wave. Monteiro dropping in. Going across. Up and away. Already starting off with a big, powerful hack. Sending water all the way across the back. Now stretching out that leg, Monteiro. Loving what I see in a big floater. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. That is huge. This is the way you want to start off a heat and an opener. Double hand drag as well on the end. And maybe looking as he's coming down the section. And I can tell you what, out the corner of my eye, also watching Pedro's wave, which we will see on the replay. Both of these guys have their respective firing squads ready. And the AK-47s are going wild. Beautiful surfing from both of them.
Absolutely laying down the first of the runs. Just 2.5 minutes gone in the competition. Both men with big scores coming. Here's Pedro's run.
I mean, you can see our poor cameraman getting battered out there with the continuous increasing wind.
Slightly ahead those first two turns. Better in the third one, but a little bit perhaps safer than we saw from Mitu. Last turn a little bit in the sweet spot of where you ideally want to be. And I think that could be advantage Cape Verde on the first of our big set waves.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Mitu's was deeper, more consistent and more flowy. But I mean, early days, there you can see Cape Verdean starting to move, starting to go and jump up and down. There you go. These are the vibes that we want to see down here on the island of Sal. And let's have a little look at those numbers coming in. Still not there, but I would say round one of this heat is going to go to Mitu.
Possibly something rolling in on the left side of that shot. Opportunity coming in potentially. Pedro Matos looks like he's eyeing it up. Let's see if it comes into anything. He looks over his shoulder, may not be satisfied with this wave. Certainly not the size of what we've just seen. He's going to go for it anyway. Here we go. Matos, number 2.
Driving down the line, deciding against it. He did have a little look-see. Mitu already a lot further up the top. And while we're waiting for another heat to come in, we have an interview as we caught up with Pedro Matos. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, first event of the year. I'm really stoked to be here. For me, this is the best event of the year. And I love to go frontside. I've been training a lot. I've been here already, like, it's my 6th time. And every year I feel more confidence in here. And for sure it would be a dream to win here against all the good riders. And yeah, I just want to have fun, you know, like just want to show my surfing and just want to do the best out there, perform the best, because I know if I perform the best with no pressure, I'll probably get a good result. So that's my mindset here, and my mindset for the year, like not trying to think a lot about the title, just wanna push my limits, you know, like just wanna improve and wanna do my best. That's it.
Back out on the water. Looks as though we've had a run from... Should have some scores in. Well, my computer's decided it doesn't want to do anything.
Now I'm going to throw that hamster another carrot because this one is doing the same. Come on, judges. Hit that thing.
Yeah, Mitu's second wave here then. We saw Pedro's second wave, not particularly impressive, had to bail out of it. Mitu's found himself in a little bit of an awkward situation. Whoa. Yeah. Definitely not in the right position there.
That is a guillotine if I've ever seen it, mate. That was right on top of his head.
Well, kind of the whole wave was, wasn't it? It just wasn't quite where he wanted to be, ideally.
All right, we are waiting. I can see the wheel of death scores are definitely in.
No, they're still just sitting there doing nothing. They need to pedal harder.
So I reckon this must be a system. All right, we've got a 7:57 for the first wave of Pedro. Waiting for scores on Mitu so far. All right.
Yes.
Keyboard is out. Keyboard is out. Come on, boys.
We still haven't got Montero's score, though, and surely that is going to be bigger than Pedro Matos's first. I love it when it's going to be a big one. It seems to take longer as well. You seem to be waiting more.
There you can see little future champions as well. Hendricks with the little one. And yeah, I have been informed there is a little bit of a lag in the system. They are fixing it ASAP.
Oh, there we go. Bing. They all come up now.
Boom. There you go.
7.6 only for Mitu Monteiro in comparison to the 7.5 we saw from Matos. So the judges couldn't really split the two of them.
Yeah, very, very close in between. A little bit of a difference. I mean, every little counts. Let's not forget the judges have a bit of a better perspective than we do have here on the cameras because they are a little higher and right in the center of the competition area. So, you know, we might have been able to see like the turns were a little bit more radical, but then from the judges' point of view, maybe not going as vertical. But still, Mitu is definitely in the lead, which is what we were saying through this heat. And plenty of time to go, 40 minutes as we knew. That was only the beginning of the battle that we have out here of the Titans. Is it going to be Cape Verde or is it going to be Brazil? We will soon find out.
Only 2 scores so far, only 2 waves so far. So we are expecting those scores to significantly increase once we can get a second proper set beachside. I mean, that is a shot. Just beautiful. The symmetry of the two men flying towards the beach, the turquoise water, the kites both in the same position. Clip that one up for social. Is there any waves, though? Not quite. There's a kind of little bit of a ripple effect. Obviously, the drone amplifying what we can see versus what you can see waterside, but there's something there on the horizon coming towards them. Now they need to get themselves up into the right position to take advantage of it. Is there a little bit of competition on water position as Gabrielle Benetton gets himself stretched out for his next run?
Nice little Cossack squats there, stretching out the older hammies as he gets ready for going out there in the water. But, so pretty much very similar in between Pedro and Mitu. Top waves of high 7s. Backup score insignificant for them.
Tight.
Very, very tight. And both of them you can see here with the full dark blue. Neo SLS here from Pedro Matos, your duotone athlete. Out in the back you can see Mitu Monteiro out there on the white. Addict from F1 kiteboarding. Does look like something's coming. It's sometimes this drone view, it seems small, but then suddenly it starts to peak up and we have a set wave. And Matos is looking behind him, but he knows Mitu is there. All right, he's going to engage. Here we go. Second round. Let's see it.
It suddenly jacks up when we cut shot, doesn't it? It's suddenly much larger and a great first turn for Pedro Matos. Monteiro can only watch. Yes, here we go.
underneath the cover and getting fully engaged, Pedro. Big opening floater. Look at that face. It is Determination 101. Now down the line, check turn, waiting to see if this wave, as it hits that last part of the reef, will give him space for a couple more turns. And great ride here from Matos. Let's not forget that out in the back also, Monteiro grabbing a set wave as he is coming in, and you can hear the crowd roar.
We'll pick up the rest of the wave on replay from Mitu Monteiro. Doesn't look too wet. His hair is still full, so he hasn't given himself all the way down sand side. Here we go. This is what it looked like for the Cape Verdean.
Starting off a nice wave, getting past the foam ball. Look at that timing, right underneath both of these guys, all the way down the line. As now they're meaning business. Vertical turn there from Mitu, off the top and back in. Beautiful riding, Ben.
Could well be another challenge for the judges to separate the two waves.
I mean, both of them were engaged, both of them big turns from the start. Pedro Matos a little bit more aggressive. I mean, it is down to a hairline, and you can see all of the judges making sure, as I can see Pedro Matos also coming up on the scoreboard, and our head judge there, Paulino Pereira.
Definitely another big score coming for the two of them. At the moment, Mitu Monteiro has the advantage, but mainly that advantage is through the second of the backup scores, which obviously is going to be eliminated once we get our second scores in. And it could switch.
I mean, we knew it was going to be close with these two. We knew this was going to be a heat that was going to define one of the heavy hitters of the competition. Mitu starting off a bit stronger than Pedro, but Matos here on that wave, I'm going to say I reckon he might have the upper hand coming in as we are waiting for those numbers to drop. 8.5, Matos, 7.97 here for Mitu Monteiro. So breaking that 8-point barrier, well deserved. 0.5 of a point difference in between those two waves. Great judging there from our team.
And it gives Matos just half a point advantage. Monteiro's going to have to go again, and he's have to go creative. We saw how creative he could be this morning on his first run. He was the first man in the water, the first heat at 8:30 this morning, and he was able to experiment. He was able to try a few different things. We haven't seen anything like that yet in this heat. So he's got things up those sleeves, and he now needs to start pulling them out.
All right, Mitu going a little bit further down the line. He is starting to move his kite. Is he going to be going for this one? They are all the way up on the top of the reef. I reckon he is. All right, Monteiro dropping in. Here we go. Trying to answer back as he is trailing behind by ever so slightly. Big, powerful cut back here. Now gets slotted. Pretty much makes his through away. Not the cleanest of exits and not the cleanest of entries there on that barrel. But nope. Not being able to get in front of the foam ball, but not the wave he was looking. But you can see what he's after. We saw James doing that similarly. That barrel on the top corner of the wave to get that move in amongst the mix and then end up turning down the end. That could be giving you big scores.
What about Matos? He's on a wave here as well. Will it develop into anything? Can he support that 8.5 with another 8.5? Here he goes. Looking for an air, perhaps, because he's very, very straight.
Almost did look like he was going to go for that one, an air past that section, but no. Drops in down the line, a little bit of an air drop there as well. And boom! Getting loose and letting it off the top. Matos is really flowing. Definitely in the driving seat of this heat so far. There is only 0.47 of a point difference in between these two athletes. 0.48 increment from Mitu would be taking him through into first position. These boys can do that. I mean, he would need an 8-point something, around the 8-point something for Mitu, if he wants to be able to take out Pedro Matos, as they are a hairline apart. 6.5 minutes. We are definitely going to have time for one more set to come our way. Who is it going to be? I know Pedro is going to be pursuing Mitu, because watch out, Ben. I can see some lines starting to come across the horizon.
From the very beginning of this competition, Mitu Monteiro has not had it easy. Had to go up against Ayrton Coslino in the first round of competition. He lost out there, had to go through round 2 to get himself into round 3, and now he's faced against Pedro Matos, the Brazilian, trailing by ½ a point right now. Matos, the first man to drop into this next set of waves with 5.5 minutes remaining, potentially still an opportunity for 2 more waves. They are being pretty selective. Matos leaving that one to roll by. Monteiro now lining something up. There are waves going left of screen, but are they big enough? Pedro trying to defend that? Was he trying to be the upwind kite?
I think he might be. I think he might be trying to drop in on this wave as well and kind of like utilize being further upwind. All right. Mitu, deciding against it. It's going to be turning around. Pedro would have turned around as well. Yep, to keep that position. Pedro is now going to be all over Mitu like a rash. He's not going to let him try and get in on any waves, as he's going to be playing defense. And the Brazilians are very good at that scavenging defense out on the break.
Just explain what's going on here with the priority rules that we have in this competition. First onto the wave, you occupy the wave, but also if you are further upwind, you have priority. And that is what Pedro is trying to do here by being further upwind, unless he's too far away like that.
Yeah. I mean, also, you know, there's the game of baiting someone. We saw it in a couple of those heats before. You know, it can look like, hey, I'm going to go on this one, or hey, I'm going to go on this one, then tack around quick and get back behind you. You know, it's all part of the game. It's all part of the competition setup. And Mitu is having a little look-see. Note deciding against that one. Mitu is definitely looking for that set wave. He's looking for that increment of that 0.48 of a point. He knows that to hit the 8s, it needs to be something big. It needs to be well selected, and it needs to be one of the sets. We got just over 3 minutes to go, and both of these athletes are in position. Are we going to see a final round of battle in between these two? The ocean will tell.
Couple of teasers so far from Monteiro, running down towards the beach, then tacking away again. Matos covering him, looking over his left shoulder, seeing where the Capverdian is. Remember, this is Monteiro's home. This is Monteiro's territory.
I mean, I tell you what, Monteiro has Pedro on low jack. And so the other way, here you can see some of the locals enjoying the action. Bring in the vibes down here with 3 minutes to go. And come on, Cape Verde, throw us a set. We want to see a battle happening here. We want to see them trading blows. Gloves are off and it is fist fighting out here.
Monteiro may know that he is trailing. He probably doesn't know by how much, though. It is so, so tight. And tack for tack, Matos is covering him. Is there a wave, though? Are they on anything? There's plenty of wind out there. But look at this. Strategic play from the Brazilian.
Yeah, but now look what Mitu has done. Mitu is right up to him now. He turns around quickly. He's baited him. He's got Pedro to go further out, and he has gone for this wave because that definitely does look like it is forming. I can guarantee you this crowd is going to be on their feet as soon as they see that man flying towards them. Sebastian Ribeiro there, you can see in the poncho, having a little look-see for his fellow countryman. Oh, it's not there. You can see that number 2 in the air, meaning that he has been indicated that Mitu, you are in second place. Just 90 seconds to go. 90 seconds. Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Couple of different people on the beach trying to communicate the position to Mitu. Haven't seen anybody in our shot here communicating to Pedro that he's first.
But I mean, both of these guys on small kites, you can see them out there on 7 meters. Mitu even, I saw him launch a 6. I think he changed just before he went out. But now 60 seconds and Ben, I'm going to see it. I'm going to say it, excuse me, because I can't see it. There is no energy coming towards them.
Got to make do with something now. With 50 seconds remaining, there is no more time to play games. There is no more opportunities. Mitu needs just a wave and be creative with it and hope. It's 16.07 playing 15.6. It's so very, very tight. These two giants of the sport. But I just don't think there's anything there. Dejection on the beach, because this looks like it means Mitu Monteiro, who is Cap Verde kite-surfing, may well be being eliminated. There is something behind him now. 7 seconds on the clock. He drops in. One last chance for Mitu.
Oh, he has to leave it all out. He's going to be going for that air. Gets the big one. Lands it nice and easy. Keeps it going. Mitu, big, powerful hack. It's a smaller wave, but he is going to milk this and squeeze all of the juice out of it until it is dry. Coming close to the rocks. Is he going to be able to get round? He does. An open turn as he is trying to make this one all the way down to the bottom of the face. As a last chance here for Monteiro. And a little cover-up at the end as well. Is that going to be enough? It is going to come down to the judges. But I do think that that set wave was not the size that can give them those 8-point rides. But waiting for those scores to come in as we continue on with the competition.
This was Pedro on defense behind, on the wave behind, and still putting on a beautiful show for the crowd. We had to wait a long time for the two of them to get back onto waves. But that surely equal to what Mitu was able to do, even if we don't have an improvement of scores. The only thing that lacks is the air that Mitu was able to throw in. It's still great runs from the two of them, great waves to score. But do we have the results in? Pedal hamster. Waiting for those wave scores to come in. A highly important moment in this third round of the competition. Have we seen improvements? Half a point difference between Matos and that man, Monteiro. He's still got a massive smile on his face because he loves what he did out there on the water. Even though, for sure, a bit of frustration. And still we wait for the scores to come in. All we need to know is that wave 5 score. You can't see it on your screens. We have the information online. She has the information on her phone. But as yet, we do not have confirmation. The next
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
The scores were taken.
Still waiting for the scores for the previous heat, but we've got the next one underway. And that very, very familiar style is Gabrielle Benetton. On his first wave, Joe's going to go down and find the victor of the last heat. And it's a nice initial run from Gabrielle Benetton. That is a great one to put on the board. And he is facing Nikola Abadchiev. We haven't seen Nikola today. It's been a few days since we saw the Red Bull Bulgarian rider. This is a big matchup as well. Plenty of experience for Gabrielle Benetton already, but Abadchiev been 2 days out of the water. And here he is, the tall Bulgarian from Sofia, landlocked city. Oh, that was nice as well. There's really some talent out there on the water today. Oh, Lucas nearly getting a face full of Bulgarian there. Abadchiev in the blue, Gabrielle Benetton in the white. We await those scores to come in. And here is Benetton's first run. Decent wave. These are the waves we were waiting for a long time in the previous heat. Gabrielle really flowy, but again, a little bit safe perhaps initially. That's a better position. Very unique style. Just on the tiptoes of his back foot. And we should see a decent score for both of our athletes in this round 4, heat 7. Just one more to go, and he punches the air. He was happy with it. Absolutely claimed it. Still waiting for those scores to come in. Joe's going down on the beach to confirm the results of the previous heat. The Masters. Waiting still to see if there was an improvement on that last wave and whether Monteiro or Matos will progress. And Joe has confirmed it. The winner, Pedro Matos.
Pedro, congratulations. That was a very big heat. Going up against Mitu Monteiro is always an adventure out here in the water, but you in the end came off with the victory.
Yeah, that was kind of a rematch from last year that I lost to him in the semifinals, and now I could go against him and take the win. But I mean, I have such a respect from Mitu because he's a legend, you know, from the sport, from kite-surfing, and he's a local here. He knows this place better than anyone. So to win against him is such a good feeling, you know. I managed to get a couple of good waves there, and yeah, I'm just having fun and enjoying the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally only 0.5 of a point difference in between you two guys. Earlier moments of the heat, you guys had a lot of sets. Then the waiting game began. How do you feel when you have to wait so long, especially in a heat of this importance?
Just need to trust God, and then the wave will come.
Judges are saying your power style, how every turn you're almost getting covered. Is that what you're looking for? We've seen you searching for barrels, but I know you have air maneuvers up your sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions today is a little bit side, so it's kind of harder to do the airs. And I was looking for some massive turns, you know, because the wind is really strong, so I know if you go in the pocket, you can throw a lot of space. And I think you can do a lot of good turns.
And it sounds like they're saying for you to get ready for the heat. Well, Pedro, congratulations moving through to the next round. We continue on down here in Cape Verde.
Thanks very much, Joe. Absolutely great vibes down there on the beach. And a big result for Pedro Matos. We move on in the competition, though. And this now heat 7 between Abadchiev and Gabrielle Benetton, our champion. Benetton leads with a 7.1 Just a single score on the board for the moment. We're still waiting for the second score to come in from our judges. But we do have second waves on the board that we missed during that interview. So we'll be able to have a quick look at those. See if they look better than Benetton, who claimed that 7.1. Here's Abadjiev first. Not a particularly large wave, but it starts to jack up now. That's a better position and a better turn. Gets himself over the foam wall. Nice work from the Bulgarian. And then a little bit of a floater. Quite see how he ended that one. But Benetton having to straight line past the majority of the wave. And perhaps not going to be the big score that he was hoping for. Good vibes from Benetton in his interview earlier on. Definitely up for the challenge, and a 4.33 for Benetton, a 5.8 for Abadjiev. 0.07 separates our two athletes in this round 3 heat 7. Benetton heading back towards the beach. Such a unique style. Dropping that back leg almost just on tiptoes to support himself. And all the difficulties we've already spoken about when it comes to backside riding this wave. He's got a 7 up his sleeve. He can do that again. Abadjiev needs to try and equal to it. At the moment, it is Abadjiev who leads. But surely Benetton is able to go bigger. The Bulgarian drops in once more. More dynamic, more aggressive. This is nice. Big air over into the foam wall. Does he stay upright? Yes, he does. Judges might like that one. That could be an improvement over the 5.7. And this seems like a bit of a battle. Another close one. Maybe not the massive scores we saw between Monteiro and Matos, but the two of them both equal to each other right now.
And that was pretty funny when Pedro Matos' radio started going off in the middle of the interview there, mate. Walkie-talkies are back.
So that's why we didn't see anybody signaling to him on the beach. He's doing it on the sly, though. He doesn't have a massive satellite on his head like we saw from...
Doesn't have an antenna over the top of him, no.
No.
Wow, so Nicola here, very, very nice already. A couple good waves and just leading by 0.7 of a point. Now we're talking.
And we're waiting for what I think is a better wave as well to come in.
Okay.
For Abadjiev.
I just saw athletes, they were up with the 7-meter kites. Wind has dropped off ever so slightly. 6s and 7s seems to be what they're on. And even seen a couple of the athletes putting a little bit bigger fins in there to be able to hold that speed. So every little cut counts. And good congratulations there to Pedro Matos for taking the win of that final heat, as he has just kicked out a runner-up last year, Mitu Monteiro. And I know that is going to be a sigh of relief, because anybody who goes up against Mitu, as he said, local of this beach, and he knows it better than anyone, but great surfing from both of them. Very, very tough scores. And it is going to be the Brazilian who makes it through to the quarterfinals.
So Mitu just had such a hard draw, though, didn't he? Round 1 against Ayrton. Boom. Straight away. Need to be on your A game. And then the young charger in round 2 gave him a run for his money. Leonardo Casati. And then he goes up against Matos.
Yeah, I mean, as Mitu only does one event in the year, which is this event, he doesn't have any seeding capability, so he is going to get seeded low in the competition. And let's not forget also being one of the organizer wildcards coming in here. So we will see what is going to be going down. But congratulations there for Matos. Continuing on right now, and here we can see there is Kisati getting ready to go out in the water, as he is coming up next and will be the final semi-final, the final round number 4, making their way into the quarterfinals. And he is going up against Santiago Lima, who I just chatted to as I was walking up. Nothing but smiles, and the kid's just stoked to be out here on the water.
Still waiting, would you believe, for Abachiev's third wave.
Oh, I would believe.
Came in about 2.5 minutes ago. I'm sure. There we go. 6.03 comes in. So it is an improvement. Not a massive improvement. Puts him 0.4 ahead of Benetton. But we haven't seen anything offered from the Brazilian as yet. We're halfway through this one and only 2 waves on the board for Benetton. And into another wave for Abachiev. 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest water this man was brought up. Got a smile on his face. But there's nothing much there. Another Red Bull athlete. On that Red Bull sponsorship back in 2018. One of the highlights of his career. Big hugs down there for, I think that's Santiago Lima. He will go in the last of our heats. Lorenzo Casati, the Italian Spaniard, the older brother of the two, going up against Santiago, the local wild card. There'll be big support on the beach for him as well. Many of the women back down here today to follow the competition, support their friends. And this looks like Gabrielle Benetton lining himself up for a wave here. 4.6, the 4th wave for Abachiev. It's tight at the moment. Oh, and Benetton goes against that one. Surely he could have at least got himself a 5. He's got a 4.33 right now. Now, of course, he doesn't know the exact scores unless he's being fed the Maya radio, as we heard from Matos. Feel free to drop your comment on our chat. Big chat yesterday when Capucine Delanois went out with a connection to Mitu Monteiro on the beach. Seems like there's a few more athletes out there doing the same thing. And the beach absolutely filled with vibes and smiles. Lots and lots of good times happening here in Cape Verde, as I think many have had over the last couple of months. Before this competition, so many athletes calling Cape Verde home, getting themselves fired up for the season. And the island just delivers every single day. Going a little bit calm now. It looks as though the space between the sets is slowing down from this morning as that tide begins to turn. The wind, however, still howling. Benetton needs to improve that 4.33. Even with a smaller wave, it's possible. He doesn't need to wait for the big sets to come in. But for the moment, the two of them out the back and no action coming. The two young chargers getting themselves ready for heat number 8. We are on heat number 7, waiting for the white lycra of Gabrielle Benetton to select a wave, to come back to shore and to improve on that 4.3. For the moment, he's got the best wave of this competition, of this heat, with that 7.1, but it's his backup score that's letting him down. And the fact he's only got 2 waves on the board. They can do 10. 5 minutes of competition still remaining. Abachiev rolling in. And he might be looking to try and score another wave here. Here he goes. It's been a bit of a lull, but the Bulgarian drops back in. Not quite the flow that we see from our previous competitors. Puts himself in a nice position, gets himself back on what is not a particularly large wave, that's for sure. Not much he can do with that, and surfs his way out of it. He's already got himself a 6 and a 5.8 on the board. Can't see that being improved right now. Lots of Bulgarian flags and support on a stream. But was Benetton on anything? No, he wasn't. Is he coming in now on something? He needs to.
He's looking. No, he's going the other way. So, no, going back out. Definitely, it seems like a little bit lulls in the heats. We saw it in the heat of Mitu. And we saw it here in the heat of Nikolai Abdalgiev, who has the hairline advantage over the current world champion right now. But a 7.10 of that great wave here from Benetton. Just coming up on 4 minutes to go. It's getting close.
That set that came in at the very beginning of the competition of this Heat 7 that Mitu and Pedro were waiting for a good long time in their heat, came at the top of this heat. And Gabriel took full advantage, but he's being a bit too selective here. We've only got 4 minutes left. He's only got 2 waves on the board, and the second, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's strong enough. There's something now rolling in. That looks better from the drone shot. Has Gabrielle Benetton identified it? Yes, he has. Got to make this one count with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Looks like there's some lines in the back as well. So, all right, here we go. It changes size just like that when you go from the drone.
Backside rider. Boom. Avoids Lucas in the water. Next turn. Come on. Get that fluidity up. Boom. It's a good turn. And again, from our world champion. Let's not forget that he is the world champion. There has been a small improvement from Abadjiev, so he's now on a 12.03. But it's not much more of an improvement needed for Benetton to take the lead in this one with 3 minutes remaining. He's happy with it.
Brazilian claim right there. Very happy with that performance of his. We'll see the full replay of this wave from Nicola. He's going to be driving this one all the way down to the end, as he is going to be trying and improving on a 6.0. All right, so let's have a little look-see. Nicola, mid-face turn, not too powerful there. This is where he's going to straight line it to be able to get past the foam ball. This is looking like a better section. Very nicely timed. Pushing against the lip. 2 big, powerful turns here from Abadjiev. And again, great airdropping down. This is a beauty here of Nicola. Some of the best surfing we've seen this guy do throughout the whole event. And I mean, if you're going to pull it out, it's going to have to be when you're up against the world champion. And a great wave also there from Benetton. So let's see, has those scores changed as we get ready to rumble? All right, so it does look like we got a...
We haven't got those waves in yet. We are still waiting. Abadjiev's 6 came in a few moments ago, but we are waiting on that 4.3 to be improved with just 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Seems to be waves coming into the beach. Where are our 2 kites?
I tell you what, I'm going to give that hamster a Red Bull, a carrot.
Give him a slap first.
And that as well.
It's making life a little tricky.
It is.
And apprehensive. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. TV graphics still not updated with those last waves.
So waiting, so we have a 6 and a 603, a 7-1 and a 4-3-3, waiting for those last waves, one of Nicola, one of Gabrielle. I mean, it is going to be close. It is definitely coming down to the wire because there is a 0.5 plus difference in between these two. It was a very nice wave there from Gabrielle, 3 to 4 hits. But waiting to see those numbers as it does look like there is being internet issues right now as it is getting slow out here. But we continue on with this round number 3 as we come into the final heat, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So coming up next, we are going to be seeing Lorenzo Casati and Santiago Lima. And I got a feeling we're going to have to wait for these scores to come in with 20 seconds to go. I am pushing the refresh button like the Energizer Bunny, mate. It ain't happening.
There's an update for Gabrielle Benetton. 7.23, 14.33, but do we have an update for Abadjiev as well? No, now it comes in. It's a 7.93. It's marginally not enough for Abadjiev, but he's on a wave now. He has to try and get another 7 with this wave.
He has the best wave of the heat. Now, this could be the buzzer beater if he drops in on this before he starts, and I got a feeling he has. All out. This is where you go all in. Have you got a full house? He goes, he airs. This is huge. Nicola, does this open up coming down? Foam ball in front of him. He's going to be going for that air one more time.
Oh, no! Got a bit too greedy, the Bulgarian. Benetton's on a wave, but it doesn't matter because Benetton has already got his hand on the victory. Abadjiev with one air and a couple of carving turns. It surely would have been enough, but he went for the second and he went down. And Benetton, with 3 separate claims, is going to be the victor of the round. I'm pretty sure of that. But what an ending. What an ending to round 3, heat 7. Benetton the winner.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é ter pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante porque tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Joe's just headed off to slap the hamster. And we get on with our next heat. The final heat of round 3 before we move into the quarterfinals. And this is the youngsters. This is Lorenzo Casati. The elder brother, yes, of the Casatis, but is still just 19 years of age. The GKA Kite-Surfer, best kite surfer in the world last year. he was voted, who has got one of our competitors from the last round.
We had like a big set on the beginning of the heat, and then it just like stopped, and I knew I was in second, but I needed like a 5 something, but the wave was not coming, and then at the end, thanks God it came and I did the score. I'm super happy. Fuck, my heart is almost coming out of me.
I mean, we got to give props there to Nicola. He had the highest scoring wave of the heat and was giving you a run for the money. As you said, that final set made all the difference, and now we are seeing the world champion that we're used to.
Yeah. It felt really good. Like, it's at the same time, it's a good feeling when you are in second, like hunting for the score, you know. I think I grow in moments like this. I was like, okay, next wave I'm going to like destroy it, and my last wave, in my opinion, was my best wave of the heat. So I did it. Let's go. It's just the beginning.
That is just the beginning. Congratulations. You move on. Back to you, boys.
What a quote. I felt like that my heart was coming out of me. Definitely one to be clipped up. Benetton enjoying that pressure from Abadchiev, and it really was an incredibly tight heat number 7. The kids are out to play in heat number 8, though. Lorenzo Casati, Santiago Lima. Lima just 15 years of age. And one last half a Cap Verdean flag to fly. Here is in the blue. And a really good first run here from Lorenzo. Great run from Lorenzo. Really dynamic. I'm pretty sure the judges are going to like that one. Santiago Lima getting the support from the fans on the beach. Can hear the MC back at it, nearly losing his feet, but just about recovering. And there's a certain amount of female support down there for him. I can hear lots of whooping and cheering on the beach. And he gets more of the wave further down. Really, really maximizing that one. Here's a replay of the top of it. A little bit safe on that first one. Being pulled along by the kite. You can see him fighting against it. That second turn, much, much better. Oh, and into the foam wall, and big commitment there. Great work from the Portuguese. And again, that's where he just about saved it. Got himself back up and running. And that recovery. Keen to see what the judges thought of that. Back out to the back then of our competition area for both Lorenzo and Santiago. Still waiting on the judges' scores. We've still got some issues with connectivity, so they're not being delivered to your graphics, nor are they being delivered to the online platforms. So we're a little bit in the dark, but you can still enjoy what's going on there out on the water. And there's something building for Lorenzo again. Here we go. Score now in for the first runs, and Santiago Lima getting an 8 over Lorenzo Casati's 5.4. And we've got second waves to come in as well from the two of them. And it's another really good run from Lorenzo here. I'm surprised at just a 5.4 for the first one, especially considering what the judges have given Santiago Lima.
I know that the Cape Verdeans coming down to the shore now, as you can hear the roar when Santiago got that beautiful 8.0.
And this is it, Joe. You get a chance to look at it again.
Oh.
No, wasn't that one. That's for sure.
How he got out of that, just beyond me, though.
Hang on. I mean, my system says he hasn't done any more waves, but that must be a second wave for him.
Yeah, it does look like there has been a little system there. Was an overheating and a smell of electrical burning at near. So bear with us, as they have had to reset everything and are checking that there is nothing going wrong. So we will try and get those scores and everything for you as soon as possible. But right now,
I feel sad for the hamster.
you might be fried chicken by now, mate. You know? Anybody up for a hamster dumpling?
It's got to be somewhere in the world where they eat hamsters. On a stick. See it now.
You hungry, mate?
Well, it's coming up to that time, but I'm going to pass on the hamster on a stick. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, back to the action. Santiago Lima so far in the lead, as he has had an 8.0. That is a huge score for the youngster. One of the biggest sets of the day already starting to come through. Great to hear from Gabrielle Benetton there. The trilogy is still alive. And just as we were about to grab Nicolas, unfortunately, he had to come back due to that tech issues. We'll get him very shortly. Absolutely great performance there from him. He had the world champion, gave him a run for his money.
No doubt that Gabrielle was properly hyped after that last run. Casati's second score in, and it's a 5.33, so total of 10.73. I'm interested to see, so that second wave then from Santiago, which was literally one turn and then a recovery from the foam wall, being given a 3.6 for that one. And that does keep him at the head of this battle, but it's the 8, which just is mighty. I don't know if we've still got that in the replay machine, but now that Joe's back in the booth, I'd love to get your comment on it, Joe, because it's a mammoth score.
I mean, it's one of the best scores of the competition. You know, 8 is kind of, you know, and coming from that youngster, 11.60, but he needs to improve on that backup of 3.60. I mean, you know, you're looking at 7.4 points. Let's see what they can get and make this happen. But Casati here, you can see your Harlem athlete on the Thrive starting to mix it up. Here we go. Knows he has to, fumble. Managing to keep that air, but getting hit by the bump on that bottom turn.
He's dynamic, isn't he? But it's a little bit, perhaps, not clean. I'm trying to think of a better word, but...
Yeah, it's not as graceful.
Graceful?
Definitely not as graceful. You can see it's a little bit more scatty on the wave. But
scatty, great word.
That is with a smaller here on the inside, and especially when you're close to the edge, you can really start to see those bumps, because he was coming down very nicely for that bottom turn, but then got hit. And when you're that engaged and in position, if you get one of those bumps, you will get out of position. So hopefully we'll be able to see some set waves, and Lorenzo gets some bigger scores at the moment. 5 and 5. Lima with an 8 and a 3. That 8 has given him a very big advantage, even though there's only 1.1 point of a difference in between their total scores. He can be getting 7s, 6s all day long. So Lorenzo really has to start to pull the rabbit out of the hat and come all guns blazing.
It's a few things rolling into the left-hand side of the drone. And as we know from experience today, they look pretty flat when they're from the drone, and then we go to the ground shot, and they are decent size. Has Santiago Lima seen something He's heading towards us. And definitely on that left-hand side, there's something starting to build. They are really at the top of the wave. You can see on the right, you don't see that line, but on the left, it's really developing. Here we go then, the Portuguese. He's got himself an 8 on the board already. Can he replicate it once again on this run?
And this is a nice set wave. Here it is. Oh, starting to get vertical. Here we go. Santiago Lima dropping in for the first time. Already with that first turn, I can start to hear the cheer of the crowd now as he starts to get closer. Double pump. Good timing. Foam climb there from him. In front of his home crowd right now. As he is going all the way down the line. And now, finally, the wave starts to get a little bit of face to it. But it has quite flattened out, that one.
Even in that first one, felt like Santiago was slightly fighting the kite. This is Lorenzo Casati. And again, the dynamicism from him. What did the top of the wave look like, though, for Lorenzo?
All the way from the top. Oh, very nice cut back there. Letting that tail loose, pushing it out. Keeps the speed here to get past this section. Goes for the front roll. Does he land it? Oh, that is a beauty. Oh, that is one of the best airs we have seen so far. So much control in the air, but let's not forget he is the Red Bull King of the air. Multiple times here. Lorenzo Casati all the way down. I cannot wait to see the score coming in. All right, Santiago is going to have to get his game on because Lorenzo is going to close the gap, or is he going to overtake the gap?
Santiago surely can improve on the 3.8, but Lorenzo is going to have a big score for that one, no doubt. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remain. I mean, considering Santiago's first run was an 8, Lorenzo's score needs to be, in my mind, equal or greater to it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I didn't see it live, but, you know, beautiful surfing there from Santiago. Saw a couple of good turns here from Lorenzo, then the air, then it flattened out. I mean, it's going to be in the vicinity, I reckon. That's why we have the panel of 5 judges, so they can throw down some numbers. And Santiago, looks like before that score drops in, he's going to have another opportunity as lines are stacking across the horizon. Here we go for the young Cape Verdean. Big, powerful hack. Answering back with fire. 2 nice turns. Good timing. Now he is going for the air. No. Oh. Losing the board. He saw Lorenzo and he wanted to replicate that.
Clearly felt like the air was needed. We don't yet know what the judges thought of it from their scores. As you say, Santiago saw what Lorenzo was able to do. It's exciting. It's an exciting watch, isn't it? From the Italian Spaniard. He's dynamic, he's fast, he's attacking those waves. Might not always be as clean as some of the world's best, but I'm excited to see how far this Spaniard-Italian can go.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what that score of that air is. There I can see Paulino revising and reviewing that last wave with that air. All right, Santiago, big bottom turn, engages. Can he get past the foam ball? Yes, he goes. Going for that second turn. Now you can see those rocks starting to say hi and hey here on the inside. He is going to go all the way along with this wave. And now here comes the air section. Little bit of an air to end it off. Nothing too special. 7.03 for Lorenzo. So not as good a wave as Santiago. It's the surfing. It's that 100% wave riding is what they're looking for. Hands down, I'm going to say the best air we've seen at this competition so far. But it was the turning is what they were also looking for. And good differentiation out there from the judges.
And Santiago does improve his backup score and keeps himself in the lead with a 5.93 from a wave a couple of moments ago. So right now, Lorenzo still needs to clean up his surfing. That's what he needs to do. He's got the added sprinkles, but he just needs to make the cake better.
He's got the icing, but needs the bakery underneath.
Yeah, there you go. You said it better than me.
What do you reckon, mate? Is we going to be seeing another air maneuver, or are we going to be seeing some more turns here from Lorenzo Casati? I mean, it's like you say, that is, he comes from big air, so he knows, you know, spatial awareness. He knows what it is to fly and have control over his body. Just needs to link those turns a little bit up as well. But I mean, an 8.0 has given Santiago an early lead, and he is flying down the line. Once again, you can see the public jumping up and down on the shore. Here we go.
A late decision on this wave to pick it up, and it was a good decision by the 15-year-old Portuguese. No, down he goes. Some really, really good early turns there, but he is going to be judged down for that little accident at the end. Now Lorenzo goes. Beautiful, comes right off the vertical point of the wave. Now, it's a little less frenetic, isn't it, his surfing this time? This potentially is going to be better. If he can throw in an air as well, then it would be enough to get himself victory. This is a hard-fought battle between these two.
Yeah, that is much more fluid, much cleaner here from the Italian Spaniards. I don't know if there's going to be any hollow section at the end for him to be able to note turns around and off the back, but that was a beautifully surf wave.
Still needs a 1.5 more to take victory in this heat, though.
I mean, look at that. You got a 5.4 he could increase on. So, I mean, you know, if he's getting close to a 7, it could be game over for the Cape Verdean. But also that 593, and if I'm not mistaken here, Ben, I reckon we're waiting. Yes, we are waiting for a score on that last wave also from Santiago, but he went down, so I doubt that's going to increase his overall numbers. 3 minutes. Oh, an action-packed heat here for the final heat of round number 3. Next up, quarterfinals.
Not too many waves left for Lorenzo as well. That was wave 8 for him, so only 2 more attempts to increase. He's only got 2 minutes to do so, so I guess fully maximizing. Not like a Gabrielle Benetton who went and just did 3 attempts and banged 3 scores on the door. Waiting to see what the judges are able to award. Lorenzo Casati, brother knocked out in round 2. But Lorenzo fast-tracked to round 3 after victory in the first round of the competition. Not too much experience in the GKA. And again, finds another wave. This will be wave 9. Oh, full commitment. A 5.77, it's only a fractional improvement. The judges really being half on Lorenzo Casati here. Goes for an air as well. But with every run, it's only a marginal improvement, and he needs a big one if he wants to win this.
Oh, all the way down the line. This is what he wanted with 90 seconds left to go. That is a way of finishing the heat. Is it enough to improve over that 577? And also, we're still waiting for a score to see if there has been an improvement by Santiago Lima. I tell you what, these heart rates are going to be going up to the sky with these two. They are not letting go at all. Look at this one from Santiago Lima. Beautiful outside set. And going all the way along. And trying to improve on a 5.93 with another great performance. Oh, just missing out. He was slotted as well. Such a shame. We must be at 1 minute. Less than a minute to go. And waiting for scores. Waiting for that final wave of Lorenzo. And also, obviously, that wipeout there of Santiago Lima. 30 seconds to go, and I tell you what, it looks like he might actually have an opportunity of getting on another wave here, Ben.
There is one last wave on offer for Lorenzo. He's maximized it. Otherwise, Santiago, again, choosing late to drop into a wave, but it seems to work out for him because the waves are good, and it's a really nice first turn by the Portuguese Cape Verdean. Lots of Cape Verdeans lost in the competition over the last couple of rounds, But Santiago, the 15-year-old, trying to stay in it. And it's another really lovely turn. No, how frustrating. Here's Lorenzo Casati. Has he done enough? He needs 1+ point. A 7 would do it, but he goes in the water as well. And we actually, we do have that score in from the last one. Again, a 5.63.
And we're waiting for that final wave, if I'm not mistaken, that we just saw. Here we can see the beginning of that wave. Great turns here from Lorenzo. I mean, this is going to come down to the wire, Ben. It's only, a point or less than a point in between them. And final runs coming at us as we continue on with the competition. Round number 3 is done. Round 4 up next.
So much hype out down on the beach.
And I got a feeling by how the Cape Verdeans are starting to make noise and running down to the shore. That is what we want to hear, is that support.
Well, that means that Santiago is definitely taking the victory. What a hard-fought battle in the final round, final heat of round 3. The youngsters put on a show for us, but it does look as though Santiago Lima is the victor, and he progresses through. We lose both Casati brothers.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
We've been here from the very beginning, created by athletes, designers, and engineers, defining the sport. We stand proud of our legacy, but we won't stop here. The journey continues. This is Duotone.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on here, now going into round number 4, your quarterfinals of the competition. Up next, we have Artur Moraes going up against Ayrton Cosolino, the highest scoring heats and scores of the competition so far. Who will be moving their way on to the semifinals? We will soon find out, as they are getting ready to battle out here on the water. Moraes already making his way out after a very nice run. Let's not forget a 22-minute heats. Top 2 scores are the ones that are going to count, and there are lines stacking to the horizon. On the front, your Gong athlete with the blue kite, Ayrton with the yellow ozone kite. That is Moraes. And here you are going to see the wave. Both of them have started off with Moraes, top to bottom, very powerful surfer. And great moves here from him. And then Ayrton Cosolino dropping in, as you can see here on your screen. Oh, big laid back hack. And now we're just waiting for numbers to arrive, as both of these athletes have already started. And let's go back to the action on the water, as there is a big wave coming in for both of them. .47 for that wave from Ayrton. Once again, starting off with a +9 ride.
Pressure on the Brazilian. 7.23 for Artur Moraes. But how do you beat the local boy when he puts in a 9.5 pointer straight off the bat? Yeah, the set was definitely there for them, but wow. What else to do for 18.5 minutes now? I mean, Ayrton still has to repeat that.
I can try and get 10 nines. What do you reckon? But yeah, Ayrton at the moment is in a zone of his own. He really is that one step ahead of the competition so far, but anything can happen. He seems on top form, and we heard it on the interview. He's pumped, he's amped, and he is hungry. And also, we caught up with him a little bit earlier. We'll be showing that to you. But both of the guys just waiting out the back as we continue on here with the first quarterfinal of the competition.
Man, they know. I'm not here to play around, man. I had a fun year last year, and this year is on, man. I mean, I suffer a lot, you know, but now I boosted my new gear. The gong is playing amazing here in Ponta Preta. Thanks, Patrice, for all the customs he did for me. They're working amazing, and now can't wait for the finals, man. I feel it already. Man, that set was I think one of the best sets of today, for sure. I don't know the score yet, but that was fun, man.
You got a 9.6 and a 9.0 something.
Yeah, something like that. I'm looking for 10, bro.
All right, and back in action. There you can see Artur Moraes on your screen. Great to catch up with the champ. Let's not forget taking the victory last year. And there is the young man, Santiago Lima. I think the smile says it all, mate.
What a run. Moving through to the next one. It was a great competition, though, you have to say. Big respect on the beach. A couple of girls waiting to give him a kiss as well. What more could you want after a run like that?
The life of a professional athlete, mate. Look at that. 101.
Literally queuing up.
Brilliant there for the youngster, and to do it in front of his home crowd. Special moments, special moments. And there, 16 and plus minutes to go of this heat, as we are here on this first quarterfinal. And let's have a little look back of that 7.23 here from Artur Moraes, as we're waiting for waves to roll in. And just power surfing, rail to rail, all the way down, 100% flow. And you can see Artur just timing it really nicely, super consistent. He has been doing +7s all competition long, and a big floater there from him, adding in the moves, going on top of the roof and dropping himself back in. But Moraes knows he has to pull out all of the business if he wants to defeat this man, your defending champion, Ayrton Cozzolino.
That's the end of a run for Cozzolino to get a second score on the board. We'll go back to the top of it as he ends up on the beach. And this is what it looked like from the top whilst we wait for the scores to come in. It's not a set wave, it's pretty small, but still making use of what is on offer to him.
Ayrton, I mean, he just is that bottom turn. He is so fast. And look at that, just smacking those fins out and putting this wave into oblivion. So that's going to be his backup score. He already has that big wave of a 9.47, a 723 for Moraes. Let's see how those backup waves are going to be for both of them. And there, Mitu, congratulations, young Santiago. And also, once again, getting the info of where it is out there.
Looks like Mitu is happy to share all of his experience with lots and lots of people around the beach. And now, Cozzolino on wave number 3 for him. This is a bigger wave than we saw before. And the dynamics are still there. As you said, that bottom turn is just whips him back up into the face. Oh, nearly went down, got just about recovered to get a couple of extra turns in at the end. He's going to be happy with that.
And you can hear the whistles on the beach as well every time he comes close.
It's just
but I mean,
effortless.
it is their boy out there on the water right now.
Honestly, the way he does it looks so in control in comparison to so many of the other best in the world. He lives in this position. A 6.67 has come through. That's not for that last wave. That's for the one before it. Is Moraes still not to do more than one?
And there we can see some movement out the back as both of the athletes are in position, looking like Artur a little bit further up. And here we can see athletes starting to get ready. James Carew unwrapping his lines as he is also one of our quarterfinalists. And he is going to be going up against his teammate, Sebastian Ribeiro. Let's have a look at the last heats. Carew, 15.63. Sebastian Ribeiro with a 13.94. Then in those beginning rounds, 12.30 for Sebastian and 12.83. So James has outscored Sebastian in every single round so far in this competition. But where it counts is in the heat when they battle together.
Oh, look at this set rolling in. Cozzolino, 7.1 on the previous wave that we saw, but it's beautiful riding once again from the Cape Verdean Italian. And as you said, there's not the big tricks, there's not the big airs in there, it's just pure surfing. And it's that seems to be scoring big here with our judges.
I mean, it's the pure surfing, and you can see how he is racking around on that bar. That kite is dizzy by the end of a surf wave here by Ayrton. He just makes sure it has it in the right position every single time. Lex goes to the bar, grabs it again, turns it around. Amazing riding there from him, but big, powerful, carving open face hacks here. Also from Marias, letting that tail loose and dropping in a beauty on our screen right now.
Got to be another big score for the Brazilian. These two absolutely at the top of their game. Not a huge amount, again, of work on the bar. They're not having to worry too much about the kite. If they are, then we're not seeing it on our screens because they're just doing it so precisely and concentrating on the carving turns that the judges are needing. Waiting on those scores to come in from those previous waves. That's wave number 5 from Cozzolino. Moraes, only 2 waves. And now, I think the hamster has been fed and is happy to go again. An 8-0 for Moraes on that last one. An 8-3-7 for Cozzolino. 17.84 plays 15.23. Big scores in this quarterfinal. We're not even in the semifinals yet, but we really do have some masters of this discipline.
Oh, Ayrton going for that air. I mean, these boys aren't messing around, like you could say. An 8 and a 7.23. Those are 2 huge scores. 9.47, 8.37, even bigger scores. These guys are ready to battle it out. I mean, Moraes already with some of the biggest numbers of the competition, but has been drawn Cozzolino early on. And now, goes off the back and karate chop and kicks. Jackie Chan style is board as exiting the wave there.
It's going to be hard to beat those big scores that are on the board already. Still waiting on a score, I think, for Cozzolino. Moraes as well. But those last waves where both of them ended up in the water. So shan't be big scores, but we still have half of this Heat 1 available to us. Remember, we're going into semi-finals next. The winners of each. The losers we eliminate. And they score points. They'll take those points across the year. But Cozzolino, the victor last year,
Yeah, I mean, we are getting closer and closer as we have 7 heats to go. And the 7th being the final as we start to conclude this final day of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. 4 quarterfinals, 2 semis, and 2 big finals. Who will be champion? We will be finding out in about a couple hours' time, around 3 o'clock. Here's the guesstimate.
3 o'clock?
Local time, 5 o'clock, Central European time, is when I reckon we will be seeing those finalists come together if we stick to the same amount of minutes of the heats, which information came in. Looks like we will. But I'm going to say probably the finals will be 25 minutes.
Just calming down for the moment. Our athletes regrouping out the back. Wind looks like it might have died down a little bit out there. It wasn't forecast to. But the white horses that we saw this morning and that choppy sea, not quite there any longer.
That's actually probably a good thing, because it does look a little cleaner. It's not as motocross as it did seem earlier this morning. But yeah, you are right. It definitely, wind has dropped. We're only seeing about 25 to 23 knots right now. Athletes have gone up to 7-meter kites. They've been pretty much on 6 meters all mid-morning and early morning since we'd been down here. 8:30 was the first heat to go out on the water. It is now just coming up on 1:10. And as it comes to the tides, let's have a little look-see. As we must be getting pretty close to the magical moments that we have seen throughout the days. It was 10 o'clock, was that high tide, and then hopefully in about an hour and a half's time, Punta Preta is going to be getting to that mid-time sweet spot, and we will be seeing some even better sets start to roll through.
Here's Mirage at the top of shot. He's got 2.5 points to find. That is basically a 9.8 on a single score. Really needs to improve both scores, both of his scores less than Ayrton Coslino. Could do with 2 decent waves then, if he wants to continue in this competition. But he's got the master of Cap Verde, the master of this competition to beat.
And he is doing a very, very good job of trying to do that. So he has an 8 and a 7.23, but Ayrton has just, every single heat he has had a 9 so far. He really is on fire.
And also that 9.47 was his first wave. Didn't need one to get into the mood. It was straight on a 9.5. There's something underneath his board there, but I'm not sure how much. The beach cam will be able to show us how big it is. The drone definitely never does. But again, he's so far up. He's almost the other side of the first break, as we saw on that last attempt. Now he dives in.
Oh, big carving hack just underneath the shoulder. Again, times it off the top, pushing against the lip. This is beautiful timing here from Cosolino. Now he's going to speed, gets past the foam ball and engages here. Dropping that rail. Vertical as it can be, and holds it as well. Cosolino is looking unstoppable out here today.
Such nice riding. And pops up over the top of it too. Goes down at the very, very end. A hard ask to improve that 8.37. Moraes has also had a wave. We'll have a look at the replay of that one. More possible for him to improve on his 7.23 back up. And here he is.
Beautiful bottom double pump there at the end. Just keeping equal speed and just going and drawing that line. I love the power surfing here from the Brazilian.
Nice. Right into that danger zone. The power of the wave trying to force the rider off it, off his board, knock him off balance, but the strength of these men, that surely has got to be a better score than that original 7.23. But it's going to be so very, very tough.
17.84, 15.23, waiting for waves to drop for both of these athletes. Yorgong, a rider, front and center with the blue kite, and Red just about to take off on another wave. Your last year's champion here. Is he going to get slotted? No, he isn't. He's going to be going for the air. Up and away, controls it, holds it, and does he get it off? Oh, what?
Yeah.
How does he do it? I'll tell you what, this guy has blue tack underneath his feet.
Right. Unbelievable stuff. Not much in terms of surfing turns, and it's not going to be scored well. But I tell you what, the crowd loved it, and what a recovery. Look at it again. He even let go of the board midway through. I mean, completely off it. Completely off it when the wave hit him.
Incredible. Incredible. There is no eject button for Cosolino when it comes to leaving his board. Waiting for scale 8.7 of that previous wave, so increasing yet again to an 18.17. So again, some of the biggest scores of the competition.
An 8.33 for Moraes on that last one. So not at all bad from the Brazilian either. It's a mammoth scoring heat.
It's such a shame that we've had to see these guys so early on in the competition, because with scores like that, you know, we would see Artur going through other rounds, because going up against some of the other guys who haven't hit those scores, he would possibly be making his way through. But it's the luck of the draw. That's how it goes.
Luck of the draw.
2 minutes left in this heat. And look at that. Look at the vibes down here as Cape Verde is in the air. And Ayrton Cosolino putting on a show that is going to be one to remember.
And don't forget that Moraes is in this position because he didn't take victory in round number 1.
Correct.
He was second to Hendrik Lopez in that round, and that is the reason why he's now here. So even if that round 1 doesn't necessarily matter in terms of knocking you out, it does reposition you in the competition and puts you in a situation like Moraes has found here.
Yeah, I mean, going how the comp would have gone, if he had won his heat, if he had won that round number 1, he would right now, and if everything continues the same and all of the people won the heats that they have won, he'd be going up against Pedro Matos. So no easy heats whatsoever, but I would say at the moment, the hardest heat is definitely the one we have on screen. Ayrton Cosolino, 18 points pretty much every other time.
Just 45 seconds left of this one. A huge initial score from Ayrton Cosolino, 9.47, has not been bettered by himself or his competitor. Both scores stronger than Artur Moraes, and Moraes has done an exceptional job with a 16.33, but it's still not enough to progress, and he will be knocked out here of this first quarterfinal. And the beach is going to increase that noise by another notch, because coming towards the beach now, a victory lap, a victory wave for Ayrton Cosolino. And here it is.
Here comes the air, goes for the front. Oh! That would have been a beauty, and Moraes getting covered up underneath as well of this final exchange of this huge heat. Amazing riding from both of them. Look at this. Wrapping it all the way around. But it is going to be Ayrton Cosolino who is going to take the win here and moves himself into the semifinals.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
The gauntlet is laid down.
It has. The axe is out, the machete, you name it, it has been stabbed. Ayrton Corzolino. Another one bites the dust, mate. Another one bites the dust.
Quarterfinal, heat number 1. Victory for Corzolino. And we move towards the second of our heats. James Carew wants to make sure that the Cap Verdeans do not keep this title in Cap Verde this year. He's coming up next alongside Sebastian Ribeiro. Another Brazilian. A Brazilian in each of our rounds. Pretty much, other than this one, a Cap Verdean in each of our rounds. But it's Ribeiro against James Carew. He is the man who has made it his mission to make sure that victory goes his way this year. He wasn't here last year, and it's his time to shine. But he's got to get past Ribeiro first.
Yeah, we said before, James has outscored Ribeiro in every single one of the rounds, but this is the one that counts. Both of these guys know each other well. They are teammates. They know what each one can do and the capabilities that they have. It's all about the sets, all about those big waves, because they have potential scorers each time they drop into one of these beautiful peeling right-handers. You can see both of them duotone teammates out there with the Neo SLS getting ready to rumble. And an 8 and a 7, if I'm not mistaken, just caught out the corner of my eye as conditions are strong. You can see that in the white lycra is going to be James Carew here on your screen, riding the stubby nose. He's out there on the whip. And then as it comes to Sebastian Ribeiro, having a very big QS surfing background, is on the more traditional surfing board, let's say the triangly pointy nose one. And that is the Blur SLS as well. So getting ready to throw down. 22 minutes of action. And there is going to be blood in the water at this one.
So far, calm out there on the water. Nothing crashing against the rocks of Ponta Preta. A little bit of a lull on the seas. But when it comes good. We've seen big swells today. The wind's slightly off what we had this morning, but still blowing hard. And these forecast to be the best conditions across our 10-day period.
And they have been paying off.
Expecting tomorrow to be similar, but wave frequency to be a little bit less in terms of height and in terms of wind, about the same. And then it starts to die off for the remainder of the week.
And let's not forget also that we will be continuing on tomorrow, if the waves allow it, with the SFP, our Surfing Fall Tour as well, to see a little bit of fall surfing as we get ready to continue on here. 3 disciplines. We've had the sister tour, the GWA Wingfall World Cup, Cape Verde. We've had the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here, and then the SFT as well joining us, where all of the foilers are going to be cruising and perusing through these Punta Preta Cape Verdean waves. Ayrton Corzolino, it is official, is going to be our first semi-finalist, and the winner of this heat will be going up against him in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's a big, hard path if James Carew wants to get that victory. He's going to have to eliminate the victor from last year in the semi-final. Going to be very interesting, the second semi-final. Benetton against the young charger Santiago Lima. Hendrik Lopez or Pedro Matos in the other side. Feels like a very, very heavy one half of the draw.
All right. right, Ribeiro dropping in, going for the first wave. Big, powerful hack, hitting that lip and dropping in again, airing all the way. James behind, we'll see that in the replay. Eyes are on the Brazilian here, coming down the line, quite close to the rocks. And that is going to be a free hit wonder. He is going to have to stay out of the way of Carew. Now Carew with a couple of big power hits as well. Wave similar style, but keeping and now going for a little bit of an air at the end. And let's have a little look-see as he is going to be riding just past the corner of our booth. And this one all the way down. James milking this like no tomorrow.
The man is a beast as well. The physicality completely different to some of our sort of smaller surfers. He is bullying his way through these waves.
Couple of good, big, powerful hacks here from the Australian. And this is what he's known for. The Aussie powerhouse, James Carew. Let's see how the scores are going to be dropped as the first wave for each of them. Longer wave from James. Little bit more verticality on that mid-turns there from Sebastian. See how the judges liked him.
Doesn't even look like he's standing on the board. He looks like he's floating just above it, and his feet are just able to go left and right. Incredible, the core strength that he has that allows him to just play around with his feet and with his hands as well. You kind of forget that he's flying a kite at the same time.
Yeah, one of the things that, you know, the kite control is so important in a location like this, making sure it is in the sweet spot so it isn't pulling you where you don't want to be, that it is actually pulling you towards your next move. And that's where you can really see the difference of the top athletes. Carew, all right, deciding not to turn around in front of Sebastian Ribeiro. Sebastian has seen something, which is, I reckon, it might be that we're seeing off of the left-hand side here as they are all the way up the top. So really, Punta Preta, that A-frame is pretty much what Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be dropping in. And going by perspective, this is looking like a very nice set wave. Brazilian dropping in for his second wave, waiting for scores on the first.
I mean, to scamper away. The wave not really opening up for him and only getting a few more turns at the end of the wave. Slightly disappointing wave choice there, really, in the end, making the most of what he had, but we've seen bigger out there.
6.73 for that first wave from Ribeiro. We're still waiting for scores for the first one from James. And not quite sure if James took off. No, it doesn't. He's all the way off the top, so it doesn't look like he took off on a wave either. I tell you what, the music has been turned up down here on the beach. So I can hear that bass slamming through the line down here. And the crowd is starting to get to their feet as they know that we have quarterfinal number 2 on the water. The winner will be going up against Ayrton Quezalino in that semi-final as we're closing out and coming to the final rounds here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Cape Verde Punta Preta.
$14 minutes still remaining. Still waiting on that first score for James Carew to come in. That hamster's taking a chill again.
$14 minutes.
Oh, the second score's in now. 6.9, just fractionally ahead of Ribeiro. But Ribeiro's got the second one in too now.
Yeah, there you can go, a 5.50. Good judging there, as you can see. Carew, that 6.9, ever so slightly ahead of Ribeiro. And Ribeiro did have a lot less turns. They were a little bit more vertical, a little bit more surfy. That's why they are getting the reward. As we continue on down here, Cape Verde for the final day. Oh, and the chicken has arrived. All right, Dark Lycra, Ribeiro going for his next wave. This is looking like a nice one, Ben. Wave number 3.
Absolutely. And another really good initial turn. Remember the judges saying this morning,
Boy, those are 2 powerful hacks.
those initial turns so important to grab the attention of the judges. Don't wait till later on in the wave to do your best turns. Do them at the very beginning. And that is what Roberto has managed to do here. That is definitely a better run. Whereas Carew still chilling out the back.
I mean, he knows.
Here he is, now in.
That he has to wait for those set waves if he wants to get past Ribeiro. That's better, getting a little bit more vertical here on the inside. And it's now going to be coming down the line. I can hear the trilogy already shouting, Pedro Matos and Gabrielle Benetton, as they have yet another exchange. Carew with the higher score on that first wave and now backing up there. And let's have a look at that full section. Oh, big, powerful, just yanks against that kite. Those are 2 very big turns. Little hair wipe there as well. James Carew, this is a much better ride there from him, as these boys are pretty much point for point.
This is quite a contest. Slightly different in terms of style to what we've seen before. Ribeiro with another one. And again, off the top, in the air, lands it. Whoa, gets caught out and has to scamper away from the foam wall coming at him. But he can continue. The wave, again, not quite as big, not quite opening up, is perhaps the wave choice. You know, we're seeing James being really economical with when he's choosing a wave. Ribeiro's 4 waves in now.
Yeah, Ribeiro is 4 waves in, waiting for that to appear. James is 3 waves in. And like you say, James is just waiting out on the point. He knows they need to be set waves. If he's going to get past Sebastian Ribeiro, he knows it has to be on a good wave. There's no point of scratching around this early on in the heat.
Interesting, though, that Ribeiro is happy to go on some of those smaller stuff.
He is. He is. He is. Will it pay off? We will soon find out. But yeah, 8.2 for Ribeiro. So starting to drop at 7.6. So Carew trailing by 0.49. So very, very close. And now the numbers are really starting to come in here.
There's some waves coming in on the left-hand side. James very, very high. May not even be able to see it from where he is. But those early ones, smaller in width and perhaps something rolling in now.
And they look so close together there. And they are miles apart.
But there's definitely there's definitely a set that I feel like they're missing here. So they're so far up the competition area.
Yeah, Ribeiro really slamming down the hammer. 16.07 right now. So he's got an 8.2 and a 7.87. James Carew needing to improve on both of his scores. At the moment, waiting for that set to come in. As you can see him out there on the white line. Got plenty of time though. It's 9 minutes at least. I'm going to hope we got time for 2 sets to come our way.
Well, that's what James needs, because he's only had 2 runs. And the scores from Ribeiro, those 2 last scores are the ones that counted. And those were the smaller of the waves. The middle 2 that he took.
And James having a look here, as this wave does look like it's starting to form, and I can see, a beautiful set. They are so far up on the break, it is ridiculous. All right, Carew dropping in. Here we go, trying to answer back after that last wave from Sebastian Ribeiro. What has he got? Starting off right under the leap and making sure he hits it with power. Again, boom! Keeping up that speed. Looking for that air section. Does get it. Can he make the landing? No! A little spin, unfortunately. and goes down. That is not what he wanted to have. And now he's going to have to go back to the drawing board and start over again.
Is that Ribeiro turning away from a wave? So he bailed out.
Yeah, Ribeiro is really going to be protecting the point now. He is going to be making sure that he is on the best wave of the sets, as he knows James is more than capable of getting big numbers, but having that advantage and being in position, he can play what we like to call the old defensive mode. You can see lines there. We saw James taking off on one before. Will James maybe turn around? Nope, it is going to be Sebastian, all right? So James is going to wait maybe for the one behind, or Sebastian is going to be looking to improve on that 7.87, and this is looking like a beautiful set wave, Ben.
That would be dangerous if Ribeiro does improve, because Carew needs a big score to get on touch with him. It's that 6.9 that Carew needs to improve on. But Ribeiro's got a great wave here. 2 wonderful turns from the Brazilian. And again, each time landing in the danger zone, each time escaping from it. This wave is way, way better than the one he scored an 8.2 on. And he bows to the crowd.
Huge few turns there from Sebastian Ribeiro. And now James answering back, gets the air down the line, going a little bit longer. He knows it is all up for grabs. Air turn here as well. These guys are here and they are here to fight. It is just great to see these two drawing each other out. And James all the way to the bottom of the beach. Incredible from both of these athletes.
Got to be improvement on both of the scores as well. Certainly on a 6.9 for James Carew. This was wonderful stuff, but Ribeiro ahead was also on a great wave. 7.8 and 8.2 are big scores though. Got that air in the middle.
Yeah, just linking it together, and you can see, look at the power that he hits this wave off. But I will say those 3 re-entries from Sebastian, perfectly timed, hitting it right on the lip and dropping in. We got big numbers for both of these boys coming out. Who is going to have the advantage? We will soon find out. Sebastian looking to improve on a 787. James looking to improve on a 6.9 and needs to have an improvement if he wants to be still in the punching range of Ribeiro. Wow, this heat is just non-stopped.
Not a lot of time left. Plenty of wave opportunities if they roll in for both of our competitors. But only 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Waiting for an improvement of that 14.5, and he goes up to 16.07 for James Carew. But at the moment, it's not enough because it's a 9.17 for Ribeiro. It was a better wave. It was a better wave than his 8.2.
Yeah, very well deserved there from Ribeiro, just re-entering it off the top. Beautiful power surfing. And that 9.17 now, with 4 minutes on the clock, James needs a big score if he wants to have an opportunity here. He would need a 9.0 or just under a 9 to be able to equal Sebastian Ribeiro with that 17.37. So he would need an 8.9 if he wants that. More than capable of getting those numbers, but it is going to come down, and we've said it time and time again, to a set wave rolling into Cape Verde. These are the moments we wait for.
Can he do it? Such ambition coming here to Cape Verde for James Carew from Australia. This is the year he has earmarked as taking the world tour. He is desperate. And he is desperate to win here in Cape Verde as well. And at the moment he trails. At the moment he's got a 7.6 on the board. and a 7.6 on the board at this level in these quarter-final stages is just not enough. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remain. And now we wait for the wind and the weather gods to deliver a wave capable of an 8.9 plus for Carew. And then you've got to rely upon Ribeiro not improving his 8.2.
Exactly. Anything can happen out there, but it all is going to come down to if there is a set or not. Oh, watch out. Lines on the horizon. All right, James is having a look. He knows that what he has to do, and it is stacking all the way across. Australian is going to be dropping in with 2.5 minutes on the clock in pursuit of the best score of his heat so far. Here we go. Oh, powerful hack to start off. The wave is opening up nicely. Now making sure he gets down and along it. Just big arcing turns. Oh, and it closes out in front of him ever so slightly. Times that very nicely. Double-handed let go. Up and above. He keeps it going. Sebastian is on the one behind him. James, he is fishing for a victory. Leaving nothing in the tank. And down all the way to the beach. And he knows it's close. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go.
A quick glance at the watch at the end of the run, but don't think that's enough. Ribeiro is on a defensive wave as well behind him. The size of the wave not as good. The selection of the wave not as good as James Carew was on. And the dynamics of that run not as good either. Has to bail out of it. But the clock is running down to 0. The opportunity's running down as well for James Carew. This could be elimination out of the competition. 1 minute remaining.
And he is flying back up to the competition area. There are some lines. Maybe he will have an opportunity, but at the moment, Sebastian Ribeiro has been in the driving seat of this heat after that 9.17. Carew, 45 seconds to go. He's having a little look-see and hoping that some energy will be coming his way.
Now he just has to go with anything. 30 seconds remaining. Something there. There is a wave coming through. It is an improvement from James Carew, but it's not quite enough. An 8.33, the judges scored that last run. He still needs to get himself basically a 9 if he wants to improve. Here is a wave with 18 seconds remaining. But this isn't the ginormous sets that we're seeing here in Ponta Preta.
And it all comes down to this. Final ride for Carew. Can he make it happen? Nice turn, air dropping down. Gets past the foam ball. Can he get back into section? Going to go for an air. He does get it on and lands off the back. That is going to be closure. And it is going to be this man, Sebastian Ribeiro, who will be joining Ayrton Corzolino in that semi-final. What a quarter.
What a quarter-final. James continues to try. Sebastian Ribeiro has the beach telling him what is going on. You have qualified. What a gladiatorial battle between these two. Ribeiro into the semi-finals and Carew, just 0.5 of a point difference, is eliminated.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.
Bolsa Atleta.
através do vosso atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daquele atleta de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo dificuldade para morrer, me tiro beira arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é ter pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante porque tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
And welcome back, everybody. So now, out there on the water is going to be Hendrik Lopez and Pedro Matos. Already we just saw congratulations there to Sebastian Ribeiro, as he is going to be meeting Ayrton Corsolino in the semi-finals. But now it is time for the next two quarters, where we will be seeing Hendrik Lopez, Pedro Matos on the water right now. Gabrielle Benetton going up against Santiago Lima. Who will be the next two semi-finalists? We will soon find out. Action on the water, and we are green light. Go, go, go. All right, Hendrik dropping in. Wind has definitely picked up over the last 10 minutes. Your Cabrina athlete from Cape Verde, so you are going to be hearing the crowd roar on every single one of these turns. Underneath the lip, keeps it together, needs to get the speed to get past the foam ball. Just getting sliced behind it, but Hendrik flying the Swiss Fagler, but Cape Verde by heart, and they're making it all the way down to the bottom section. They're aligned, stack it across the horizon. Let's hit that old refresh button on the timer, as we have definitely started this heat. And they're going in as well. Pedro Matos already with that 8.47. And refreshing as we can see where we are at. But look at this beautiful wave from Pedro. Flying all the way down and making it happen. And getting one of the biggest scores we've seen so far. Pedro, Brazilian powerhouse. We just saw Sebastian Ribeiro make his way through. There are Brazilians in every single one of these heats. Will we see a full Brazilian final? We will soon find out, because in the semi-finals it's going to be Sebastian Ribeiro, Ayrton Corsolino. And then in the next semi-final will be the winner of this heat and the winner of the heat in between Gabrielle Benetton and Santiago Lima. Any heat could be a final at this time of the competition. We are just coming up on about 2 o'clock local time, meaning we have about an hour and a half left. And we will know who will be the king of Punta Preta. And Hendrik's just showing what moves he has as well, as we are getting those scores. Both of the athletes going back into position, and we continue on. Pedro dropping in, just keeping the replays going of the action that we've seen so far on this heat. Oh, letting that tail loose as we go on here in this third quarter final of the day. Not relevant to what is happening out here right now, as there is action on the water of what we have seen by this man. And it looks like that timer is stuck as we have initiated the heat, so hopefully we will be refreshing that, or maybe it's a system glitch. But we continue on. Who is in the lead? Without a doubt so far, it is Pedro Matos. Both the athletes already on the way out. And making their way come back in. You can see the drifter there with the white kite is Hendricks. Here with the duotone, the Neo SLS is Pedro Matos. And there we go. The good old refresh always works. 8.47 and a 7.80. And Pedro having a little look on this wave as he is up. So Matos is going to be going, as is Hendricks. But, oh, okay. Looks like we've got a little priority battle there. Both of the guys putting their hand in the air. Going to be interesting to see what our head judge says there. It did look like Pedro had the upper hand, but maybe not. Hard to see from our position. We will be seeing the replay of this. Pedro was on the wave, but I didn't see if he was on it before or not. Both of these guys lift their hand up. Hendrick had the hand up. Pedro had the hand up. Obviously, if there was an interference, they get half point of that second score. So that would be crucial, and it does look like internet is down in here, as I cannot see scores coming up. So hopefully that will be coming back, as it has been a little glitchy on the past hour. 15 minutes to go. And I got nothing. That's what you can see on your screen here. So Pedro Matos is in the lead, and second position, Hendrik Lopez so far. Beautiful 737 there from Hendricks. But Matos 780 and an 847. Throwing down those big numbers. All right, Matos having a look at something. He is way up. Oh, and this is starting to look like a very, very nice wave. As the Brazilian is going to drop in, looking to improve on a 7.80. And this wave definitely has some size. Here we go. Starting off, big, powerful hack off the top. Makes it down, draws the line straight back in. Letting that tail loose, coming out of the end. Wave is closing out a little bit in front of him, having to scramble and get past the foam ball. Now it starts to open up again, pushing against those fins. Beautiful extension there from the Brazilian. And we will catch the replay of the wave from Hendricks, as he has also gone on another set wave. But Pedro all the way down the line and looking to improve. And he is going to be very happy with that one. Let's catch and see what Hendricks had to say, as he also got the wave behind him. So here's the set wave from Hendricks as he's dropping in, going down the line. Nice, under the lip, making that board fly. Goes straight, and now beautiful timing, hitting it right in the pocket, 2 for 2. Closes out similar to what happened to Pedro. As we get into that point of the tide, and a big layback carve here from Hendricks. And this is the one where he goes over the fall. Such a shame. But great moves here from the Cape Verdean. Oh, and there we go. Those is what we want to see. We want to see those parallel lines. And the judges obviously telling a joke here. Luengo and Mallory laughing at each other and another coffee in their hands. Ah, the life of a judge. 16.27 versus a 7.37. Matos looking to improve over on that scores. And it does look like, we do have. Internet is back. Thank you, Mr. Hamster. Looks like he had some lunch. 12 minutes to go. And a 7.37 for that last wave and a 3.70. And the waves are even opening up all the way in the bay over here, as lines are stacking all the way across as that swell is starting to hit. Pedro, once again, off the top, going in and grabbing speed. You really have to pick off the good ones. Under the lip, gets covered and manages to get himself out. And a beauty here from the Brazilian. And now you can see the bay is completely closing out. And I can hear a roar because I know that Hendricks has also got another big set. Foam climb there off for him. And he make it down? Yes, he does. We will see the replay as he took that one all the way from the top. Look at the size of this set. Now Punta Preta is starting to fire. They know finals are near. Cover up turn under the lip there for Lopez. Powerful big snap. Pulling that shoulder back. Hacking his way through. Dragging that hand with a layback turn. As we are waiting for numbers to approach. Continuing on here. Your last day of competition here. GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Cape Verde. 10.5 minutes, 16.67, a 7.37 and a 7.73 for Lopez. Big numbers. And even bigger for Matos. 8.47 and an 8.20. Bada bing, bada boom. As the Brazilian is on fire and he wants only one thing. And that is to take the win here at Cape Verde. As it is looking like we are going to have Brazilian standoffs. Because if Pedro makes it through this round, it is pretty much a Brazilian contingency as we have Ayrton Cosolino and possibly Santiago Lima, the only two other countries to battle it out here today. Both of them all the way out the back. A calm before the storm. It has been action-packed from moment number one as they are starting to see what sets will be coming their way. Your two battlers, your two gladiators, Hendrik Lopez, Pedro Matos, the Brazilian in the white, the Swiss Cape Verdean in the blue. Already Hendrik with an 8.0, 15.73, big numbers. And there is less than a point in between these two athletes. Hendrik looking, hunting, trying to see if he can get an 8-point ride coming his way. We will soon find out. Pedro looking to increase. All right, Hendrik's dropping in. Yet another set. Here we go. Little mid-face turn here. This is a smaller wave. Decided to go a little scavenger hunt. But again, pushing as hard as possible. But this wave is not going to be that scoring opportunity that we saw on some of those bigger sets. He needs it to be a big one if he wants to have the opportunity of improving on those numbers. So far, it is Matos. Oh! Watch out as he goes to the air revert. Here, the young Cape Verdean / Swiss athlete. Hendrik Lopez giving us power and style and giving the crowd what they want. There you go, just a little pop to revert there from him. On the flats, not going to add too much to it. but still giving everybody a little bit of a show while we continue on here. And it does look like this internet is coming in and out and waiting now for more numbers to drop, but so far still in the lead, Pedro Matos. And yeah, you can see Hendrik already out there, going out to the back as there are lines. You can see Pedro Matos is already there, and he's going to take his pick, and he has decided as he is going to be dropping in on this wave. Eyes on the blue Neo, your duotone athlete from Brazil, getting ready to throw down. Here we go. You can hear the bass on the beach as well as the music has started. And they are just dancing out here on the water. Pedro, big air. Can he land it? Oh, he does in position. This is a beauty from Matos. Linking it all together, keeping the speed, making sure he can get by. As it's the surfing that he wants to see at this bottom section. It's just almost closing out in front of him. And another big turn. Looks back and you can see him claiming it. Feeling the vibes. Hendrik all the way up the top. While Pedro goes back, seeing if he can improve over that 773. Oh, are you ready? Being shouted out down here on the beach. Look at that. Huge move there for Matos. Cat-like reflexes to keep that one together. And makes his way out the back. Hendrik is in position. Matos powering his way towards the break. 5 minutes to go. And information also come in. Interference from Hendrik against Pedro. Pedro upwind in the swell and had priority. That is going to be devastating here for Hendricks, because he is going to be called on that interference. So he is going to have a very, very difficult time now, as he is going to be penalized. What a shame. But Pedro was on the swell, so the wave was his. And Hendricks falling in and dropping in on the Brazilian. So now that throws an absolute spanner in the works. 1573, but that will change after that deduction. Pedro already a 16.67. All right, and we're back. 4 minutes to go. You can see the crowd is on their feet, but that interference has been called. And Hendrik Lopez will have a penalization after dropping in on Pedro Matos, as Matos was further upwind on the swell. That is not what you want to be doing against Pedro, because that is going to cost you dearly. Hendrik's dropping in. He has everything to go and nothing to lose. Laid back hack. But again, not a big set wave. Coming very close to the rocks as he knows his family is there. The Cape Verdean flag is flying up high. And that one closes out. He's going to have to go back in. Matos checking his watch. 3 minutes, 2 seconds, mate. And is going to be switching it around. Your third quarterfinal. The final quarterfinal will be Gabrielle Benetton versus Santiago Lima. And then moving on to semifinals. Already awaiting, we have Ayrton Cosolino, Sebastian Ribeiro. Big heat. And then the winner of this heat versus the winner of the next heat. So far, it's looking like another Brazilian has the upper hand, but there is less than a point difference in between them. Hendricks having the heat of his life so far, but waiting for a final set to see if he can improve on that 773. Pedro all the way out into the straights, meditating maybe to see if that wave will come his way. And here you can see the judges concentrating on what is happening, as every single heat now is crucial with 2 minutes to go. We're going to check that interference in a little bit once again, because that is going to be a crucial detail. But right now, athletes dropping in on this wave. So here we have Hendrik Lopez. Hendrik getting covered up underneath. Nice, turning right under the lip. Smaller wave. He really needs a set if he wants to have an opportunity here, because this one's going to be closing down. Just going to give a show. And goes off and out with less than a minute to go. I reckon that is going to be it. Pedro Matos is going to have conquered out here on the water, but an amazing performance here from Hendrik. Unless Cape Verde will be sending him a wave and he can score above an 8, he is going to be out of the competition, meaning Pedro will be our third semi-finalist, awaiting the winner between Gabrielle Benetton and Santiago Lima. There are no waves on the horizon from what I can see. And we get ready, because there is more action coming our way. Already 16, 17, 18-point heats seem to be the average. Cozzolino, the man to beat so far. And he is going to be stacked up against Brazilian's Sebastian Ribeiro. With 10 seconds to go and nothing on the horizon, it is going to be official. Pedro Matos will be our third semi-finalist here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Cape Verde.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
We've been here from the very beginning, created by athletes, designers, and engineers, defining the sport. We stand proud of our legacy, but we won't stop here. The journey continues. This is Duotone.
Welcome back to the beautiful Ponta Preta. We have one more quarterfinal for you, and it's our world champion against the young pretender. Santiago Lima has a beach full of fans here in Cape Verde, ready to cheer him on. Gabrielle Benetton, that unique backside style that he's looking so comfortable with here in Cape Verde. But I tell you what, Santiago could really spring a surprise. Big air already. And a nice opening wave for Santiago. Here's that very strong position from Gabrielle Benetton in the blue this time. But I tell you what, from where we cut in there, if there's a couple of nice carving turns within that, then Santiago is going to score big. His first score in his last round was an 8 directly off the bat. He's an under 14, under 15, under 16 medal winner. And here is that full wave. Again, similar to what we saw in the previous round. The kite slightly dragging him downwind, not getting that rail in, digging in the water to stop him from losing too much ground. But the control there and the lack of falling over, the judges would have liked that one. Both athletes with a first wave, with a first score. That should be coming in a few moments' time. But Santiago Lima is about as wild as a wild card could be. And he goes up against a properly known quantity in Gabrielle Benetton. Benetton has changed his attitude this year to train harder, to focus more on winning the world title, rather than it sort of falling into his lap, as he explained last year. There's a second wave for Santiago, which is definitely not a set wave, but getting him in the mix. Benetton didn't win anything last year, but it's his consistency that got him the World Tour title. But in a recent interview, he explained that he really didn't particularly train hard or take it too seriously. He wanted it. He wanted the victory. But this year, he's decided to focus more on training for that world title. And huge, huge characters to defeat. We've already got 2 Brazilians into the semi-finals. And Benetton hoping it will be a third. A slight advantage on that first wave set from Benetton. Scores a 6.33 over a 6.17 for Santiago Lima. Here's another short, smaller wave from Benetton, making the most of them. Nice to see we're not just waiting for the big ones to come in. Plenty of action for the crowd and you guys at home to enjoy. A 5.5, the second wave for Lima. And down on the beach, I presume that's a video call rather than a connection to Santiago on the water. Or maybe he's just getting in the vibes and getting in the mood. Semi-finals coming up. Whilst there's nothing going on out on the water, why not get down in the groove with Ayrton Cozzolino on the beach? Back on the water, Santiago Lima with another wave. The intensity of this young man, he's not waiting around. He's got a big, big wave here, though. And he gets those heels down, digs the wave, oh, goes off the top. It's just when he's got that, when he is heel down, he's not getting the rail in on the descent from the wave. He's getting dragged across the wave, which means he can't be as direct when he then turns on the bottom and goes on to toe and then back up the wave. Benetton bailing out. Benetton, we saw in his last heat, very choosy about what he uses, which wave he goes on. He doesn't want to expel any extra effort. I think it was only 3 or 4 waves that he took in his previous heat to qualify through to this. Whereas Santiago has offered us a few waves. "16 minutes and 15 seconds, remember. "15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining of this final quarterfinal. Two Brazilians and Ayrton Coslino already through to our semi-finals. Will it be 3 Brazilians and 1 Cape Verdean, or 2 Brazilians and 2 Cape Verdean going through? Santiago Lima, of course, Portuguese flag, but Cape Verdean heritage. As with Ayrton Cozzolino with the Italian flag, but very much Cape Verde at heart. And look how tight the scores are right now. 11.96 plays 11.67. More waves from Santiago Lima. And only a slight advantage to our world champion right now. Be a huge upset, no doubt, if Santiago was able to eliminate Benetton at this stage of the competition. But I think he has the possibility to do so. He needs to be a little bit more direct down the wave. Look, pretty good at the top. That's better. Gets that rail dug into the water. Oh, and gets dragged over by the wave. He really is absolutely committing everything he possibly can right now. Right there, down close to the beach. But the beach are expecting for Santiago. Wave stacking up on that left-hand side. Another opportunity here for Santiago. Is that Gabrielle? That's Gabrielle. Santiago just recovering after his last wave. We saw him coming upwind like this and then grabbing waves at the last moment. And look at those ones rolling through. Benetton looks like he might be claiming this one. Difficult to see exactly how things develop. But here we go. These 11s, not the scores we've seen in our other quarterfinals. Benetton needs a really good run. That's a beautiful first turn from the Brazilian. Little bit far down the shoulder, a little bit less intensity than we've seen from some of our other quarterfinals. The flowing, calm style. But the style is really, really solid. And with his body and with the board turned, he's finding it. Angle is able to claim, and he claims that as well. Very, very happy with that wave. Did Santiago pick something up? But I would say that that's going to be an improvement for Gabrielle Benetton at this stage of the competition. Here's Santiago. Oh, he's gone down again. Lost the board. And if he needs to take out the world number 1, he needs to do this. It's going to be a big challenge. Back to reset then. We wait for the judges' scores to come in. Great atmosphere down on the beach. Ready to cheer on Ayrton Cozzolino. Lost so many more of the Cape Verdean athletes as we've gone through the last couple of days. Mitu Monteiro eliminated after that mammoth fight with Ayrton in round 1 of the competition. What a treat we had a couple of days ago to witness that. And then eventually eliminated by the Brazilian. .03 for that last wave for Gabrielle Benetton. And that puts him not out of touch, but very close to being out of touch to Santiago Lima. Lima would need a 9 and needs to improve both scores, really, and needs to stop falling off. Benetton goes again. Look at that position. So unique, his style. Doesn't like that wave, so gets off of it. But almost certainly it's now defensive mode for the Brazilians. Lima drops in on another wave. Let's have a look. Slightly cautious first turn. Goes for the barrel. Slightly not quite committed enough to it. Oh, and he goes down again. Really, really struggling to stay on his board, Santiago Lima. And maybe the pressure is getting to him. This, the 9-point wave for Gabrielle Benetton. Look at breaking behind him. Look how upright he is as well. Cuts straight back into the power zone of the wave. It doesn't need to be as intense. Beautiful turn there, right off the lip and straight back into the middle of the break. Great wave choice as well. It really did last and stay large for a long period of time. No tricks, no fluffy stuff, no airs. But that was pretty much a world champion's run there. Ribeiro getting into the spirit of things. Brazilian samba, no doubt. As he gets that board perfectly prepared for our semi-finals. Eight minutes remaining. Santiago Lima really needs to go big, but also just needs to stay on the board. We've seen what needs to be done. Benetton with a perfect display of how to get a 9-pointer. And Lima at the moment slightly under-delivering in comparison to what he's been able to do in the previous rounds, especially that victory in the last of our last knockout. And now Lima drops in, but the wave is half the size of what we saw Benetton on earlier on. And that doesn't give you the opportunities when it's that small. Benetton just in defensive mode, watching what Santiago's doing, almost mimicking him like for like. Santiago's got to wait for a big one. So, 6 waves on the board for Santiago Lima, with 6 minutes remaining. The judges look pretty chill. And still those first scores that we saw at the very top of the competition, counting for both Gabrielle and Santiago, a 6.33 and a 6.17. But where is that performance that we saw from Santiago in the previous round? A few stretches, preparing themselves for the semi-final. The music, the rhythm, the vibes, now exchanged for tranquility. Waterside. Benetton going again. This time switching up the feet and deciding to bail out of that one. Waiting. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Benetton has the big advantage here. And Santiago, I'm afraid, it's slipping away from the 15-year-old. Because he really does need to improve both the scores. Big crowds on the beach, watching on as we get towards our last couple of heats, our last part of this competition here on Punta Preta. The waves are rolling in, but the players don't want to play right now. Santiago needs to just get on them now. Needs to just get some clean turns, even if the waves aren't that massive. He went for the big ones and unfortunately too often ended up in the water. Those early runs still the two that have counted from 7 waves. And it really is blowing out there. And as we saw in his early part of the competition, get the feeling that that kite is ruling him rather than the other way around, especially on the descents from the top of the waves. The Brazilians getting in their vibes. It looks like it might be a third Brazilian joining them in the semi-final, because there's no answer here from Santiago Lima. And that 9.0 pure surfing score is holding Gabrielle Benetton a decent margin ahead of the Portuguese. Here comes another wave rolling in. Benetton's going to claim this and may well then pull out of it. Or is he going to surf it? No, he's going to surf it. Here we go. Is this to show the guys on the beach what he's made of? He's got that 6.3 as a second score, so his total not particularly large, but it is just such an elegant way to surf that backside style. Just the 2 turns on that run. Santiago Lima behind, and a nice turn there from Santiago. But he's got to do this twice. And there is starting not to be the time. Here's what it looked like from the top. And not particularly committed on those first couple of turns. And then a big straight line away from the foam wall. I'll tell you what, if he surfed like he did in the best 16, I reckon Santiago would have been equal to Gabrielle Benetton. But unfortunately here, those big set waves, he ended up going down on too often. Benetton on another wave. It's beautiful surfing from the Brazilian. And I tell you what, Brazil has a 75% chance of taking victory here in Cape Verde. And there's only one man that can stop them from doing that. That is Ayrton Cosolino. But Cosolino, there he is, has got to bat off Brazilians left, right, and centre. The vibes down on the beach, getting the athletes ready for our semi-finals. But it is confirmed, Gabrielle Benetton with a better score as well on that last wave that we saw him again celebrating. He improves that to a 7.3. And therefore, in total, it is Gabrielle Benetton who takes an easy victory in the end over Santiago Lima and moves forward into semi-final number 2.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
No internet. We are back up and running with semi-final number 1. And it is Ayrton Cosolino against Sebastian Ribeiro. The local man who has made Italy and Cape Verde his home. The only man left to stop Brazil from taking victory here in Cape Verde. And he has been mighty throughout the whole competition so far. But he needs to be mighty again. Vibes on the beach are good. And there is the main man of the moment, heading out onto the water. The flag on the tower being dropped down. And the green flag flies, which means we are up and running for semi-final number 1 on the water. Sebastian Ribeiro and Ayrton Cosolino. Of the Brazilians that we've seen so far out there, Sebastian really upping his game on those quarter-final runs to get himself in this position. He is going to have to do that again, though, isn't he? Ayrton Cosolino at the very top of his game. Although it doesn't look hard for the man, does it? So much experience. Just 31 years of age, but lives with a kite attached to his midriff. A world champion 13 years ago. He is still only 31 years of age, but he has multiple world titles and multiple titles here in Cape Verde. There is Santiago. Great effort from the young man. Unfortunately undone in the end. But with the timer now ticking, this one is going to be big.
All right, so still no scores on the board here. 22-minute heats, your first semi-final of the competition. Cosolino already dropping in And the crowd is starting to pack out Punta Preta as they know one of their local heroes is in a semi-final. A big moment because this will define who will be making it through to that grand finale. As you can see him here already, unfortunately just going down a little bit inside on the rocks. Sebastian here has had big scores throughout the competition as well. Both of these guys have had 9-point waves. But it all comes down to who can get it done inside these 22 minutes. Semi-final number 1, semi-final number 2 will be together. 2 Brazilians. Pedro Matos is going to be going up against Gabrielle Benetton as the few final heats here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Cape Verde Punta Preta, the season opener for the GKA Kite World Tour. All fins on. He is really up on the reef there, Ayrton. Well, that must have been an old image then, because he looks like he's back out and going towards the outside reef to see those swells start to roll free. Let's have a look at that replay of that last wave here from Seb. That was powerful turns, timing it when he literally does come down with the lip. Already a double whammy here for him. And now you can see where it gets bubbly here on the inside. That is because they are coming very close to the rocks. And we just saw Ayrton there on the inside of this replay. So, so far, Sebastian Ribeiro and Cozzolino has fired out their first bullet. Let's see who is in that leading position. But Cozzolino is going to be dropping in for yet another set wave. I can hear the drums, Cape Verdean power. Here we go. Off the top, smacking it and making it nice and stylish. Ayrton driving and pushing against those fins. Looking for a little tuck up, but not quite getting it, closing out in front of him. And he's going to have to run this one all the way down if he wants to make something else. 18 minutes left on the clock. And maximizing what he can get. Going all the way down to the bottom. And here we can see something from Sebastian maybe. Did he have a little look-see? Yes, he did. All right, so 2 waves for each of these guys. Powerful lean back. And Seb, one of the things you can just see, he is pretty much just surfing this as he almost doesn't need the kite with 3 good hits and then bows out as he is right next to the ankle biters of the Punta Preta. Rocks down here, and here we can hear the crowd starting to get those vibes on. And Cape Verdean flags are in the sky. Who is it going to be? There it is. 6.10 for Cozzolino, 577. Excuse me, 577 for Cozzolino, 6.10 for Sebastian Ribeiro. Your first semi-final of the day.
Wouldn't expect for either of those competitors to be happy with those scores, to be accepting those scores, for those scores to be included by the time we get to the end of the next 16 minutes. We know both of them are able to easily perform in the 8s. We've seen 9.5 from Ayrton Cozzolino, and already the second scores come in, a 6 and a 7. So tight right now, but it's still very, very early days.
Yeah, there you go, 7.07. So, yep, less than a point difference in it, but like you're saying there, Ben, early days, we've seen both of these guys score 9s all day long. Sets a little far between at the moment, but we can see the crowd is starting to fill up here on the inside as everybody knows that the finals are on their way. Semi-finals in the water. Winner will be going into the grand finale, loser into the small final. Then Pedro Matos, Gabrielle Benetton will be up next. 12.17 versus a 12.84 here of your final day of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Cape Verde, Isla de Sao Punta Preta. The beast, the peeling right-hander, Sebastian Ribeiro, There is a nice wave starting to roll up against the reef. Oh, look at this one. This has some size. All right, Seb dropping in. Perfectly timed once again, making sure he gets on top of that lip and comes down with it, floats it, airing it down. This is what has given him those maximum points in the previous heats. Now does a little bit of damage control here on the inside until that wave does start to launch up again past the foam ball and is going to make this one all the way down. Sebastian Ribeiro, your duotone athlete, hailing from Brazil, sending out a message early on, and Cozzolino following in behind him. We'll see the replay of the beginning of that wave very shortly.
Also on the water, also on a wave at the same time, but perhaps not quite in the same control. Ayrton Cozzolino at the moment, the flow not quite there. It really did look very, very nice from the Brazilian on that run. Got better as the run went on for Cozzolino, but obviously the wave a little bit smaller, and it really was a great selection from Sebastian as well.
Yeah, we got double sixes for Sebastian and a 5 and a 7 for Cozzolino. Cozzolino with the highest wave score so far. But definitely it looks like at the moment, so I'm going to say that Ribeiro has a little bit the upper hand. Early days though, under 14 minutes to go, 22-minute heat, so we're just about a third way through in this first semi-final of the day. I can hear the drums, you can see everybody starting to vibe as they know what is coming, and that is going to be crowning the champion here in Cape Verde. And there we can see Luana also with the Brazilian flag. Here we can see Cozzolino's boys down here, making sure they know what scores and where they're at.
Cozzolino in the blue. This is Sebastian Ribeiro from Florianopolis in Brazil. World-renowned windsurf spot, world-renowned water sports spot. And the man they call the Wizard has got to pull out all of the tricks here to beat the local boy. And for the moment, just lags behind by almost nothing.
Yeah, and you can see those rocks starting to come out as it is just coming up on 2:45 in the afternoon.
Quite sure what's going on with Ayrton down there. Seems to be a little frustrated.
Yeah, not the cleanest of starts. He's had 3 very clean starts. Let's not forget 9.0 in every single one of them to start it off. But here, just not quite grabbing the groove and not having as much distance. He knows Ribeiro is a very dangerous contender and wants to make sure that he is in a commanding lead, because anything can happen. Because then it does come down also to chance, and if you are on that set when it is so close, we've seen many buzzer beaters during this competition. But so far, Cozzolino, hairline ahead as we just start to approach the halfway mark of those 11 minutes.
.77 for Cozzolino. Surely can be improved, and he drops into a wave now. Nice first turn, exactly where he wants to be. Unfortunately, it's not really opening up for him to do too many turns. Gets a second one in there.
Starting to link it together as well, but the wave really not having much of a shoulder to it, so now he's just kind of trying to get and add some scores to it. Good first 2 turns, but what he wants those big set waves to be able to produce. Cozzolino 14.74, Ribeiro 14.53. It is down to the wire, and Ayrton doesn't even care about the reef.
Yeah, so a slight change in scores there with a couple of new scores in, an 8.43 for Ribeiro. Those 2 7s for Cozzolino. And it's still a hair's width between the two of them, even if we've got some new waves in. Halfway through this semi-final Heat 1.
Look at that, an 8.43 for that wave from Verde. Judges loving his fluidity and that surfing style. He is looking at another set wave as we can just see him rolling towards us. Decides against it, sees Ayrton's going to be going for the one behind, maybe. Or is he going to hold out? No, he is going to be going for the one behind, and it actually looks like a very nice set wave. So here we go, Sebastian Ribeiro dropping in.
Another opportunity to improve that 14.53 for the Brazilian. Wants to make this an all-Brazilian final. We know we'll get one from the next semi-final. But Ribeiro needs to beat Cosolino. And again, it dies off. It looked great on the initial part of that wave, but it sort of dies off at the end of it.
Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't have as much power as we saw before, isn't it? It kind of lulls out, but now getting hollow and getting wild, and I can hear the crowd going up and down all the way across the beach as well. Sebastian Ribeiro, watch out, as he is putting on a show here. And we are going to see the replay of this after the end of the wave, as Cosolino coming all the way down the line, and you can hear him fly. Oh, he's happy.
He's hyped up, isn't he? I think there was a little bit of frustration in the early stages. He was down by the bottom end, splashing water in his face, pumping his legs, trying to get himself a bit more psyched up, a bit more focused. Let's have a look at how that wave started. Looks like it was a better choice as well.
Oh, and you can hear the beach as he comes back in. Oh, big, powerful, right into it, linking those moves together. Judges are going to be loving that. Not a centimeter of hesitation, and flying through the sky. Cosolino Airlines down the roads. No wonder he's hyped.
That is definitely the most stylish way to attack this wave that very much has two parts to it. And he gets that second lot of turns in as well. We wait for the score to come in. A 7.07. And they are coming thick and fast for us here. What an entertaining first semi-final. Again, on the waves, Ribeiro. It's got an 8.5 that's just come in. So an 8.4 and 8.5 and down in the water.
Oh, Ribeiro there. Already two big numbers. Dropping and starting to make a difference. We're still waiting for that final score of that nice wave there from Ayrton. But while we're waiting for the action to come towards us, we caught up with Sebastian before down here on the beach.
Probably the strongest wind I ever kited here in Cape Verde, and with this size of wave and the direction makes it very good, but at the same time very tricky. Sometimes there's some part of the waves that is a bit, you know, a bit messy, so it's super easy to kind of fall from your board. But as soon as the wave gets on the reef and starts to roll, it's so perfect. Probably probably one of the best events ever, for sure. Yeah, and keep focused for the next one. Yeah, next one is quarterfinals. I know who I am against, but I don't want to talk about it. It's just another rider that I have to beat.
All right, and we're back. Great to catch up with Sebastian. He is definitely on fire. 8.43, 8.5 already. 8.47 there from Cosolino. Oh, these boys mean business.
Cosolino needs to do that again, though, doesn't he? He needs a repeat of that 8.47 or better. It was what we just saw before that interview, and he's going again. He knew it was better, and he now needs a repeat, and that will then give us a proper competition here. Still, only 0.8 of a point between them. Goes for a little bit at the barrel, and the barrel is really there for him. It was only a marginal dip underneath it, but didn't have to break the wall to come out. Now a few more turns.
You can just feel the energy, see the teeth of the tiger right now. Cosolino flowing down Punta Preta. squeezing the fruit out of all of its juice. With just coming up on 5 minutes to go, he needs another big number. As Seb has a 8.43 and an 8.50. Cozzolino needs to improve by about 0.8 of a point. Oh, it is on.
You can see the nerves on the beach from some of the onlookers and supporters. Every time these athletes come down on a wave, the whoops and the cheers from the beach, but I don't know what the judges are thinking.
Oh, Seb, double hand release there, but unfortunately releasing the feet as well. Oh, and his kite is in the water. This is not what the Brazilian wants at this point of time. This isn't what he wants. He's trying to get that kite back, but it is going to get pummeled inside on the reef. He is going to want to release this and now maybe try and surf in and get another kite. Will he have enough time? 4.5 minutes. Ayrton has an opportunity here. He does have an opportunity. Grabbing that bar against it does look like maybe those lines have untwisted. He needs to get it up as there are sets coming in. Sebastian Ribeiro, sticky situation on the inside. There is drama in the semi-final.
Still waiting for that score from Cozzolino to come through. That last wave that we saw him on. Big wipeout from Ribeiro. And Ayrton really just needs a tiniest of improvements on his score to get him ahead of the Brazilian and keep the hopes of Cape Verde alive. Meanwhile, just a single athlete surfing on the waves as Ribeiro tries desperately to recover his kite. Doesn't look like it's damaged in any way.
He still hasn't got it in the air either, as I can't see him up. But now Cozzolino is waiting out the back. He's waiting to see if he is in first position or second.
Well, everybody's waiting to see the score.
Oh, there you go. He ain't happy. Seb is up and going. I just saw him fly across our commentary booth. 3 minutes to go. Cozzolino still trailing, waiting for that final score.
Where is the score?
They are taking their time. It was a 7.6, so it was not enough. 7.6. Now Ribeiro still in the lead. Under 3 minutes to go. The question is, will a set hit Punta Preta before the end of this heat?
Just 0.8 of a point between our two competitors. Just a couple of waves left for each of them, but only 2.5 minutes. The Cape Verdean flag flies aloft on the beach, trying to spur Ayrton Cozzolino on. He's their last hope. Someone's kite in the water down there at the back.
Yeah, that's going to be Seb trying to untangle his lines. That's probably his lines have gone through. Ayrton waiting out to see. So what? Obviously, when that kite kind of fumbles, the way those lines tangle up, but then you can also unhook and pass the chicken loop through the middle lines and be able to get that around. Tricky to do that on the fly, I can tell you that, but Seb also very fortunate that the waves didn't completely munch that kite against the reef. But at the moment, coming up on 90 seconds, Ayrton is going to be praying to every single person possible that a set comes through and he has an opportunity of battling this out, because he needs a big score if he wants to see and try and get past Sebastian Ribeiro, who is on his way a step ahead for the final.
He doesn't need a massive score, though. He needs an 8.5. That would do it. He's done 9.5s across the competition already. We've seen 9s in most of the times he's been here. Is there a wave for him? Ribeiro can't defend. He's not close enough to defend the position that Cozzolino has put himself in. 50 seconds remaining. He's got to go for it now. Whatever this wave is, he's just got to maximize its potential. Ribeiro comes in behind him. There will be a wave for Ribeiro behind. But let's watch Cozzolino. He needs to get himself 8.5 or more, and he bails out of it. He's going to go for the next one. Can he go for the next one?
Deciding against it. Deciding against it. And he is going to go round. He is giving it to Ribeiro. That is a gutsy move, for a lack of a better word, Ribeiro's going to drop in. Ayrton looks like he's going to be on the one behind. This is for all the bacon. Seb starting off big and powerful. 2 big hacks. Timing it to perfection. And as it stands, Sebastian Ribeiro has the higher score when the buzzer is gone. But both of these athletes are on a wave. Watch out, because Cozzolino's doing something big at the back, as I can hear that crowd. We will see it on the replay.
It's another lovely run from Sebastian Ribeiro. And he keeps on going all the way down to the beach. Is that any better than an 8.34? Here is Cozzolino. We'll follow him to the end of this run and then go back to the start of which is so important for the judges. He doesn't know whether he's done enough. He needs an 8.5. It's a pretty low scoring semi-final considering what these two have both been able to do. And here's this run then.
All right, let's have a little look-see. Starting off, powering, letting the slide coming down with the lip. Again, right back into it. Getting underneath and getting dirty. Cozzolino ripping this thing apart like his life depended on it, and that is exactly what it is. To stay alive in this competition, he needs to get that wave. And he rode this one all the way down. We are waiting for scores to come in, and we will soon find out who is going to be our first grand finalist.
Before we go to a break, let's just wait on those scores to come in. Let's wait for the reaction on the beach, because this means a huge amount to Cape Verde. Those are the scores at the moment before those last runs. In the top left-hand corner, 16.14 plays 16.93. Is there an improvement from either of our athletes? Ayrton staring at the phone. No confirmation yet as to what the scores might be. Waiting on the hamster to pedal this internet back into life. The crowd are waiting for the MC. It was a massive effort from Ayrton. He was frustrated by some of his runs. There's Ribeiro. Lovely camaraderie between the two. But we don't know yet who has taken the victory. Do they? I'm not so sure either. Staring at the top left hand of the screen, waiting for those scores to change. Maybe those last waves were less. Wave 7 for each of our competitors. Maybe they were less than the previous scores. Or maybe the judges are just taking their time. I'd be surprised if they were less than a 7.67 for Ayrton Cozzolino. Still awaiting. There's a score in for Ribeiro. He has improved to an 8.47. He's improved to a 16.97. It's 17.17 for Cozzolino. Cozzolino has done it. There's the reaction down on the beach. Unbelievable story here in Cape Verde. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Joe will be down there in a few moments, but let's take a quick break.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde. Visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Village.
Bolsa Atleta.
através do vosso atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daquele atleta de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é ter pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Cape Verde will be represented in the final of this first of the 2025 tour. And they will go up against Brazil. But will it be Pedro Matos or will it be our world champion, Gabrielle Benetton, our reigning champion from last year? It's an all-Brazilian semi-final number 2 in heat number 2. And what incredible stories down on the beach. Whilst our two Brazilians head out to the back. Huge celebrations down here. It looks like a final, doesn't it? What a hero. Cozzolino is into the final. Girlfriend there trying desperately to get a cap on his head. But what a huge effort. We saw how frustrated he was with some of his earlier runs. He left it to the very last wave and laid everything down on the line. And look at that. Every single person on the beach down there to congratulate him. In a few moments' time, we'll also hear from him. Here's Joe. Let's go down now.
Ayrton, congratulations. You are through to the final in Cape Verde. Come on, everybody, make some noise. Barulha, barulha!
Wow, man. That was hard, huh? When I see my girlfriend, everyone put their hand on the sky, that was second. I start to shake. I say, no, again, man. Wow, I was like training for this moment, you know, but sometimes doesn't pay off, you know. I was there trying. I thought I was in a good position. But then I see Seb on the bomb, you know, he was killing it. And, you know, with guys like this, you have to go all in, you know. Because, yeah, I don't know, everyone have an eye on me, so I don't have to do mistake because they can send me home easily, you know. So I'm going to do everything now, you know. My leg's going to be in the trash after this, bro. Fuck it. And now it's on.
There it is on. Ayrton Cozzolino, your finalist. Back to you guys.
What vibes down on the beach, and he's really now hyped up for the final. We will take, of course, a small break between the second of our semi-finals and our mini-final. And then there's obviously the mini-final, so he has himself a break before we go into the final. He's got himself about 45 minutes, therefore, to get himself reset. And he'll be wanting to watch what's going on out on the water as well. Pedro Matos and Gabrielle Benetton are our two contenders out there. Matos, fourth last year from Rio de Janeiro. Even though he's 26 years old, he's been on the tour since the age of 16 years. Gabrielle Benetton, just 21. It's duotone versus core out on the water as well. And one of them will be flying Brazil in the final. Just the one score on the board at the moment. Not a big score either. 5.65 for Pedro Matos. Let's have a look at that run as they come steaming back in. Didn't see any waves for them. And this was that initial run from Matos. There was also one from Benetton, but nothing particularly special. That nice drop off the lip of the wave. But at least it's a score on the board. We've seen Gabrielle be very, very selective with his waves. He hasn't laid too many down per heat. And he's just gone big when he needed to. And for the moment, just a single wave on the board with Gabrielle Benetton a 4.5 and Matos a 5.6. Nearly 10 minutes gone in this heat.
I can tell you one thing, Ben. There is a party out there on the beach. As you can hear, the Cape Verdeans, the flags were flying high. But there was definitely silence at the end of that heat because it was close in between those two athletes. But in the end, Cozzolino taking the win and making it through to the grand final.
Benetton switching feet, going backside into this wave. Interesting that he switches before and after as well. Preferring this style for when he is surfing. And this, his big second score coming up. Not too many turns in there as yet. But we know the judges love his style. Just slows down a bit. Maybe not the biggest of scores for Benetton in his first two. He's going to have to go bigger. He's going to have to do more. Because Matos has been on a second wave as well. We're waiting on that score, and here's his third. Again, camera pointing at the back. They've gone so far down the beach. The waves really, really opening up this afternoon.
Yeah, all the way down the reef as well, but these guys are going to want to make every single turn count. At the moment, it is definitely Pedro Matos who is in the driving seat as he's waiting for a score on this second wave. And already a 5.65, but I mean, those numbers are backup scores for these boys.
Yeah, right. Saying, not expecting to see them by the end, but it took a hell of a long time in the last semi-final to get the proper scores on the doors.
All right, so we're going to be having a 15-minute break after this semi-final before we go in to the mini-final or small final of the men. We know Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be waiting for second position out of this heat. And then moving on to the grand finale, which will be Ayrton Cozzolino and the winner of this heat.
.77 for Benetton's second run. It's not massive. We expect to see both of those scores scratched off the scorecard by the time we get to the end of this 11 minutes, because those are too small for a semi-final score.
Yeah, I mean, they are just warming up. There hasn't been a lot of sets. You heard there of Ayrton on the interview. You know, you really, not a lot was coming towards us, and hopefully for the finals it were. I've just been informed that we're going to be going up to 25 minutes on those two finals for a 15-minute break after this heat. And then it is time to get it on, where we will be crowning our grand champion here of the Cape Verdean GKA Kite-Surf World Cup at a beautiful location, that Punta Preta. What conditions this place has given us all week long.
8.07 from Matos on that last one. That's more like it. 13.7 is more likely the kind of scores that we're going to see come the end. You can definitely improve on that second score. Just the 2 waves in. And just 10 minutes remaining of this final semi-final. The wind definitely picking up again after lunchtime, where it was, well, not lunchtime, but midday, when it was definitely calming down a little bit, starting to blow back up again. But it is also maybe slightly less frequent with that big set waves coming in to the shoreline.
So 13.7 to 11.30. 8.07. That's more like it.
Still expecting to clear both the 5.6 for Matos and the 4.53 for Benetton with better scores, but Benetton really needs 2 new ones, and he can't be as selective as usual. It has been his strategy throughout this competition so far to do minimum, basically.
And you can see both of them very close to each other. Tread in the water, waiting for a set to come through, but just coming a little shy of 9 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to get 1 or maybe 2 sets coming our way. Pedro Matos with the advantage so far. 2 of the 3 members of that trilogy, Sebastian Ribeiro, Gabrielle Benetton, and Pedro Matos, Sebastian Ribeiro, just getting eliminated of that position in the final here from... Ooh, they were doing the little sneakeroo again. Nicely done. Had a look and Pedro came in from behind. Pedro starting off. Nice style out the top. Linking that turn again. Boom! Tail going loose and in the critical point. Now flying past the foam ball and coming down. The wave has flattened out a little bit on the shoulder. But Steve managing to get a few points, looking to increase on that 5.65. And as it is getting to the closing moments, he is going to ride this one all the way down. Pedro Matos, your Brazilian duotone athlete. And he is. He literally is going to try and get as many points as he can on this ride.
Interesting strategy there from Pedro, choosing the same wave as Benetton. He was the windward. He was closer to the wind than Benetton, and that gave him priority as they both claimed the wave. And Benetton knew that, so Benetton handed the wave over to Matos, but it would have compromised Benetton's run in. And even if Matos doesn't score a better score, and he's likely to on a 5.6, it disturbed his fellow countryman.
Just been told that they are going to increase the break to a 20-minute break in between. So 20-minute break. And then we will go into our small final and straight into our big final. So just coming up on the end here of this semi-final with 6 minutes to go. And Pedro is, I reckon he is going to be improving on that overall score. And Benetton is going to have to wait and be patient and hope for a set to come his way.
A little bit of chat going on the water there, the two of them. There's an 8 that's just come in for Matos, 16.07. Big pressure now on Benetton. He needs 2 waves and he needs 2 big waves with just 6 minutes remaining. This being selective thing is, I just don't think it's working out for him. And he's gone back out. And Matos has now come in.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a decent wave behind Matos too.
Benetton is almost comboed out. He would pretty much need a high 9 if he wants to have an opportunity. So he has to get either the ride of a lifetime or improve on 2 scores. Sticky situation. All right, going for this first one. He needs to make this a big number. Here we go.
Into that backside position. Down into the wave. It's not the most enormous wave that we've seen in this competition so far. It's a little bit lazy also from Benetton. And I think Matos behind is also on a wave. It might be better than a 4.5, but it's not going to be
enough. Definitely not going to be enough. He needs to get back out there. Matos just playing damage control. That 8 pretty much having another nail in the coffin. And look how he just stretches out that back foot. Here comes the air. Holds it on, but goes over the falls.
Very, very different styles from the two. With that backshead style that Benetton has, it's much more fluid. It's much less sort of aggressive. And the judge is still quite happy to score Benetton high, when he gets the fluidity in there, even if it's not quite so aggressive on the top and bottom of the turn. But he hasn't got long before the clock hits 0. I'm expecting an improvement for Benetton on his 11.3.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Ben. Definitely maybe improving on that 4.53, but definitely not what he's looking for. This is a slow semi-final.
And here he goes again.
And dropping in, closing out in front of him again. Times it off the lip. This is better. Here we go. Already all the way down the line in front of the commentary booth. And this wave flattening out, opening up a little bit as he goes. And the white water in front of him, he is going to be going all the way. But it's not going to be the score he needs. It is not going to be the score he's looking for. He's going to go all the way back out and hope for a Hail Mary to appear on the horizon.
We've had an improvement from Matos there at 8.23. And there is Pedro Matos, who looks like he might be going towards the final, because Benetton's score was an improvement, but only slight, of a 5.28. 12.05 plays 16.3 here. And Benetton looks like he might be going in to the mini final, alongside fellow Brazilian Ribeiro. There's really not much more he can do. He needs a mammoth score in the last 2.5 minutes if he wants to beat Pedro Matos. He needs over 4 points, which would be, a 9. He needs a high 9. He needs the biggest score of the competition. Waves rolling in as our athletes head back out.
Let's not forget Matos last year over there in Dakar, runner-up to James Carew. James is out of this competition. Matos, he won an event over there in Dakar a few before. Oh, watch out, someone coming on the behind. Is he going to be called in priority? We will soon find out. We've seen this a few times. No, he isn't. It is going to be Matos, 2 minutes, and he engages. Oh, can he come out of it? Can he come out of it? No, he doesn't. Big turn there from the Brazilian. But he almost has this one signed, sealed, and delivered, Ben.
I wondered whether Benetton was going to play some games there. We were on the same wave. Benetton was upwind of him. And had Benetton wanted to claim that wave, it would have been his priority to do so, but maybe not quite close enough to be able to do it. Had he then claimed interference, that could have completely changed what we see on the scoreboard. Dirty tricks, though.
Yeah. It's a tough cookie to crumble, that one. Agreed. Just coming up on 90 seconds as we are about to close this out. Winner will be in the grand final together with Ayrton Cosoluna. Loser will be in the small final against fellow countryman Sebastian Ribeiro. Both of them in position. They are all the way up on the reef. And it does look like there is something coming towards them. As Gabrielle dropping in, siding against it. Pedro is there as well. They're turning around. So is there going to be a possibility for Gabrielle? Because Pedro has definitely got the upper hand so far. And it looks like he's going to be coming on a set wave. Is there something behind him, Ben?
Pedro has the upper hand, though. It's Gabrielle Benetton that really needs to score. And Matos is pretty chilled. Is there anything for Benetton to play with? It is jacking up for him. And this is a glory run. In all honesty, it looks as though Pedro Matos has already done enough. Is Benetton on a wave behind? It doesn't look like it's particularly large. There he is. But it's a small one. And I think Gabrielle Benetton knows that it's done. No opportunities for him. Our world champion from last year, eliminated from the competition in the semi-finals. He will go into the mini-final alongside Ribeiro. And our final will be Pedro Matos and Ayrton Cosolino. Will it be Brazil or will it be Cape Verde partying tonight?
fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Are we never satisfied? Are we obsessive? Is it never enough? Do we dream further? Maybe. But every gust, every wave, every effort, that's what drives us. It's our journey. We won't stop. This is Duotone.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde. Visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluiu, é pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante que entendem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Pedro, you are through to the final here in Cape Verde. Congratulations, going up against none less than Ayrton Cosolino.
Yeah, oh my God, first final here in Cape Verde. I've been training a lot for this moment, and yeah, I'm just so grateful to be here, to do what I love, you know, and be able to be on this final against this legend, and yeah, just so happy, man.
It's really cool to see in the semi-finals, the trilogy. You know, you, Gabrielle, and Sebastian Ribeiro, there's so much mutual respect. Obviously, how is it to compete in a semi-final against a friend but is he a friend on the water when it comes down to the line?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I hate to go against my friend, but I mean, it's competition, you know, like we need to do all of what we got. So yeah, we have actually we were chatting in the water. Oh, this one is not too good, but yeah, we did like a priority thing for us, you know, like yeah, it's your priority, like your time to go. So we were not like fighting for priority. So that was really cool. And yeah, it's really nice to have a team, you know, that push us and make us go harder and stronger to each heat.
Yeah, we can really see also, you know, you have that pure style. And now this, talking about it, the trilogy. All right, I'm going to get these boys as well. Seb, come in here. Obviously, I was just saying to Pedro that, you know, friends in and off of the water, you had some of the best surfing we've seen, almost making it through. But it must be cool to see one of the brothers making it to the final one.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Since the beginning of the comp, we were kind of like trying to visualize this final, like where we had the 3 boys in the final. It almost came true. I mean, Kozo is ripping. Kozo is local. He has all the locals with him, and he knows this wave better than anyone. But I think I did a good job. I think I did some hard times to him, and next time I told him I'll get him.
Oh, watch out. There's a threat there. Well, I'm going to let you boys get to it. Pedro, congratulations for making it to the final. One more.
Só queria agradecer minha família, todo mundo que está assistindo aí. Eu amo pra caralho vocês.
There you go. All saying to the family. Back to you guys.
Off down there, Joe. That's what we want to see. Some really big love from all the Brazilians. And we get fired up to see those 3 again. And the local legend, Ayrton Coslino, who will fight in the final. Will we have a Cap Verdean champion once again? Will Ayrton Coslino take another title here on his local wave? We will find out in the next hour. It's going to be Brazil 4 and 3 for sure, with those boys all surfing again. But before we do get into those mini-final and final, there will be 25 minutes in length. Let's take a look back at what happened with the women yesterday.
Are you ready for the madness? Bring the marching band for the champions.
Decent sets rolling in, decent wind as well, and promises to be a full day of competition for you.
And everybody's starting to get excited because Punta Preta is really starting the fire.
Congratulations. It's the final 4 who wanna take.
The turns are classic Muna White in this round 3.
You can hear the cars honking and the horns are going, making sure Muna feels the love here on the beach. Rail to rail and making it snappy off the top. Great riding here from the defending champion, Muna White. 0.33 already increasing. Muna White is making a point here. 2 of the biggest scores. Throwing down in her first heat, a second day, 18.33. That is getting very close to picture perfect.
We are getting ready to see the 4 best in the world here in Punta Preta. The first of the matches will be Serena Luis and Capucine Delanois. Serena Luis out in the waves already. First of our semi-finalists is confirmed, Capucine Delanois. Out of the murk comes Muna White into her first wave. And whereas everybody seems to be so intimidated by these big breakers, this is Muna's home.
And here we have Gabrielle dropping in off the top. Nice first turn to start it off. This wave is opening up very nicely across the bay. Great timing here from the Swiss athlete. Can she hold it together? Yes, she does. Speeding away across. Time for that bottom turn to hit that section. She does. And again, oh, too much speed. And unfortunately, that is gonna be it for Camille Losseran, because with that, it is gonna be Muna White who is gonna make it into the grand finale. Terena Luz, Camille Losseran are the athletes that are going to be battling to see who will be third and fourth position overall at this event. Terena Luz, gets caught up. Here we have her Cami dropping in with a first very nice, beautiful turn. Selena, with a kite down. This is not what she wants to see.
And that is Camille Losseran from Switzerland, who takes third place.
Coming up next, we have our grand finale. France on the left, United States of America, the Hawaiian Islands on the right. Muna now is really starting to get some momentum. Look how this wave is opening up. Powerful turn, even slackening out the kite so she can get that verticality. This is beautiful here from the Hawaiian. Capucine Delanois, 8.17, 14.74. Muna White, 6.83. So Capucine is throwing a nasty punch. It is gonna come down to the wire. This is what we wanted to see. But now Capucine has definitely set the tone.
Waiting for those judges to make their final calls in the women's competition. Capucine Delanois is the victor, and now she punches the air. For the first time here in Cape Verde, the world champion has become winner of the Punta Preta first round of the championship. 3 times she's been defeated by Muna White, and now she is the victor in the first round of 2025.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Are we never satisfied? Are we obsessive? Is it never enough? Do we dream further? Maybe. But every gust, every wave, every effort, that's what drives us. It's our journey. We won't stop. This is Duotone.
contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluiu, é pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É o importante que entender que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Welcome back to the beach, where the afternoon beers will be being consumed in the restaurants and bars of Ponta Preta, but not for our athletes, not for our Brazilians, who have still one more competition to fight it out to establish our top four here in Ponta Preta. 3 of them will be Brazilians, 1 of them will be a Cape Verdean. Could it be Ayrton Kozelinski's? That's a new name. Victory once again. He's been multiple victor here in his home waters. But we have Pedro Matos, who is desperate to prevent that from happening today.
And here you can see the crowds are starting to gather as they know, oh, it is the magic moment, the magic time. First up is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro. He's going to be going up against Gabrielle Benetton, as the small final will be ran first. 25 minutes of action, so they've extended the time ever so slightly. And then the D-Day, the big moment, is going to be Ayrton Kozolino and Pedro Matos battling it out to see who is king of the castle. Pedro last year got 2nd place, his best result in Dakar. He won the year previous to that. You heard it down there on the beach. He's hungry and he wants to get that number 1. The trilogy is here in between, and he wants to be the pinnacle of that triangle. But there is a very powerful Cape Verdean who will not let that happen. And that red flag means only one thing. We have 2 minutes until we start off. And Sebastian Ribeiro is running down the beach as he is up next. And I can't see Gabrielle Benetton either.
Have they been caught out by the timing here?
It does go in by the frantic scattering of the Brazilian athletes. I think they maybe had a caipirinha before they went out. They were just resting it up. But, all right, so Seb 6-meter Neo SLS going out, and then it looks like Gabrielle is going to be going on this session as well by Core, as they have about 90 seconds until green flag.
I kind of like this. This is a kind of like a race. Start off on the beach, run to your kite, attach it.
3, 2, 1, go! So yeah, caught out there as both of the athletes, and you can see Gabrielle making sure that that one doesn't decapitate him, as two brothers going out on the water. Really cool to catch up with the three of them just before, and the trilogy is on. Who will be third position and fourth position here in Cape Verde? We will soon find out, as we are about to go into green flag as we continue on here for the finals of your GKA Kite-Surf World Cup down here in Cabo Verde, Punta Preta. They have been caught out, haven't they?
4 Brazilians on the entry list at the start of the week. 3 of them into the top 4, with just Arthur Moraes on the beach watching. But I tell you what, yeah, I think there might be a little bit of frantic activity getting themselves out there. Green flag flies above the judges' tower. Both are out on the water, maybe not in the ideal position, but as we saw with Gabrielle Benetton across the competition so far, he only goes for the biggest waves. He doesn't need to worry too much. So plenty of time with 25-minute heats coming up for him to get the good positions. There is that green flag. Well done, cameraman. Is that possibly the cameraman directly underneath it? And a beautiful drone shot showing the rocks underneath the Punta Preta break, and then the sandy ocean underneath. That is what makes this break so legendary, so special. It's that sand and then the rocks. There are the two faces to the names and the flags that we are going to be seeing in the mini-final. Sebastian Ribeiro and Gabrielle Benetton. Have they got their correct lycras on? I think they do, don't they?
You'd think so.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so. But I mean, easy to say. White is Gabrielle. Yeah. Blue is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro, as it looks like Gabrielle having a little look-see there, but going against it. Wind has dropped ever so slightly as we had a little breather and were able to get out there. And now the 2 final heats. There you go. Minute and a half already. So it's going to be Seb is going to be firing off that first bullet. Set wave coming at him. Here we go. Powerful start turn. That's his signature move, going off of the lip and riding it down. That is pure surfing style. And 3 solid, good hits getting in front of the foam ball. Now this one opening up very nicely for the Brazilian. Almost trying to tuck in there, but just keeping that speed down the line. Little bit of a fumble, cuts his way back. And now waits for this wave to go a bit vertical, as he's going to ride this one in all the way to the shore. Beautiful starter here for Ribeiro.
And Benetton, that backside style. He brings his wave all the way across onto sandy beach side into that launch area. They really are opening up this afternoon in a way that we haven't seen in the last 4 days of being here. The waves really offering an opportunity, and he does like to celebrate at the end of each wave. He does like to give the air a little punch. Gives us half an idea if he's happy or not, I suppose. And this was the start of that wave. Pretty safe initial turn. No sign of the break around him. That one's slightly better. But in comparison to what we see from his fellow countrymen, advantage Ribeiro after the first set waves?
I reckon maybe. I mean, very close in between them, because that was a nice backside ride in. Still waiting for scores to come in.
Naturally.
But all the way down as well for both Gabrielle and for Ribeiro. 7.53 versus a 6.87. So quite close. 0.7 something more point in between the two of them. But Ribeiro in the blue, your duotone athlete, has the upper hand so far. When we saw him start off strong over in that heat with Cosolino, and some of the biggest scores we've seen all day, just a hairline to making himself into the final and creating a huge upset, taking out the Cape Verdean, but Ayrton just managed to get past. As he said on the interview, Sebastian always is a force to be reckoned with, one of the best surfers we have on tour. But now also we have the world champion in the water as well, Gabrielle Benetton. Two of the brothers of the trilogy, but Ribeiro starting off yet again. He's keeping himself busy.
Just going out there for the pleasure, out there for the surf. Gets a little bit caught out this time. I'm sure there'll be a bit of information passed across also to Matos before his final. A big support to try and overhaul that Cape Verdean grasp on the title over the last few years. How often has Ayrton won here?
I mean, almost every time. Mitu is the only man.
You got enough hands.
I reckon. I mean, Matthew's had a win. Ayrton has had two. Mitu has had a few as well. Because let's not forget, not only has this competition been here, there's been competitions here year after year. But great to see a Cape Verdean always in the final, because the vibes on the beach are just going to get bigger and bigger. Obviously, last year's champion, Ayrton, he wants to repeat that here for the 2025 season. And at the moment, up until that semi-final, he was looking very comfortably. But in that semi-final, I'm going to say it, it almost looked like he had a fumble at the beginning, but then got his stuff together and came over with the win.
Benetton was in this position last year. It was him against Pedro Matos on that occasion. Ribeiro was knocked out in the previous round. And the final was between Cozzolino and
Mitu.
Mitu, yes.
That final that we pretty much had here in the first round of competition back in the day. Started off with a bang. Cozzolino getting the upper hand of Mitu Monteiro. But now eyes on the water as Benetton is going to be dropping in. 687 first wave. Here he's going to be going for his second. Let's see.
Yes, this is much better from Gabrielle Benetton. Got himself in the sweet spot of that couple of waves. It's not the biggest wave, and it has died out a little bit. But the turns were good. And as we saw from Muna White yesterday, you don't need many. You just need them to be spot on.
Quality versus quantity. Absolutely, mate. But Gabrielle, oh, I can see dust flying again. It looks like the wind is picking up.
Still only a 10 wave allowance, even if we've now got 25 minutes of competition. So we need to be a little bit more conservative, perhaps, but we've not seen Gabrielle Benetton utilise at all his maximum.
And there Matos throwing down, speeding his way across the competition area. Looking to improve on that 2.5. Early days for both of these athletes, though. Just getting a feel for the water. They've had a little breather. So we had that 20-minute break. But now it is time. And Sebastian Ribeiro here. Beautiful turns. And let's see if he can improve on that backup score. Lines across the horizon. Oh, look at that, and look at that. Big set coming our way.
Even looks big on the drone, so that means it's going to be a good one here. Sebastian Ribeiro dropping in the blue. And here he comes. Nice position so far. Watch as that wave grows. Oh, it's pretty close to our drone as well. Robbie needs to get out of there. Oh, but just a mammoth wave around the little Brazilian, and he gets swallowed up by it. Yeah, unfortunately so.
Oh, but Gabrielle in the background getting that second one and coming in hot and coming in dirty. Here we go. This wave is opening up very nicely for him. Big, powerful carving hacks off the top. Seb looking while he's under the water. And Gabrielle, this one is opening up all the way across the reef. This is going to be a very nice score for him. Already has a 773, a 687. Looking to improve. He is in the lead so far. And picked out the better wave of this set. as Sebastian went down. Oh, and he's happy. He's happy and saying hi to the drone.
Seems to even know where the cameras are. Brilliant stuff from Gabrielle Benetton. That's going to be a mammoth improvement, I reckon. And that's 2 proper scores on the board then. They're already up in the 14s. This could be a big scoring final. There's still lines coming in all the way to the horizon. Look, still lots of opportunities out there. Unfortunately for Ribeiro, going down on one of the biggest waves so far.
Come on, Benetton turning around right in front of it as well. That is unusual, instead of going and trying to wait out for another set wave. Maybe he's seen that being patient hasn't worked for him and he's decided to go with it. 773, a top score, waiting for a third wave score to drop in. 14.60.
Look at them coming in. Neither of them choosing to go with those waves that are coming in. Once again, going out and having a little chat. I love this. I love the fact they're out in the water. Shame we haven't got microphones on them. Love to be able to hear the conversations between the two of them.
8.43, Ben, already dropped by Benetton. That is more like it.
16.16 then for Gabrielle Benetton. He leads a good 1.5 clear of Sebastian Ribeiro. But Ribeiro's still got a 6.9 on the board. That surely can be improved. At the moment, the two mates just disappearing off into the horizon, ignoring all of those rolling in. Although, actually looking outside our window, nothing particularly large down on beachside right now. And as we saw before, Ribeiro leads the two of them towards the shore. Benetton shadows him.
All right, Seb riding along the bump. See if he's going to decide to take off on this one. They are quite far down, so not sure if he is going to engage. You can see him looking back, but no, he is going to go down. All right, so Sebastian Ribeiro dropping in and deciding against it. All right, having a little look-see, but not liking what he saw. 16.16, an 8.43, and a 7.73. And look at that. It looks like Gabrielle is just about to pick up on a set wave coming in from the back. Look at that beauty. Oh, it's big on the drone. It must be even bigger on the cam. Here we go. What has he got? Starting off with a big hack floating airdrop turn from Benetton. Goes quite far out in front, timing it nicely. Coming down with the lip. Loops that kite to keep the speed. Now he goes straight as he's coming in front of the crowd here, Ben.
Worked that one nicely. It was a great wave. Another floater across as it starts to begin to reduce. But what did the judges think of that, though? The fluidity is not quite there, but the turns are beautiful, and he is very happy with it.
Good set wave, picked off all the way out from the back. He is definitely going to be happy with that. In a commanding lead so far, and definitely in the driver's seat right now. World champion Gabrielle Benetton taking it to his Brazilian compadre Ribeiro.
Ribeiro choosing not to run in on that set. He wasn't quite in the right position. Might be something for him here, but certainly not as big as we've just seen. And nothing establishing itself. So no improvement coming for Ribeiro. 4 waves on the board, 12 minutes remaining. This to establish the 3rd and 4th places here for the Kite-Surf mini final.
And just coming under those 12 minutes. Ah, there it is, 8.37. Double eights here for Gabrielle. Throwing down the sledgehammer early on. Sebastian really going to have to get a groove on, as it looks like the youngster from Floripa is really throwing a hard punch with 2 8+ rides. I think this is the best we've seen Gabrielle ride all day.
Those are the scores he needed in the semi-finals. Those are the scores that he needed to defend his world title. Unfortunately, just not available to him when against Pedro Matos. And instead, the best that our world champion can do is third position here in Cape Verde. But it's still a great duel. Ribeiro missed out on the last set, but he's got one here. Oh, and goes down, just losing his balance and going over the front.
Unforced error. Now that is unusual to see there from Seb. That is very unusual. Gabrielle now starting to loosen up. Vertical turn off the top. Getting that board pointing all the way up. Now trying to get it past the foam ball as he's had to fly around. And a couple more turns. Look at the power. Si, senor. Gabrielle Benetton, ladies and gentlemen.
Lays down another run. All the way into the beach. 10 minutes remaining. Ribeiro versus Benetton. And it's very much upper hand to Benetton right now with those 2 8-point scores. Ribeiro needs to improve both of his scores. He's still got that 7.5 from the very beginning of this 25-minute heat. And 2 crashes into the water for Ribeiro for the moment, which have scored at 3.5 points each. Needs to try and regroup. Needs to just have a clean run. Maybe not go quite as aggressive. There is some waves rolling in. Will Ribeiro turn on this one? He does. Got something behind him here with his compatriot out of position. This could now be an opportunity to answer back, but it's not building. Is it building? Yes, he goes. Once again, that signature move from Ribeiro. He likes to do that nice and early. Now has to really storm away from the foam wall. A little bit of a stalling turn. His next turn. And again, on the smaller stuff at the end. Needs more than that, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Seb, he needs the set waves to be able to get those 8-point rides. Both of these guys have the quality. They have the moves to be able to produce those scores. But they have to perform them on the set waves if they want to be getting to those 8s and 9s. Let's not forget the judges have been seeing that all day, that on those bigger scores, on those bigger waves, producing the goods, producing the moves, and then being rewarded. As you can see, another set is just about to come through as our judges are ready. Your small final here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Oh, look at that line. And yep, Seb is definitely going to go and have a look. Here we go. Sebastian Ribeiro on an outside set. This is looking like it is jacking up to be a very nice wave as he stalls out to make sure that it is nice and vertical. Dropping in. Here comes that first power turn. Boom! Straight off the top. Looks down the line, goes for the second. Jigging that rail. Pumping it, keeping the speed. Combination move there into another and off the lip. Getting down to a little bit more of the flat section. Check turn coming back. And now this is when they start to get busy in front of the commentary booth, where it hits that third reef and they're able to get a couple more turns out of this wave. Great surfing here from the Brazilian.
That's got to be a better score. He has had a slight improvement on his original score, and Benetton is also on one, but he goes down. Ribeiro looking to improve that 6.9. Surely that run is better than a 6.9, but he has to do it again. He's got to do 2 of those to get on par with a compatriot. This was Gabrielle Benetton on the same set. A slightly cleaner wave, perhaps, than we saw. And those are good turns. Those are good turns.
Yeah, nice and vertical. You see how he just gets that board going up and then spins it around and goes off of the tail. That is what judges are looking for. That 0 degrees. That is where he will get those high scores. But unfortunately, Body flapping out there at the end. But still, just coming up on 7 minutes left of this small final. And then we will move into the grand finale, waiting for scores.
There he goes. It's in. Ribeiro with an 8.48. And now moves within 0.8 of a point from Benetton. Needs to improve that second score to an 8.2. That would be enough. That's the biggest score we've got in this mini final. But he's got to do it again. He's got to repeat exactly what he's just done with 5 minutes remaining. And is there the ways to do so?
And that is the Seb we were waiting for, throwing down the hammer. And as you just mentioned, he has just over 5 minutes to do it. Will another set come their way? For those scores, they do need those set waves. And let's not forget, we can see an 8.43 and an 8.37 consistency there from Gabrielle. But an 8.48, the biggest score there from Sebastian Ribeiro. 8.77 answering back. Benetton going huge. That's that verticality. Just giving him a one line ahead as he is comfortably in the lead by about a point and a bit already.
So the target moves again for Ribeiro. He now needs to do a similar 8.77. These two are so evenly matched. Big set wave ignored there by Benetton. Maybe just claimed so that Ribeiro couldn't. Ribeiro goes back out. The whole set wasted as the Cape Verdeans get their flags ready to support Ayrton in the final coming up.
4.5 minutes left. 8.77, 8.48, the two top scores. The two main waves of these two athletes, and a backup of an 8.43 and a 7.53. Really needs some sets to be coming through if Seb wants to have an opportunity of stepping on top of that podium. If not, Gabrielle Benetton is going to be having that honor so far over here. Gabrielle, he has had second in Silt and second in Ibiraquera, 2 times on the podium last year. When it comes to Seb, he was yet to touch a podium last year and wants to change that drastically over here in Cape Verde. And there we can see Cozzolino, a little bit of the secret stuff, and he is going to be going out onto the water.
The boys have prepped the kite. The girlfriend's giving that last little briefing, that last little psych up. And this matters more than just Ayrton taking the victory. This is about the pride of an island, the pride of a nation against the world, the might of Brazil. When it comes to surfing, one of the biggest and best. But when it comes to this discipline belongs here in Cape Verde.
I couldn't agree anymore, mate. With waves like this is where it should end up. And Ayrton is going to try and make that happen for the second year running. But he has a very hungry and a very powerful Brazilian surfer, Pedro Matos, who wants to take the title. But back on the water, 2 Brazilians as they battle it off with less than 3 minutes to go. That man, 1 heat to go to keep in the dream. And if that happens, there's one thing for sure. Cape Verde will be partying tonight.
Looks like he's feeling the pressure. Definitely needing to take those long, deep breaths to control that stress. He has done this before. He knows what it's like. Let's see how it goes. 2 minutes remaining on the clock for our mini final out on the water. 1.2 points separating Ribeiro from Benetton, who leads. Ribeiro can do better than a 7.5 that he has as his backup score. But the wave's not yet there, and if he does so, will Benetton simply defend? Will he respond?
And at the moment, I'm looking out of the window here, mate, and I can't see much happening. There's a little bit of a set coming through, nothing huge. So there you can see Ribeiro on the inside, Benetton on the upwind part. So if entered, this wave would belong to Benetton, deciding against it. All right, Seb, this is going to be his opportunity. Here we go. Has 90 seconds to close. He is going to have to go on this one if he wants it. No, he is deciding against it. We're coming up on 60 seconds to go. What has he seen?
What I loved was Pedro Matos explaining that in his matchup with Benetton, they were talking about whose wave was what. There was no battle of priority. There was no one against the other. They were playing fair with each other. They were offering each other the waves. They were consulting what they thought about what was coming. And with 45 seconds remaining, Ribeiro now needs something special. He needs to find himself an over 8.8 to take the victory. He drops into a wave. It might not be the biggest, it might not be the greatest, but all he needs is the points from the judges. Unfortunately, it looks like the wave behind is a bigger and better wave, and that surely isn't going to be enough for Ribeiro. The wave is small, the surfing is beautiful, but it hasn't fallen the way of Sebastian Ribeiro.
And that is going to be it as it closes out. But timer's gone and Ribeiro continues surfing. Gabrielle Benetton grabbing the wave behind him, which we will see on a replay as we await the final scores to see who is third and fourth position here in Cape Verde.
There is Benetton's run. It doesn't really matter because he has his hand already on that third position. It's nice and fluid. It's well timed into that power point of the wave. Only a couple of turns, just a nice little one to finish. But I don't think there's going to be any change there out on the scoreboard. It is going to be Gabrielle Benetton, who missed out on getting into the final thanks to elimination from Pedro Matos. But he has beaten Sebastian Ribeiro in this mini-final to take third position. To the applause of the crowd, but they are only really focused on one thing, and that is a Cape Verde victory in the final.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. It is that time, Ben. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen. Get to the edge of your seat. I tell you what, get off of that seat as we have a final in the Cape Verdean. Ayrton Cozzolino is in the water against Pedro Matos as they get ready to battle it out for the king of the castle.
Both with huge experience in the GKA, both with plenty of experience here in Cape Verde. Matos was third last year as Ayrton Cozzolino took victory. Cozzolino spends half a year here in Cape Verde. He knows this water so very well. Doesn't look anything like that right now. He's got his sporty haircut.
Aerodynamic, mate.
Absolutely. Cozzolino, the 31-year-old Italian passported Cape Verdean, against Pedro Matos, 26, but has been on the tour for 10 years. And kite surfing for much more comes from that surfing background. And Matos in the white, getting a wave in early, getting a score in early, getting those cobwebs blown away. And I'm sure Cozzolino is doing the same thing.
You know what they say, you got to break those eggs if you want to make an omelette. And I tell you what, it is scrambling out here. The crowd is going wild. We will see the first section of this wave from Ayrton, but he is throwing it into the air and the crowd is loving it. Coming close, there you go. Baruya, 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 Cape Verde. And the official results coming in, of course. And it was Gabrielle Benetton with a 17.20 versus Sebastian Ribeiro with a 16.01. So Gabrielle, third place. Sebastian Ribeiro, fourth. Congratulations But now, eyes on the water. Your top 2 contenders. Who is going to take it? I mean, could he get any busier?
Nice little bit of air in the middle of that. There was no sort of setup to it, was it? It was simply just part of the act. And that's going to be a big score, surely, to kick off this final. Matos went and did a safety run, but Cozzolino was all out.
I mean, we saw that in the first heats. He was getting 9s on those first rides. Then in that last heat, he kind of has a fumble, and you heard on the interview, he just didn't quite feel there. But then, you know, fortunately, was able to shake that one off and start to produce the goods. But yeah, definitely Ayrton. He has 1 goal and 1 goal only, and it is to get that crowd that you can see here on your screen up and into the air. Matos dropping in. First opening cunning turn. Linking it straight into a second. Moving down the line. Getting past the foam ball. Boom! Making sure he keeps the speed as that wave is starting to close out as we get further down the line. And this one just flattening out on the shoulder for them as well. But just trying to get a couple of safety runs. 8:33 Cozzolino. 7:73 for Matos. Here comes Ayrton. They aren't going to let us breathe.
Second wave for both of our competitors. 8:33 for the first one. Lots and lots of space to improve then for both of our competitors. Judges seeing that this is the final and making sure there's room to grow. And Cozzolino needing and wanting and asking that audience for support.
That Cape Verdean flag is flying up high, and you can hear the drums. Ayrton making sure that they can feel that as they are getting ready to go. Every single time he's in, you can hear that roar. Your Gong athletes with Cape Verde in his heart at the moment, definitely in the driver's seat. 7:73 for Pedro, 8:33 for Ayrton, waiting for the scores on those last 2 waves. And it has not even been 5 minutes in this final. Top 2 waves count, 10 wave count, and they are going to use every single one of them.
The wind blowing so strong on the beach here. That's definitely getting stronger than we had in the early part of the day. Waiting on those second scores. Still got 20 minutes, however, and they come in and they're very similar again. 7:63 to Cozzolino, 7:13 for Matos. It means Cozzolino is about a point ahead right now. But I tell you what, we know these 2 titans of the sport will lay everything on the line. And no doubt we're going to see those scores improve.
And there you can see them both going out to the back as they get ready to follow in the swell. And when it hits Punta Preta, the beast will start to roar. So far, it is Cozzolino in the lead with just a little bit over a point. But that is nothing of a difference in between these 2 athletes. They have had 8s and 9s all day long. So both of them know what's up for grab. Cozzolino winner here last year. Pedro Matos looking for his second ever career event win. And he is in a final once again. Was up against James Carew in Dakar final last year, but getting second position. He wants a taste of that top spot at the podium. But he has a very on fire and teeth out Cape Verdean with his crowd behind him, who has a lot to say about that, leading the pack so far with 20 minutes to go. There you can see the judges. Oh, you can cut the tension in there. You can just cut it. Look, concentration 101 as our panel of 5 judges. Now, Matos dropping in. Here we go.
Big set wave for Pedro Matos here. Where is he? In the swell. Only the drone can see. And now he pops out. Great positioning. Wave is not particularly large, but 2 of those beautiful turns mid-air and landing at the bottom. Now he's more connected to the wave. And it sounds as though Ayrton is responding as well.
Yeah, Pedro all the way down. Let's keep following him. Then we will get that wave from Cozzolino. Pedro letting the tail loose as it is getting hot out here. You can hear the vibes down on the beach, and he's happy. This is the end of the wave from Cozzolino. Here we can see the flag is flying high, but let's see the replay of the top end of that beauty. And made the noise get higher and higher down here at the beach. Here we go. Just check turn, coming in, not the biggest set wave, but keeping it busy. Gets a little bit of a tuck up, managing to come out, and now flies past that section, kite high, and really having to dive it to be able to continue on this one and pulling through the fins. And not really opening up until the end section, this wave.
See what the judges think of that. Lots of work done right to the very end of the wave. Try to get that barrel. We saw the judges earlier on in the day appreciate the barrel, but not score it massively. We've seen it on its own without any other turns in its own entity as a scored wave.
Oh, and look at it. Here it is. You can already hear the drums. You can already hear the vibe. There is going to be an explosion on the beach if Ayrton Cozzolino takes that first place. But it is going to be a battle as Pedro Matos wants to taste the crown of Punta Preta. 773, 733. All right, Cozzolino dropping in. Here we go. Going in behind the hates. Oh, big hack, letting that tail loose right on the lip, airdropping his way down. Now he's going to open up this section. This is where he comes in front of his crowd, and they will start to go wild. Gets an air, perfect landing, and dodging the rocks. Cozzolino. He is dangerous, and there it is. Someone is amped and someone is motivated.
8.43, 8.33 already for Cozzolino on the board. Mashosh has been in the water. He's got an 8.1 on the board, but both his scores less than Cozzolino. Some of the young wing foilers down here on the water as well. Watching on a big show, the big final. And I tell you what, these boys absolutely laying it down. Still waiting on that last wave score. We saw Matos was in the water. This perhaps is the replay of what happened to Pedro. Here it is. And it looked as though from this angle that the wave that he chose was bigger. A little bit lazy on that particular turn. He can be more aggressive than that. That was better. And then it's slightly died off. Ooh, just getting caught out as it closed down in front of him.
Getting a little Cape Verdean slap there.
Neither score has improved their main score on those last two waves. The crowd loved it. The crowd loved it, but do not be fooled by what the crowd are cheering for. It's what those men up in the judging tower decide.
All right, so let's have a look at the scores one more time. 797 for that last wave from Ayrton, not going to improve. A 767 for Pedro, also not going to improve. So we keep on with the scores. 15 minutes to go. And I can hear that bass and that Cape Verdean music suddenly starting to get louder and louder. And by the time we get to the closing moments of this heat, it is going to be pumping down here. As the final day, the final heat of the first event of the season. Your Cape Verdean World Cup here of the GKA Kite World Tour.
Matos needs a 0.9 extra. So he needs an 8.6, something like that, to get himself ahead of Cozzolino. We are not owed any waves. Everything is on the board with 14 minutes remaining. That is where we stand. We've got 3 8s on the board. We've seen 9s, though. Malo down there with a couple of the wing foiling mates. Entirely sure what's going on with... There we go. We saw him on the stream earlier on. He's decided to wake up and come down and watch for real.
I mean, if you're going to see something live and in person, it's going to be a heat like this. This location, been saying it time after time, you are standing pretty much 5 to 6 meters away from the guys performing out there on the wave. You can pretty much high-five them as they come out of the barrel. It really is the Colosseum of kite surfing, Punta Preta. If you ever had the opportunity to come down here to the island of Sal, make sure you do. And if you haven't yet, make the opportunity, because this really is a water sports paradise. Crystal blue water, beautiful winds, great food, great culture, and just no stress and a great time. Continuing on as we are under 30 minutes. A little bit of a lull, having a little breather out there right now.
Not the opportunities for those big sets as yet. All the boys waiting for their turn on the Surf Foil World Tour. A new competition coming up, we think, tomorrow, if this swell continues. They were released for the day today, so they are not on standby. Big smiles down in the judging tower as they have themselves a little break. But just 12 more minutes of action in this first stop of the Kite-Surf World Tour. This is the final of the men's. We've crowned our champion in the women's, a new surprise champion, with the first victory for Capucine Delanois here in Cape Verde after many years of domination from Muna White. Might we see the same thing here? Might we see Pedro Matos end Ayrton Cozzolino's domination of this wave? At the moment, he just needs 0.9 of a score more. 8.6 would do it. And there's time for more than just one wave as well, for sure. Is it going to go down to the wire? Is it going to go down to the last couple of seconds like so much of our really good heats?
Oh, and here he is dropping in, mate. Here we go. Cozzolino airs it, front rolls it. Oh, going for the area maneuver just as he started out. Now that's a first.
Doesn't work out for him, though. And as we've seen from the judges, they're not so massively interested in the big freestyle tricks. It really is about pure surfing style. I think about a score we saw from Gabrielle Benetton, which was a 9.2 earlier on in the competition, and it was just pure surfing, pure perfect surfing. There was, as I said at the time, no glitter, no sprinkles on the cake. It was just a Victoria sponge.
Oh, that is brilliant. Absolutely. No, that is what the judges are looking for. We've heard it from the criteria. They want to see 100% surfing. Of course, this is kite surfing. If you can add some aerial flair and if you can add some of those powers, it is only going to give you more points. But as long as you keep the flow and you keep that surfing in its purest form, that is why we have seen Ayrton Cozzolino here today on top of all of his heats so far, because he is just going turn for turn, rail to rail, down the line and destroying Punta Preta. Pedro Matos, also one of the most powerful surfers we have on tour. Again, coming from that pure turning background, every time, hit for hit, not complicating himself, just making sure that he paints a picture and becomes a Picasso down here in Punta Preta. And looking, oh no, going against it, okay.
Thought that Pedro Matos was dropping into that one, and it does look like it's a good set rolling in, but choosing against it last minute. Trying to now get upwind of Ayrton Cozzolino, but he needs to be on the attack rather than the defense, because Cozzolino is still with the advantage, 0.9 of an advantage only over Pedro Matos.
And here we have, is Pedro going to be dropping in again, making his way forward. Here we go, here we go. As it is going to make it happen. Pedro trying to battle back, and now this is the one he was waiting for. This is the performance we wanted to see from him. Look at that speed going down the line. Oh, and I can hear a roar, which means Ayrton's on the one behind, but we keep it going. Pedro linking those turns together, letting that tail loose, getting pure surfing style. He has a look back as he's now going to be watching as Ayrton comes in and the crowd goes wild.
So much dynamics from Ayrton Cozzolino. So much energy he's placing into his board, into the water. He crouches down, he punches the air. He knows that that was a good one. Wasn't it an improvement on 2 good ones already for Cozzolino? Surely Pedro Matos will improve that 7.7 with that run as well.
Oh, and you can hear the crowd going, wow, look at that. That is what you want to see. That is a motivated finalist. And Ayrton Cozzolino, we're waiting for scores to be dropped of those final waves because Pedro Matos, a very nice wave there as well for him. As it stands, 1676 for Cozzolino. We have a 1583 for Matos. 8.10, the highest scoring wave there from him. Who is it going to be? And there is still 7 minutes of action left.
Still got to be some waves out there to play with for these 2 finalists. Still we wait for those points to be delivered onto our timing screen. This is what Cozzolino managed from the top. We heard the cheers. First turn in, it was a bigger wave for sure than Matos. Maybe wave selection once again going the way of Ayrton Cozzolino. This is a great run so far. Throws the board around at the top of the wave, then speeds his way through the foam wall. As soon as he's got an opportunity to get back on the top of the wave, he does. He just keeps that rhythm, that intensity up.
I mean, talking about rhythm, he is turning to the rhythm of the drums down here on the beach. Cozzolino knows how important this is. He wants to win in front of his home crowd, and at the moment, he is that leader as we are just coming up with about 6 minutes to go on the clock. Cozzolino with an 8.33 and 8.43. Matos with a 7.73 and an 8.10.
Still no change on those scores from what we saw a few moments ago. And Cozzolino looks to the beach to see if he's got any scores that are updated, any interesting changes. But there are no further information. Either those waves were not scored as highly. There's a change. Matos has improved. So he's got an 8.10 and an 8.3 now. An 8.10 and an 8.30, I should say. And Ayrton has an 8.43 and an 8.33. Could still be owed a wave for Ayrton Cozzolino. Yes, there it comes. No. Getting overexcited with myself.
There still is a score to come in from Ayrton, but at the moment, there is literally 0.36 of a point difference in between these two. Now, the game is on. It is anything but set here in between these guys, as there is definitely enough time for one more set to come in. Ayrton does have the upper hand. He has that 8.33, but Matos is right in there. One more turn, a little bit more style could make all of the difference to be crowned king here on the island of Sal. 1676 versus a 16.40. It is on.
4 minutes and 50 seconds. The athletes disappear out the back. The sea goes calm. We wait for them to come back to attack, to bring that energy. The crowd will bring the energy as well. And there's the improvement from Cozzolino. An 8.83 comes in from that last run from the judges. And is that moving him out of harm's reach from Pedro Matos? Matos now needs an 8.9. He needs to go even bigger than Cozzolino to be able to beat the Italian Capverdian.
Ayrton is taking no prisoners. You can see just by the look in his eyes, he can see all of his family, all of his friends, all of the competitors, everybody that has come down to see who is going to take the win here in Cape Verde, and he is not going to disappoint. But Pedro Matos is very, very close now, as there is less than a point difference in between these two. But with that last 8.83, Ayrton going away ever so slightly. With 3.5 minutes on the clock, it is going to come down to a final set. Who will it be, Ben?
It's going to come down to a final set, but Cozzolino already at the top end of his game. We've seen him with 9s. He could be delivering a 9 in the last 3.5 minutes, but Matos has more of an opportunity to improve with his scores, with his slightly lower scores. An 8.1 and an 8.3. Cozzolino's 2 waves better, both of them, an 8.43 and an 8.83. And Cozzolino's on a wave. He's going to try and get 2 more in here. Turns his way in. Maybe not the biggest of the set. Certainly the one behind looks slightly bigger. And that will be judged as well.
Letting that tail loose. Look at that. Letting go of their hands and grabbing out. He's going to be coming off of that wave. He's going to try to go back into position. There's Pedro. Pedro is dropping in on another one as he's going to start to engage on a turn. Punta Preta showing down. Boom! From the Brazilian. Linking it up as he makes his way in, keeping it busy, letting that board loose. It is going all over the place. Out of control, control madness here. And Pedro smacking against the lip. This is the surfing we were expecting from this young man. And he is bringing it on when he needs to, because all the chips have come out on the table. And it is an all-in here from Pedro Matos, as both of the athletes are going to be going back out. 2 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen.
What does the sea have in store with 2 minutes remaining? Is there an improvement from the judges on that last run from Pedro Matos? It doesn't look dissimilar to what we've seen before from the Brazilian judges. The judges discussing that last run from the Brazilians. We've got Portuguese and French and Spanish judges. And lots of discussion. But no confirmation yet of any changes in the scores. Cozzolino, I don't think is going to improve on his score with that last wave. Pedro Matos with an opportunity potentially to score a little bit better, but he needs a lot better if he wants to take victory here in Cape Verde with just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Is there anything on the horizon, or is it all over?
Oh, there is 60 seconds to find out. I can tell you there is going to be a silence before the storm. As it stands, Cozzolino is in first place. We are waiting for waves to come in, and this refresh button is being hit like no tomorrow. Who is going to take the win? There are some movement. I can see some motion in the ocean coming out the back now. Matos at 9.0. He has taken the lead.
Oh!
Matos has taken the lead. Ayrton has to give it all out, as this is the wave that could decide it. And look at it go. Going for the big air. Lands right on top. He does get it. As he keeps going on.
He's got to keep going on. He can't stop there. He needs a bigger score. He's 0.04 away from victory. Is Ayrton Cozzolino?
Oh, it is going to be close. Does Ayrton know Matos got that 9-0?
I don't think so. I don't think he can have known. He was too far out the back to have seen the crowd. Pedro Matos was not on a wave.
Oh, and it is going to get crazy out there. It is going to get crazy. The timer is gone. And we are going to wait to see who is the champion here in Cape Verde. Because as it stands, scores are above for Pedro Matos. But we await final confirmation. We will be right back, because who knows, as we are waiting for some action to come our way. Ben, keep it going.
He doesn't need much more of an improvement on that 8.43. He doesn't need to get more than an 8.5 for that last run. Where's the graphics? Because I've got no live timing. I need to see the graphics on the screen to know who's taken victory. We wait to see an update on those scores in the top left-hand corner. The 8.43 is what we're looking at for Cozzolino. If he just goes to 8.5, then it's victory for him. There is Pedro Matos. At the moment, he has taken victory. He looks to the sky. He's taken victory in Cape Verde from a Cape Verdean. But is there an extra score from Ayrton Cozzolino coming in? They rush towards him. It's so tight, 0.04 points between the two. The Brazilian flag is being prepared by Tom, the tour manager here. Maybe there is no improvement on the score. The celebration certainly looks like it's for Brazil. Ayrton Cozzolino made every single effort to improve his score, and what a last run it was. But the flag has been handed to the Brazilian, and that means only one thing. For the first time in such a long time on the beaches of Ponta Preta, it's Brazil who has taken victory. Pedro Matos has done it. What an incredible final that was. What an incredibly tight final. Really did look as though Ayrton Cozzolino had the... It really looked like Ayrton Cozzolino had the victory in his grasp. He threw everything at it. Can you believe 0.04 of a point separating the two of them? World-class action right here on the beaches of Ponta Preta. I tell you what, the caipirinhas are going to flow tonight. This is going to be a great photo. First, third, and fourth for Brazil. Benetton, Ribeiro, and Matos. But it's Matos with the victory. Just 4 Brazilians on the entry list and 3 of them in the top 4. Oh, we'll be looking forward to going back to Brazil at the end of this year. Where is Cozzolino? He was so hyped about this. He felt the pressure. There's no doubt going to be disappointment, but also surely an appreciation of an absolutely epic final between the two masters of kite-surf. Trying to see where Ayrton is. There's Cozzolino out on the water. And just trying to gather his thoughts, because no doubt there is disappointment in the man. He really did give it everything. He's scored some absolutely mammoth scores across this competition. And Cozzolino will certainly be appreciated. Look at the beach, flooded with fans. Hugs all around. Somewhere down there is Joe to get the interview with our champion here on the beaches of São Cape Verde. The first round of the GKA Kite World Tour, and it's gone the way of Brazil, it's gone the way of Pedro Matos. And it could not be more popular apart from those locals. Ayrton Cozzolino still out on the water, still consoling himself. No doubt, disappointment. He's had it his own way so many times here in Ponta Preta. He's won so often. The expectation of the island was on his shoulders. You could see it as he prepared, and he surfed exquisitely. Really, there are no losers on this one. Just 0.4 of a point separating the two of them. He threw everything at that last wave as well, even with that big air that he landed. But judges deciding that was no better than what he had managed before. And it's going to be some party on the beach of Ponte Preta. We crowned our wingsurf champion a few days ago, both in the women's and the men's. And yesterday we handed the win to Capucine Delanois, the French lady. And now Pedro Matos joins that group of champions. Likely to have surf foil tomorrow, and likely to have 2 more champions crowned by the end of tomorrow. But what a party it's going to be. Right, let's go down to Joe. There he is with our champion.
The champion of Cape Verde, first event win of the season.
Yeah, it feels so nice to win here. Like it's a dream. For me, it's one of the hardest events of the season. So I have no words, man. Like this is pure joy. Like I just want to thank God, thank my family, thank my team, thank you, thank GKA. Like I'm just so happy right now. I'm over the moon.
I could see a person who was over the moon as your dad was on there on the call. Pedro, you left it to the final moments. A 9.0 was what made a 0.04 difference in between you and Ayrton. It was all against both of you, and it came down to that final wave. How did you make that happen?
It's so emotional. I've been training a lot for that, and I know like when you go against the big guys, it's always gonna be tight. And yeah, just thank the judge and thank for giving me that score, and thanks God. And yeah, man, it's really emotional, like for real. Like this is so important for me.
Well, congratulations. You are the king here in Ponte Preta. And that is it for a beautiful event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup Cape Verde. I'm going to send it back to the booth with Brazil is on top at #1.
It's Brazil who will raise their flag aloft as champions here in Cape Verde on Ponte Preta. This legendary break has given us legendary action all the way through today, and what a final to finish it off. After years of domination from Cape Verdean athletes on their own break, it's been broken by Pedro Matos of Brazil. What a day. See you tomorrow.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Are we never satisfied? Are we obsessive? Is it never enough? Do we dream further? Maybe. But every gust, every wave, every effort, that's what drives us. It's our journey. We won't stop. This is Duotone.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Gogreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Gogreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo, é pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
Ele é importante porque entende que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é um exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.